On a cold, rainy evening in 2022, a courier on a motorcycle carefully maneuvered down the street, shielding his face from the drizzling drops with his hand. Driving past a small store, he noticed two men sitting under an awning, enthusiastically playing a board game. Both players clearly knew the rules and understood the intricacies of the game. It was felt that this was not the first time they were fighting against each other. The gray-haired man carefully watched every move of his young opponent, trying to guess his next move. The young man quickly and confidently moved the piece, unexpectedly attacking his opponent's royal positions and declaring a triumphant check. Having lost the game, the old man began to convince him that he was only 13 moves away from victory, watching the young man leave for the store. The gray-haired man was clearly angry at the loss, his face contorted with frustration, and he began to loudly express his displeasure. Just this morning he won 20 yen from Lao Li and Lao Zheng, and now he lost everything to the guy who was calmly opening the box with the store's profits. Taking out his winnings, the young man, without much ceremony, said that if they wanted to play with him, he would not have to take the money, and he earns it honestly. The old man, still angry, insisted that everything he had taught was complete nonsense and began arranging the chess for a new game. The guy looked at him in surprise and with a slight grin, as if asking, "What are you saying?" To smooth out the tension, the old man decided to make the first move, trying to appear calm. "Okay, let's look again," he said conciliatorily, trying to calm down his irritation. The young man sat silently, waiting for the enemy's move and listening to the monotonous sound of the rain. Suddenly, an old scene came back to his mind. A woman with a little girl walked past them. A girl in waterproof boots happily jumped through the puddles, not paying attention to the displeasure of the adults. Memories swirled in the guy's head like frames from an old movie, and he saw himself among many photographs. He mechanically scratched the back of his head, mentally sorting memories into shelves like old films in an archive. Returning to the game, the guy began to talk about 13 techniques for abandoning a knight, explaining the intricacies of chess strategy. He mentioned that he saw an old man playing in Wangcheng Park with another old man, and he was doing quite well. The self-confident story was interrupted when his opponent shoved a chess piece almost into his face. An elderly man with cunning in his eyes challenged his young opponent, intending to defeat him in an incredibly short period of time. The interlocutor's lightning-quick answer sounded so confident that even an experienced listener was surprised at the young man's incredible arrogance. The old man asked the student with interest about the reasons for leaving school so early, carefully peering into his concentrated expression. The man persistently sought an explanation regarding his refusal to participate in the prestigious competition, clearly perplexed by the persistence of his interlocutor. A family with a child passed by, whose ringing voice unexpectedly announced the end of the rain, attracting the attention of everyone present. The players instantly reacted to the child's cry, involuntarily turning in the direction of the unexpected sound. The woman peered intently at what was happening. Her gaze was full of hidden tension and anxiety, and was focused on the guy. The young man slowly stood up, closely watching the frozen young family, which created a tense atmosphere. The little child, perceiving the strange state of his mother, looked questioningly at her with huge, surprised eyes. The woman was silent, completely at a loss. Her gaze was fixed on the main character with inexpressible sadness. Her barely audible whisper sounded with the name Qing Chen, which seemed to carry a whole story of suffering. The young man met her gaze, filled with kindness and restrained sympathy, but without saying anything, he continued to maintain a significant silence. A sharp turn, quick steps into the distance. The woman was dumbfounded by the surprise of what was happening. The retreating silhouette did not show the slightest desire to look back or explain anything. It simply walked purposefully forward. After questioning Uncle Zhang, the woman learned about the financial circumstances of her son, who was forced to earn a living. Wanfang shuddered at the unexpected revelation. Every month, she sent money to her ex-husband to provide for her son, unaware of the hidden family drama. The mother's inner impulse to immediately check on Chen's condition was delicately stopped by a reminder of an important family event, the birthday of her youngest son. A slight anxiety flashed through her soul, but understanding the fragility of a child's world made her agree to spend the evening with Hao Hao, putting aside the brewing suspicions. The interior of the protagonist's home greeted him with a gloomy picture of scattered glass bottles, silently telling about the events that took place here. The cold reception of the father, who demanded money with undisguised irritation, created a tense atmosphere of family conflict. The hero firmly indicated his independence, emphasizing the long-standing refusal of parental financial support, which further aggravated the existing tension. Father's indifference materialized in clouds of cigarette smoke and an indifferent reluctance to delve into his son's problems. The unanswered phone call hung with short beeps, symbolizing the hero's loneliness among many unanswered questions. A heavy sigh echoed in the cluttered room, filled with an atmosphere of hopelessness and destroyed hopes. A quick glance at the phone recorded the time, 6 in the evening, a moment when time seemed to stand still in anticipation of change. The raised sleeve revealed a mysterious timer on the young man's arm, which counted down the minutes until the verdict. A few tense moments of contemplating his own hand seemed like an eternity, filled with a premonition of the inevitable. He put on his jacket with a feeling of an inevitable outcome that could neither be predicted nor stopped. The last look at the apartment contained a whole universe of unspoken grievances and hidden hopes. Ching did not know if he would ever visit here again. The loud slam of the front door cut through the silence, leaving behind an echo of a decision that was not going to be abandoned. Twilight greeted the hero when he was returning from the supermarket, where he managed to purchase the necessary supplies. A first aid kit and flashlights carefully left on the table turned into symbols of preparation for the unknown. Objects carefully hidden under the pillow created the illusion of protection in the face of imminent danger. Every prepared tool on the bedside table was part of a thoughtful survival plan. Insomnia enveloped the hero, preventing him from falling into a saving sleep before the impending events, filling the night with disturbing thoughts and doubts. Painful thoughts about possible help were dashed against a wall of misunderstanding and social isolation. The hero realized the impossibility of getting support in his current life situation. The school environment did not give him real friendship, leaving him behind social contacts. The ancient amulet, like a keeper of secrets, slowly slid from his neck, and the hero slightly bowed to the invisible forces of fate. Having completed his final preparations, he sank heavily onto the bed, clutching his phone as his only connection to reality. 2 contacts in the phone book, his mother and Nan Gengchen, meant his whole world. Memories of the former family idyll floated before my eyes like a gentle ghost, filling my heart with aching sadness. He saw maternal love as unshakable. It was always a support, despite all the hardships of life. The father became a source of destruction. Gambling, property sales, domestic violence, and constant scandals, this is his contribution to the family history. The mother's decision to divorce seemed to be the only right way out of this situation. The father's insults to the mother, humiliating words about her worthlessness and the presence of her teenage son as ballast, were etched into the memory as painful scars. He had to make a difficult choice, leave with his loving mother or stay with his father so as not to interfere with her building a new, happy life. Having chosen to live with his father, the bitter truth awaited him, which was the complete lack of paternal support, so opposite to maternal care. An attempt to capture the timer using a smartphone camera was frustrated by the banality of the phone screen, which did not convey the essence of the moment. 2.5 hours, the possible limit of his existence, hung with a heavy foreboding. He continued to lie motionless, but the picture was deceptive. The awareness of the finality of what was happening raged inside him. A lot of unfulfilled desires and unrealized opportunities pushed him forward, and the bicycle became the only means to realize his plans. The cold night air burned the young man's face. Fear completely receded, giving way to determination to act while the bicycle pedals counted down the kilometers of the distance covered. Stopping at a familiar building, Qingchen dialed the police number, reporting an impending gambling gathering in the Longteng community. Having received confirmation that the official car was leaving, the hero hid the phone in his pocket and simply stood still for some time. The rain did not interfere with his movement. He drove calmly, ignoring the surrounding reality, without hiding or protecting himself from the falling drops. Moisture flowed down his hair, but the guy remained absolutely indifferent to what was happening. A police car rushed past. The main character knew that those scumbags would not go unpunished. Puddles became part of his path, wet clothes just a minor detail of a larger plan. Returning home, he carefully took off his wet jacket, from which streams of water flowed. The preparations were in full swing. There were 52 minutes and 30 seconds left until the scheduled moment, each of which was counted down painfully slowly. The note was neatly placed on the table when the timer showed 31 minutes 49 seconds, a perfectly timed moment when the letters fell clearly and flawlessly, without a single tremble of the hand. The backpack was shouldered 1 minute 14 seconds before the decisive moment, its straps digging into the shoulders with painful determination. Uncle Zhang, a recent partner in the game of Shanqi, was busy closing up the store, carrying boxes of food inside. The police arrived on call and detained several people at the indicated location, their silhouettes dissolving in the dim light of street lamps. Life was in full swing everywhere in the city. Only Qing Chen sat on the bed in a quiet room, waiting for his end, immersed in absolute silence and hopelessness. He slowly closed his eyes. The knife was in his hands, cold, with a thin blade reflecting the faint light from behind the slightly open curtain. He understood that the whole world around him was rejoicing and living, completely unaware of his inner torment, even his mother, who was always so close. Reality began to distort. The room lost its colors, and strange yellow marks appeared in the air, similar to ghostly lines drawn by an invisible hand. The telephone clock registered midnight as the point of no return. Its dial seemed like a bottomless abyss. The hero's open eyes tried to comprehend the strange phenomenon taking place. Reality melted and flowed like neon paint. The floor under his feet seemed to turn into fragile glass, beginning to crack and collapse with every tiny movement. The floor shattered into many small fragments, which, as if alive, began to drag the main character into their fragile, crumbling reality. He continued to fall down. Before his eyes, there were only instantaneous flashes and many fragments. It seemed that all his memories, his whole life, had cracked in one moment. The guy did not feel his body, continuing to fall, as if shrouded in the icy embrace of nothingness, losing touch with reality and himself. Gathering his last strength, he crossed his arms in front of him, trying to get out of this incomprehensible state that was destroying all his ideas about the world. He found himself on the bed, but realized that this was not his home at all. The room breathed alien shadows and unfamiliar smells. Opening his eyes wide and feeling completely confused, he quietly and confusedly asked, "Where am I?" He slowly rose up on the bed and was surprised to find that the knife had disappeared from his hands, leaving behind only a vague memory of his past intention. The gaze fell on the hand, where the countdown to return flickered. 48 hours, stretched to the limit of uncertainty. The realization that there were 2 whole days ahead made him carefully examine his own body with incomprehensible anxiety. The hero looked closely at his palm, making sure that he was still in his body, with unchanged imprints and the usual arrangement of pores. Unusual clothes suggested another dimension, where every second of the counter sounded an alarm. A careful look captured the details of the room. A laser lamp on the ceiling, a massive glass door, and a cold metal wall created a special ambiance. A mug lay carelessly on the floor, a toothbrush was nearby, and a familiar pair of shoes and a basin were neatly placed a little further away. Touching the wall, the guy was convinced of its metallic nature, wondering about the origin of such expensive building materials. Sudden footsteps in the corridor interrupted his thoughts, instantly sharpening his instinct of self-preservation. Grabbing the first object he came across, a toothbrush, he froze near the door, carefully disguising himself from possible danger. Transparent glass did not interfere with his observations, allowing him to control the space and capture the slightest sounds. The doors opened abruptly and unnatural light spilled across the room, quickly filling every corner with a blinding radiance that almost hurt the eyes. A monotonous voice echoed, announcing the morning rise, demanding that the prisoners line up in a column and proceed to the dining room. The hero's gaze settled on the number 010101, neatly written on his uniform, confirming his status as a prisoner. Carefully leaving through the open, creaking door, he began to look around warily, trying not to make noise so as not to attract unnecessary attention. The corridor was filled with people moving in a strict order, like parts of one mechanism. Slow, careful movements allowed him to explore the unfamiliar space without arousing suspicion. Multiple screens showed the image of a man insistently inviting everyone into the dining room, his voice echoing in the hallways. A sudden collision with one of the prisoners was an unexpected turn of events that disrupted the regularity of what was happening. At the moment of contact, the hero noticed something strange: a disfigured face and a mechanical red eye, reminiscent of robot optics. The reflection of his own frightened face in the glass pupil of the stranger made him shudder with surprise. The awareness of the presence of prosthetics brought to mind thoughts of a strange mechanical civilization surrounding the hero. Suddenly, a stranger with an iron, cold hand spoke meticulously, threateningly pressing him against the rough wall. With a vile mockery, he warned Ching Chen not to eat too much, otherwise it would be ugly if he vomited all over the place just after saying this, as the onlookers laughed. He was silent, carefully examining the firm hand that was pressing him forcefully against the metal wall. The crowd began to leave, discussing the arrival of 12 newcomers and hinting at the upcoming entertainment, along the way noting the lack of mechanical parts on the hero. His internal monologue oscillated between fear of being discovered and curiosity about what was happening as more taunts reached him. Sudden, heart-wrenching screams from the ground floor intensified his already overwhelming anxiety. A guy was rushing along the corridor, desperately demanding to return home and protesting against the current reality. The group of attackers ignored the interlocutors' attempts to intimidate them by mentioning their influential father, the chairman of a corporation from a city unknown to them. Watching what was happening, the hero recognized his former classmate in the victim, which finally confirmed his idea of a strange relationship. The sudden silence was broken by the sound of flying drones, creating an atmosphere of constant monitoring. Many drones insistently demanded to stop, repeating commands with mechanical precision several times. The cat sitting serenely near the playing board yawned indifferently, contrasting with the tense situation. A picture clearly appeared in the animal's pupil, a flying drone, carefully watching everyone except the white cat. New, small robots arrived as reinforcements and quickly scattered around the room, heart-rendingly shouting orders for the immediate stop of all prisoners. The robots moved at incredible speed, methodically combing space in search of an unknown target. Not finding what they wanted, the devices surrounded the frightened young man, pointing dozens of laser sights at him, forcing him to press himself against the cold wall. The observer understood. Meeting with acquaintances in a foreign land is an ambiguous consolation. Countrymen can become both salvation and a mortal threat. Standing unnoticed, Chen unwittingly witnessed a conversation about himself. Those around him considered him a weakling, discussing his 7-year sentence for tax evasion, noting his strange behavior. The fat man commented contemptuously, "Communication with the tax authorities is the lot of either crazy people or fools." Approaching closely, the stranger put his hand on the young man's shoulder, silently asking his readiness. The hero remained motionless, continuing to observe the movements of those around him. Everyone was busy with their own things. Some were communicating, others were studying information panels. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at the massive iron doors with the number 4, which led him to a brilliant conclusion. A strange detail increasingly attracted attention. One table was completely isolated. No one wanted to sit next to its only occupant. A man was sitting at the table. Next to him was a shanky board and a white cat, creating a mysterious composition. Lost in thought, the hero peered more and more intently at the mysterious scene, while the fat man was perplexed by his silent ignoring. The echoing dining room rang with discordant screams directed towards the recently arrived prisoners, which irritated the permanent inhabitants of the prison premises. A lone man at a table, surrounded by 2 wary guards, suddenly interrupted the general noise with a sharp, commanding shout. This unexpected cry instantly attracted the protagonist's close attention to the mysterious person in the hall. The young man watched intently, trying to unravel the status of the mysterious man, the head of the prison or a particularly important prisoner in a non-standard uniform. His thoughts feverishly analyzed the details. The man clearly stood out from the rest, and the 2 prisoners standing next to him looked like his personal guard. The blonde, sensing the watcher's gaze, slowly raised his eyes and met the gaze of the newcomer. The main character continued to look extremely calmly, without looking away his piercing gaze, demonstrating complete composure. The authoritative voice of a man on the screen cut through the general noise, calling on the prisoners to proceed in an orderly manner to the dining hall. Chen joined the dense crowd, descending the stairs, where disgruntled prisoners were grumbling about the slow movement of the line due to stupid newcomers. The young man, in a low voice, continued to list the details of the security system: 7 floors, 18 drones overhead, and 10 with CCTV cameras, along with 3,102 people. Hysterical cries for immediate release echoed throughout the room, but no one except the wary newcomer paid any attention to them. One of the old prisoners continued to restrain the hysterical newcomer, while his comrade persistently urged caution, fearing the intervention of the guards. An old man with an artificial glass eye walking ahead warned the newcomer to be careful. In a threatening tone, the elderly prisoner hinted that it would soon be the young man's turn. There was not a shadow of fear in the young man's eyes. On the contrary, his calm gaze took the old man by surprise. The noise did not subside. Someone doubted the quality of the food. Someone demanded to speed up the process of receiving a portion. The young man with the tray methodically looked around in search of an empty seat, involuntarily attracting the close observation of those around him. Meaningful glances from prisoners, full of hidden intentions, were exchanged between the factions of the prison world, while a man with an iron fist purposefully advanced on the main character. With wide, threatening movements, he began to stretch his metal limb, carefully tracking the approaching young man. The main character, instantly assessing the danger, used a clever maneuver, slightly tilting his head and pretending to be thoughtful. The next moment, he rushed forward using unexpected speed and agility. However, the enemy with a prosthetic arm, eager for entertainment, turned out to be no less agile and again blocked his path. Chen expertly slid past on the floor, maintaining perfect balance and not spilling a single drop from the heavy tray. The banana, jumping in the air, was instantly intercepted by the young man on the fly with an acute reaction. Quickly jumping up, the hero rushed away, leaving his defeated opponent sprawled on the floor. The enraged stranger heart-rendingly called on his comrades to immediately capture the fugitive before the guards found out about their crazy antics. His call hung in the air, causing those around him to freeze in indecision and long to see the outcome. The cellmates discussed in low voices the audacity of the young man, who clearly overestimated his chances. The distance between the fugitive and the table with the man was rapidly decreasing with every split second. A sudden movement stopped the young man. Someone's firm palm imperiously and unexpectedly touched his tense forehead. The blonde standing next to the mysterious man clearly and unequivocally made it clear that his desperate actions were futile. The man at the table remained absolutely unperturbed, lost in his deepest thoughts, ignoring the commotion around him. The ridicule became louder. The blonde demonstratively showed a complete lack of support for the desperate fugitive. From behind came caustic remarks about the uselessness of the young man's claims and his naive attempts. There was a short pause, and the hero's attentive gaze was fixed on the board game with absolute confidence in victory. The expressions on the faces of the prisoners instantly changed. Some continued to laugh sarcastically, others froze, speechless. The blonde looked at his interlocutor in confusion and slight bewilderment, not understanding whether the new guy was really so self-confident. The high-ranking personality effortlessly made a demonstrative gesture, sweeping away another piece from the playing field. The man calmly announced the first move, carefully observing the slightest reaction of the young man. The bishop retreats 7 positions. The blonde turned around with a smile, not believing that his unpredictable master had accepted this seemingly stupid challenge. The main character plunged into deep concentration, methodically recalling worked-out strategic techniques from his rich arsenal. The board position was a classic king capture, where the balance of power seemed perfectly symmetrical, but black had a tiny advantage. According to the system, the Reds were supposed to agree to a draw, but circumstances made such an outcome almost impossible. After a moment of thought, he announced the pawn move from 2 to 3, closely observing his opponent's reaction. The man responded by moving the piece from 6 to 1, after which the young man instantly redeployed the rear rook. The game so captured everyone's attention that absolutely everyone in the dining room stopped eating and watched every move in fascination. The players continued to voice the transitions while the young hero gradually approached the gaming table with a tray in his hands. Coming close, he caught the wary, tension-filled gaze of a high-ranking personality. Without even thinking about sitting down, he continued to comment on his every move. The final move was made, and he solemnly proclaimed check. The man looked dissatisfied, as if with barely restrained rage, from under his forehead with his piercing red eye. Rising sharply from the table, he furiously threw the chip, which hit the playing board loudly. Having carefully examined the young man, he realized the seriousness of what was happening. Despite his young age, during the game he did not show the slightest bit of indecision. Having thoughtfully said that in the modern world you rarely see Zhanki masters, the man suggested continuing the duel tomorrow. The high-ranking official slowly rose from the table and headed towards the exit, leaving behind him the whispers of astonished prisoners who did not believe in his defeat. The blonde patted the winner on the shoulder in a friendly manner, introducing himself as Xiao and pointing his hand at the man leaving, accompanied by a second guard named Ye Wang. The hero continued to stand in the same place, completely unaware that he had become an invisible center of attention for those around him. Some incomprehensible movement from behind made him instantly and sharply turn around, breaking his previous state of immobility. A sobbing newcomer fell at Chen's feet, desperately begging for protection and screaming about the imminent threat, promising to do anything to save him. The main character continued to stand motionless, watching what was happening with cold indifference and not showing any emotions. The newcomer, realizing the helplessness of his position, felt someone's hand lay on his head, causing sharp pain and ultimate horror. The two guys laughed loudly, mockingly discussing the origins of the unfortunate man, the son of some unknown director from a provincial town. They dragged the sobbing guy who was desperately asking for help, but the hero remained unshakable, with an absolutely impassive expression on his face. Xingchen thought philosophically. Today, 9 prisoners were injured, including him, but this is insignificant among 10 million. The main character did not feel depressed. On the contrary, a strange hope was ripening in his soul, forcing him to close his eyes and plunge into the deep past. Memories of my past life surfaced in fragmentary pictures. My father was indifferent, my mother started a new family, relatives rarely appeared, 2 years of complete loneliness. Dreams of a prestigious university, far from home, now seemed illusory against the background of the remaining 39.5 hours, which he looked at intently. He understood this reality is the only chance to find meaning, like liberation from the invisible shackles of the past. A timid hope glimmered inside. Life here is radically different from before. Continuing to stand motionless and plunging into the labyrinth of his own thoughts, Chen did not even notice how someone approached him from behind. The stranger came close, looking at the hero with a gaze and uttering a meaningful phrase about beauty that surpasses all rumors. The guy stepped back slightly and began to gesture awkwardly, fearing that the stranger had completely opposite friendly intentions. Lu Guangyi extended his hand, introducing himself and adding that he preferred to be called Xiaolu, simultaneously saying that he had been in this place for 3 months. The young man continued to watch warily, analyzing every word spoken and realizing that the interlocutor clearly knew more about him than he should, and besides, he was using an informal tone. In a short period of time, the hero managed to notice 21 glances thrown at him by those who were in his field of vision, and thought that these people were probably under his command. Qingchen thought about the hidden meaning of such a familiar address, realizing that excessive frankness could lead to unpleasant consequences, and decided to keep his distance. Lu Guanyi persistently offered his help, and when the hero refused, he only intensified the onslaught, claiming that he should serve him. The interlocutors interrupted each other, discussing hierarchy and willingness to obey, and one even stated that in the event of future submission, he was ready to stoop to servility. Qingchen sarcastically hinted at a hypothetical dermatosis of the legs, to which he received a cynical answer about his readiness to lick them like an obedient dog. The new acquaintance completely disappointed the hero, who realized that he could not count on such an interlocutor because of his dubious reputation. The morning conversation revolved around a strange search logic associated with newcomers and calculations for the position of a certain Li Shutong, which seemed extremely cunning to the interlocutor. Mention was made of the 18th prison and a potential plan to gain support from an influential person, which could greatly increase the chances of success. Qingchen was intrigued about the identity of the Xiangqi player, who might be called Li Shutong, but did not yet understand the true meaning of the conversation. Xiaolu carefully thought about the risks of collaborating with Li Shutong, realizing that such an alliance could leave them vulnerable and dependent on circumstances. The interlocutor, realizing that he was chatting too much, hastily apologized and tried to change the topic, inquiring about the current instructions of the main character. The young man slowed his breathing, deep in thought, before answering. An unexpected phrase about a llama in the south hung in the air, causing a puzzled look from the interlocutor, who did not understand the context of the strange statement. A high-ranking person was sitting in a chair with Ye Wang and Xiao Xiao in close proximity to her. The blonde employee nervously tapped his pen, twirling it between his fingers during tense moments. Suddenly, the employee burst out laughing and turned to his superiors with a remark about the young man's lack of participation in helping other newcomers. Li Shutong looked at his interlocutor with a serious look, remembering the last game, where he showed incredible determination to survive even when he was deprived of his arms. The blonde, not entirely agreeing with the boss, nevertheless inquired about plans to pursue the newcomer in the near future to continue the board game. The man, pointing at the tablet, gave the latest information about Guo Huchan's detention by the Qi Corporation and the completion of the trial procedure. He announced the details of transporting the detainee to prison number 18 in the coming days, giving clear instructions to Ye Wan. The security guard, having carefully studied the information, recalled past encounters with this person, noting the difficulty of establishing contact. Li Shutong, after a pause, turned to Xiao Xiao with questions about the morning incident related to one of the recently arrived newcomers. The blonde confirmed a long observation of the incident, where the stranger, while saying absurd things, paradoxically radiated absolute confidence in every word. The identity of the stranger was carefully checked, an ordinary young man who dropped out of high school and organized a trade in mechanical processes in the city of 18 under the influence of the criminal community. Previously, he was suspected of illegally stealing mechanical prostheses, but there was no evidence, but still he was sent here for tax evasion and no one had heard of his city or corporation. A high-ranking person inquired about the existence of the main character's problems and his current situation after the previous game. Xiao Xiao literally sweated from the realization of his own unwillingness to provide information, which instantly revealed his inner tension. Feeling awkward, he promised to provide an answer by the end of the year. His self-criticism grew in parallel with the sudden awareness of the proximity of the protagonist, who was in the same room. Walking over to the massive bookcase, Qing pulled out one thin tablet book with a shiny metal spine. Full access required strict multi-stage identification with the entry of unique digital codes. Xiao Xiao, who materialized nearby, began to explain the intricacies of the device, a multifunctional gadget with advanced artificial intelligence capable of analyzing personal activity. The young man listened carefully to the story and without hesitation activated his account. The guy was persistently interested in news opportunities, but the interlocutor coldly cut off all attempts, pointing out strict access restrictions. At this moment, the hero was finally convinced of the exceptional position of Lee Shutun, clearly superior to the status of an ordinary prisoner. After briefly thanking him, he headed to the table to sit down and think about the information he had received. The blonde guard was heading towards the boss, slowly passing by, carefully observing the actions of the main character. Stopping suddenly, he looked questioningly towards Chen, as if trying to read his thoughts. The guy feverishly began to explore the information space, as if looking for hidden clues. Li Shutong concentratedly studied the materials that seemed critical to him at the moment, not paying attention to what was happening around him. Xiaoxiao sat down and began to whisper that the boy just wanted to get closer and get a chance to get along, pointing his hand at the hero sitting nearby. He continued to whisper, saying that he noticed how the young man was looking absent-mindedly at the reader, not understanding how to use it. It was true. The hero really mindlessly moved his finger across the screen without focusing on specific details. The boss briefly reprimanded Xiaoxiao, emphasizing the inadmissibility of interfering in other people's affairs and disregarding the desire of others to preserve their lives, which caused disappointment on the guard's face. Li Shutun advised to learn empathy and understanding of other people's circumstances, suggesting that in the place of the interlocutor, he would be even more impatient. 3 hours later, the monotonous silence was suddenly interrupted by a strange sound emanating from one of the tablets on the rack, attracting the attention of those present. The boss, his 2 guards, and the white cat purposefully moved towards the source of the strange noise, not paying attention to the guy. Their path ran past the main character, but they were not particularly interested in him, at least they did not show it. But Li Shutong's sudden question to Chen about the contents of the 3rd line on the previous page changed the atmosphere of what was happening. The hero instantly quoted the phrase, "When order turns to chaos, chaos must be used to maintain order and preserve the law." Tension grew when those present were surprised to note the guy's quick reaction to a question that was asked at random. Yawang asked the young man for a gadget. He willingly borrowed it, but asked to return it as quickly as possible. Having opened the previous page, the guard was convinced that the 3rd line actually contained exactly what Qing had quoted. Confusion gripped the prisoners, who could not believe what had happened, shouting and expressing their bewilderment. The main character remained calm, carefully observing the reactions of others and remaining an imperturbable participant in what was happening. Suddenly, his gaze met the cat's eyes, sparkling with an incomprehensible brilliance. The intrigue grew, but the man with a smile invited his comrades to go have a snack, after which they headed to the dining room. The guy understood that revealing his own abilities was fraught with risk, but represented the only chance to survive in a cruel prison environment, proving his usefulness. Li Shutong and Ye Wang secluded themselves in the empty dining room, exchanging rare glances. A stranger approached them and began to move the chair opposite the boss, intending to sit down, but he didn't even spare him a glance. It turned out to be a blonde man who jumped onto a chair with his feet up and announced his return with a smile. The second guard tried to call order, shouting about disrespect for the boss, but Xiaoxiao calmed him down, saying that there were no reprimands. Without being distracted from eating, the high-ranking interlocutor inquired about the presence of any results. Xiaoxiao said with a wide smile that this Xiangqi player was absolutely pure, which only increased his curiosity. The dossier revealed the story of a schoolboy from City 18, an orphan with a minimum sentence of 6 months for stealing a phone, an unprecedented case for a prison. The contradictions in Chen's case required investigation. The details of the phone purchase remained vague and suspicious. The blonde continued the story, carefully studying every reaction of the boss and waiting for his immediate comment. The surname Qing sounded meaningful, suggesting inner strength and hidden influence in the modern world. In the economic arena, 5 powerful corporations established a monopoly in almost all key areas, among which the Qing Corporation stood out. The rarity of this surname emphasized its exclusivity in business circles and public space. When meeting a man with the surname Qing, my inner instinct suggested an incredible connection to a powerful corporate structure. The boss and his subordinates knew about the corporation's plans to send Lu Guanyi here, and such information was easily tracked through secret communications. The blonde was perplexed why the corporation decided to send such an insignificant person and what the true purpose of this decision was. The blonde's partner expressed his opinion, which Xiaoxiao agreed with, remembering past observations of the mysterious agent. The newcomer quickly began to suppress the prisoners using superior mechanical prosthetics, turning the confrontation into a complex, multi-sided game. The intrigue lay in the unclear motives of the leadership of the Qing Corporation in sending Lu Guanyi to a correctional facility. The high-ranking person understood. Local leaders do not strive for global ambitions and have very limited claims. The mystery of the agent's appearance continued to bother the interlocutors until it suddenly became clear that he had arrived with a special mission to find a way for Chen. It doesn't matter what plans the corporation pursues. Qing Chen is in charge, Lu Guangyi is just an executor of minor assignments, the blonde decided. Xiaoxiao and his manager were thinking hard about the real purpose of the corporate agent's presence and its significance to the firm. The high-ranking official took a sip of tea and carefully placed the cup on the table, continuing to ponder the corporation's actions. The man suggested that the time had come to choose the next generation of shadow agents. Yewan took the suggestion he heard with bewilderment and slight wariness, frowning his eyebrows. The blonde employee literally shuddered at the thought of Chen's possible mission, seeing a deep hidden meaning in his appearance. A corporate consortium always has an official face and hidden power of influence. The head of the Qing family was considered the official representative, while the shadow represented latent power. The shadow specialized in illegal operations, possessing enormous authority in the underground world of the corporation. The shadow selection process was incredibly cruel, reminiscent of feeding poisonous creatures. The high-ranking official sighed heavily, realizing that the Qing Corporation was once again going to disrupt the existing order. A random passerby persistently looked back at the boss, which immediately alerted Yewan and made him turn around with a sharp, threatening expression on his face. The blonde continued to insist on the absolute purity of the newcomer's biography, as if wanting to erase the slightest trace of involvement in the corporation. The man pointedly hinted at some hidden secret, lightly stroking the dozing cat and hinting at a strange resemblance to an unknown character. The boss's interest in the main character grew into a clear instruction to his subordinate, to find out information about this person as deeply as possible. Xiaoxiao was sincerely surprised at the boss's loyalty to the representative of the Qing Corporation, to which he received a harsh answer about a simple desire to test the young man. Moreover, the head noted with a slight grin that the meeting with the envoy from the Qing Corporation was in itself of considerable interest. Xiaoxiao continued to sit tensely, feeling the subtle difference between the protagonist and ordinary people. The man decided to talk about his observation that every organization has its own informal archetypes, attentive like a tiger, vigilant like a hawk, fierce like a wolf. Each member has his own unique responsibilities that determine his place in the unspoken hierarchy. The blonde became interested, and he enthusiastically inquired about his role in this complex system. Instead of a heroic name, he heard an offensive nickname characterizing his inactivity. A sudden deafening scream broke the silence of the prison space, taking everyone by surprise, forcing them to turn towards the noise amid the general tense atmosphere. A heavy roar shook the room as one of the newcomers collapsed on the cold floor after a sharp electrical discharge. The dispassionate mechanical guard delivered another painful electric shock, politely directing the offender to take a strictly defined place. Experienced prisoners watched with a cynical grin, taking hidden pleasure from the humiliation of untrained recruits. The main character continued to move past his defeated comrade, involuntarily becoming the center of gazes and wary whispers. A massive, heavy hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, causing him to instantly tense up. Xiaoxiao grabbed him in a friendly manner and with a decisive movement dragged him along the huge line. His special position excluded the slightest possibility of standing around in humiliating prison columns. As he was leaving, the guy noticed an extremely calm guard, finally becoming convinced of the exclusivity of the three mysterious personalities. The blonde boldly tapped the cold metal hand of the mechanical guard, causing an instant wave of irritation. A small gesture indicating a new member of their company instantly changed the robot's facial expression. The prison guard, trying to make amends for his offense, showed extreme respect, inviting the guys to go forward. The faces of the prisoners were distorted with deep bewilderment when they noticed how the status of the mysterious newcomer among them had suddenly changed. An incredible picture unfolded before the amazed eyes. The hero was already sitting at the same table with the high-ranking Li Shutong, as if he had long been part of this closed world. Xiaoxiao hinted in a meaningful tone that a person who plays junkie with the boss himself is entitled to a very special treatment, regardless of the wretchedness of the prison food. The main character silently watched the important person, slowly touching his portion, carefully studying his every movement and gesture. As he began to eat, he noticed the approving gesture of passing Xiaolu, who, with an eloquent movement of his hand, emphasized his unexpectedly high position. Late evening 2040. A monotonous, almost mechanical voice persistently and endlessly demanded that all prisoners immediately return to their cells. The monotonous call echoed through the cold concrete corridors, causing the prisoners to slowly and obediently disperse, like shadows in a lifeless space. The young man headed to the dim restroom, turned on the water tap, and decided to freshen up, washing away the day's fatigue and the strange impressions of the past hours. Looking closely at his reflection in the cracked mirror, he reflected on the strange turn of events and the unexpected interest in him by the influential Li Shutong. Having turned off the water, the guy continued to stand motionless in front of the mirror, as if trying to understand the secret meaning of the metamorphoses happening to him, not noticing what was happening in the tap. A single drop, rolling down the cold ceramics, hit the wet surface dully, creating a ghostly melody. The monotonous sound of drip-drip plunged the young man into a strange borderline state, where reality intertwined with foggy memories. Suddenly, he found himself sitting in front of a cracked fireplace, intently examining an incomprehensible object hanging above him in the twilight. Warily listening to the quiet, mysterious sounds of tick-tick, the hero slowly looked around, feeling the growing tension of the unknown. Turning around, he saw a terrible picture of complete destruction. A broken frame with cracked glass, scattered bloody clothes, chilling disorder reigned everywhere. In the middle of the room lay a bloody teddy bear with an ominously stuck knife. Cold, sticky sweat appeared on the young man's face from the terrible picture he saw, which was more reminiscent of a nightmare than reality. Approaching the old cracked wall, he noticed a creepy detail. A mutilated toy was hanging from the ceiling on a thin, bloody rope. The guy understood that he was physically still in a prison cell, which meant that what was happening was just a strange dream that could not be gotten rid of. Continuing to explore the incomprehensible space, he became wary of a sudden loud knock that cut through the oppressive silence. A policeman with a government number introduced himself behind the door in an official tone, insistently demanding to immediately open and let in a representative of the law. The voice seemed painfully familiar, but the hero could not remember its source, as if some invisible barrier was blocking his memories. Having overcome internal doubts and fear, he decided to open the door, not understanding what awaited him beyond the threshold. With a deafening crash, the door swung open, revealing a strange policeman who seemed like an unreal vision. The law enforcement officer carefully and warily looked inside, while the hero carefully and cautiously examined his unusual silhouette. There were copious traces of red liquid running down the old wooden stairs, creating an eerie contrast with the white walls. Noticing the policeman's gaze, the young man also turned around to understand what had attracted the attention of his interlocutor. The guard ordered not to move and closed the door, slowly heading deeper into the house as if hunting for invisible prey. The policeman climbed carefully, following a winding, bloody path that led into the unknown. The hero remained standing near the closed door, feeling the growing internal tension. Suddenly, there was another persistent knock, and another policeman demanded to open it, calling exactly the same number. The main character pondered this strange situation in bewilderment. That policeman is upstairs, and who else is knocking? Behind the door, they persistently and demandingly asked to let the guard in. The voice sounded more and more threatening and insistent. The young man began to feverishly think about the identity of the real officer, trying to unravel the mystery hidden behind the strange events. Could the real cop be the one who went upstairs, or the stranger behind the door, or perhaps none of them at all? A mysterious voice persistently asked a rhetorical question, forcing the hero to strain all his mental faculties. The young man was plunged into a whirlpool of complex thoughts, but suddenly reached for a bloody knife sticking out of a mutilated teddy bear. Despite his best efforts, he could not reach the weapon, as if an invisible barrier was blocking his intentions. The blade gleamed ominously, but the hero could not understand the nature of the mysterious force that did not allow him to grab the knife. The only conclusion that the main character was able to formulate: someone intends to imprison him forever in this nightmare space. Voices around him insistently insisted that he needed to open the door immediately, filling the space with a growing echo. The counter on his hand continued to count down the time. His heart was pounding, and his blood was boiling with impatience and misunderstanding. The young man realized there was no other way out and redoubled his efforts, hoping to overcome the invisible obstacle. His incredible persistence had an effect. The magical barrier cracked like fragile glass, and the knife ended up in his hands. The rhetorical question hung in the air: open the door, but only after dealing with the one who is upstairs. With the fall of the mysterious barrier, the young man suddenly regained his lost memory. He realized that policeman was Lin Xiaoxiao, and what was happening was a nightmare specially created by this man. The policeman watched from above, deliberately testing the young man at the request of his boss, creating a complex psychological trap called the double poltergeist dilemma. Lin Xiaoxiao could not have imagined that this young man would go through all the horror with incredible calm and iron confidence. Not the slightest hint of fear, The hero was ready to fight with any resistance, which especially impressed the observer. The policeman's surprise grew. The 17-year-old teenager managed not only to maintain his composure, but also to overcome his mystical barrier on his own territory. Lin Xiaoxiao walked down the stairs, continuing to admire the young man's extraordinary abilities and remembering his boss's words. The main character coldly demanded an explanation, not remembering that he had previously harmed him. The policeman admitted that he wanted to test a person of particular interest to the boss, sadly realizing the futility of the test. Qingchen asked if what was happening was his special ability, to which he received an affirmative answer. The interlocutors exchanged remarks about each other's photographic memory and hidden talents. The hero thought about a strange world where mysticism and mechanics are intertwined, and about the possible connection of abilities with Li Shuton's imprisonment. Li Xiaoxiao carefully asked the young man about his involvement in the Qing Corporation, to which he asked in surprise about the existence of such an organization. The guy sensed the hidden subtext of the questions, demanding immediate explanations for the strange behavior of the robotic security. Looking at his interlocutor with slight irritation, he explained that the guards had no right to interfere, but insisted on receiving complete information to answer his question. The hero was told about the camera footage of his conversation with Lu Guanyi and the Qing Corporation's eager desire to establish contact with him as he leisurely approached the chair. Having quickly sat down, the young man sarcastically inquired about the meaning of the interrogation if his identity had already been practically confirmed. An inner voice suggested that the corporation clearly pursues hidden goals that go beyond simple identity verification. The blonde vaguely hinted at the possibility of joining their organization, provided the candidate was completely trustworthy. Xiaoxiao recalled that there are strict selection standards that must be met. The young man stated with unshakable confidence that since he had been checked, it means that he already fully meets the requirements. The interlocutor began to rise, hinting that their views differed significantly, and began to list what the boss had said about diversity in the group. Chen listened to the thoughts of shrewd hawks and warlike wolves, where each member has a unique purpose, gradually becoming irritated. Coming close to the sitting hero, the interlocutor almost mockingly offered to guess his role in the group hierarchy. The self-confidence immediately evaporated when Chen suggested that this was none other than the donkey of the group. A little confusion quickly gave way to a decisive gesture. A hand was put out near the interlocutor's head. An intense interrogation began about the corporation's plans and the young man's personal intentions in connection with the Lu Guanyi case. The hero calmly suggested turning to Lu Guanyi directly for information, internally preparing for his own investigation. The interlocutor's face distorted with barely restrained irritation against the arrogant and self-confident young man. The reality around began to lose color, plunging into a strange, almost hallucinatory atmosphere. It seemed as if the interlocutor was falling into an abyss, shouting in an insistent voice, promising an inevitable clarification of all the circumstances. From the subconscious came a vague instruction to rest and prepare for the morning game of Xiangqi with the boss. Suddenly, the hero found himself in a familiar room where water was dripping monotonously from the tap. The bright light blinded his eyes, forcing the half-asleep young man to instinctively cover his eyes. There was still a timer on his hand, counting down less than 21 hours until the decisive moment. In the morning, the official voice of the announcer was heard throughout the building, reading out the next announcement. In the dining room, the boss was already sitting surrounded by two subordinates, one of whom was reporting the results of yesterday's testing. It was reported with obvious admiration and chagrin about the incredible cruelty of the young test subject, who not only passed the test but was also willing to kill his opponents. Ye Wang warned his colleague against overusing the double poltergeist dilemma psychological test, which could break an ordinary person. The blonde continued to share with the attentively listening boss his impressions of the incredible willpower of the hero, who managed to get out of a sophisticated trap. He also sounded a warning about the potential danger of an unusual teenager who went beyond ordinary understanding. There was an eloquent pause, which the boss interrupted by moving a piece on the game board. The man sadly admitted that they had already lost many and urged them to think about more radical methods of struggle. The final remark sounded significant. Sometimes light gives way to fire in opposition to darkness. A mysterious melody began to be heard from the depths of the prison corridors, echoing in every corner of the gloomy room. The sounds of music reached the main character, who at that moment was leisurely putting on his shoes in his cell, deep in thought. He was perplexed. Why is there a strange song playing here? Is this really the future of the Earth that he has heard so much about? Overcoming yet another obstacle, he moved forward, passing the new guy who was shuddering from electrical discharges. Near the massive table where the boss sat, his assistant and a dozing cat sat comfortably, creating a contrast to the tense atmosphere. A friendly greeting hung in the air, but the main character only looked coldly, remembering the psychological trap that created the 2-hour nightmare. A high-ranking official admired the guy's extraordinary resilience, highlighting him among the many exhausted prisoners. The young man with a slight grin inquired about the possibility of obtaining abilities like the blonde, to which the boss only smiled meaningfully. Shuton directly said that his path was more suitable for Chen, causing outright amazement from the assistant standing next to him. The blonde exclaimed furiously when he heard that the path of Li Shuton himself was more suitable for some guy, and not for himself. The main character is deep in thought, trying to understand the identity and influence of this man in an unfamiliar world, understanding the danger of direct questions and the possibility of revealing secrets. The high-ranking gentleman openly admired the hero's talents, hinting that his assistants had not met him early enough. The informal meeting turned into a game of xiangqi, where the true pleasure of the game is meeting a worthy opponent, and winning by using one's official position has no meaning. The neighboring company closely watched the preparations for the game, while Li Shuton carefully inquired about the condition of the protagonist. Chen glanced at the man sitting attentively and calmly rejected the offer of rest, emphasizing the importance of the final stage of the chess battle. The player voiced his every move. The rook moved from 2 horizontally to 5, then to 7, and at a certain moment he proudly announced check. Li Shutong analyzed what was happening, understanding the elegance of his opponent's move, which used a subtle strategy to involve the general, creating an insurmountable network. The man took the piece and carefully moved it onto the game board, continuing to carefully observe what was happening. Having made his move, he still thought that the guy should rest, but he gradually realized that his initial assessment of the young player's abilities was wrong. The spectators watched in surprise what was happening, not believing in another victory. An active discussion began. The second victory seemed too courageous, but the hero understood that the defeat of Li Shutong would have serious consequences. Xiaolu watched the game with delight and even expressed a desire to learn, which caused bewilderment among his subordinates. The main character, tired of the gaze, looked around the crowd with his serious gaze, after which it instantly dispersed. Continuing to stand near the table, he asked permission to ask a question. The man smiled indulgently, considering this a reward for his recent victory. The guy inquired about playing the harmonica, but the blonde was surprised, believing that he was trying to take advantage of the situation. The dignitary enthusiastically explained that it was about music composed by the founder of their organization, who also wrote the lyrics. Having heard about the founder, the hero thought about his origin and the reliability of the assigned merits, involuntarily critically assessing the story about the creation of the organization. He delicately commented on the beauty of the song and asked Li Shutong to perform it in its entirety. The gentleman was surprised but agreed, noting that the lyrics of the song were only partially preserved. The singing that began instantly filled the entire space of the prison, and the listeners froze with their mouths open. Li Shutong explained that the line "parting with many troubles" was added by subsequent generations and was originally missing. Despite the closeness of the text, it seemed to the hero that something was missing, and he plunged into thought. He suggested replacing that line with "best friends went their separate ways." The high-ranking person repeated the new version, and something seemed to click in his mind. Thanking him happily, he confirmed that this was probably the original intention. Along the way, the interlocutor mentioned rumors about many lost songs of the creator. Chen succinctly inquired about the name of the second song, and the answer was canon. The boss added that only the name of the song is known, although the predecessors searched the ruins but never found the notes. Listening to all this, the hero assumed that it was Pachelbel's canon in D major. The young man understood the need for endurance and leisurely reflection, so he headed to the library, where he sat down at the table, casually dropping a remark to the person sitting next to him. Without turning around, he felt Xiaolu's piercing gaze, which literally pierced right through him. The guy was sure that Li Shutong already knew everything and did not object to their communication, and therefore calmly asked not to interfere with his presence for now. The interlocutor, not paying attention to the request, approached and began to talk about his tragic fate, mentioning that his father sold his kidneys to wealthy people, replacing them with bionic prostheses. The emotional story about the parents overwhelmed the speaker. The voice alternated between laughter and sobs, making the protagonist feel uncomfortable. The conversation gradually turned towards the desire to learn how to play xiangqi, which clearly did not interest the interlocutor. Xiaolu's entire team considered this game to be incredibly prestigious, believing that even a famous character like Li Shutong could not match Qing Chen's skill. The young man insisted that reputation could not be proven by playing several games in a board game, but this was to no avail. Xiaolu continued to admire the protagonist's abilities, communication skills, and potential for making connections in a prison environment. The interlocutor hinted at the strategic importance of information about the location of eastern Tibet, as well as about a possible inheritance that could stop debt obligations. Qing agreed to teach the blue-eyed guy Zhang Qi, but set a strict condition to immediately leave and not appear nearby for a long time. The deserted corridors were counting down the last 5 minutes until their return. The guy was sitting in his cell and carving his name on the floor with a sharp metal object. The past 2 days seemed like a surreal dream, filled with strangers and incredible revelations. There was a huge wound on the hand that he pinched, a bruise, the only proof of the reality of what was happening. Calmly settling down on the bed, he began counting down the last moments. Mentally counting the seconds, 5, 4, 3, the hero tensely waited for the inevitable changes. At the last second, reality cracked like fragile glass and shattered into tiny pieces, taking the guy with it. The hero found himself on the bed again, remembering the strange events of 2 days ago, when he was pulled into a parallel dimension. He clutched a knife in his hand, frozen in the same tense position in which he was before the incredible movement. Reaching for the phone, the hero discovered that time seemed to have frozen. The day before his journey was still shown on the screen. The young man's curiosity caused a strange time distortion. 2 days passed in one world and a split second on Earth, as if obeying the mysterious law of travelers between realities. The sudden thought of unchecked disappearances warmed his soul as he noticed a bruise on his arm, the result of his own pinch in that world. Looking at the second hand, the hero discovered a timer counting down the remaining 48 hours. A telephone call broke the silence of the room. A policeman announced the arrest of Chen's father for organizing gambling, demanding his son's personal presence to complete the paperwork. The young man listened carefully to the instructions, watching as the moonlight drew strange shadows on the floor of the room. The hero categorically refused to come to the station. Moreover, he demanded the maximum punishment for his father. Qing detailed the possible legal consequences: 10 to 15 additional days of imprisonment and a fine of 3,000 yuan. The policeman was surprised by the decisive tone of the interlocutor, who introduced himself not as a relative but only as a concerned citizen who reported the incident. Having come to his senses, he carefully placed the knife on the bedside table, calming the internal tension. Physical and emotional fatigue literally pressed him to the bed, causing him to fall from powerlessness. Checking his phone, he discovered that there were no messages from his mother, which increased his internal tension. The young man continued to lie, dreamily thinking about the possibility of returning to the old world ahead of schedule. In the morning, he transcribed the notes of the canon, but contemplated giving them to Li Shutong, aware of the risk of explaining their origin. Before the transfer, he still decided to find out the true value of the notes, while simultaneously walking to his place in the second class of the third group. Turning to his classmate, he tried to find out details about his absenteeism, which their teacher noticed, but Nan Gengchen looked back with fear. Tense anticipation hung between the desks, where the main character literally scanned every movement of his interlocutor, trying to catch the slightest hint of hidden information. An unnatural silence enveloped the space between them, where Nan sat looking lost and the hero leafed through the book, not seeing a single line behind his thoughts. A sudden burst of curiosity made the young man literally glare at his classmate, who raised his head and asked a question about what to do in an extraordinary situation. The instant numbness revealed the inner tension of the hero, who was afraid to hear what exact circumstances Nan was talking about. Having slightly controlled his emotions, he asked about the essence, but his slightly trembling voice betrayed pretense. Nan Gengchen vaguely hinted at something unusual, fixing his gaze on an invisible point. The police suddenly turned into the only salvation of the interlocutor, who with incomprehensible enthusiasm asked about acquaintances in law enforcement agencies. Qingchen calmly mentioned his father's arrest for organizing gambling, receiving a puzzled look. At the police station, the father of the protagonist was being interrogated, who was clearly annoyed by what was happening and constantly raised his voice, demonstrating outright aggression. The young man thought about the possible connection between Nan Gengchen's strangeness and the countdown timer, invisible to prying eyes. The guy's thoughts were unexpectedly interrupted by a group of classmates excitedly discussing the press conference of the American basketball player Jacob about mechanical civilization. The improbability of what was happening struck the young man. It turns out that outside their world there are people who are capable of experiencing inexplicable temporary movements between realities. Jacob was in the basketball gym where 2 videographers captured his momentous shot. The peculiarity of the moment was the basketball player's prosthetic left arm. Classmates carefully watched the press conference, where Jacob spoke about the sudden discovery of a mysterious countdown on his own hand. The athlete described in detail a parallel world with a mechanical civilization where familiar celestial bodies are present, the sun, earth, and moon, but the processes are radically different from the usual reality. He showed off his prosthetic arm to reporters, claiming that after traveling between worlds, he had literally replaced someone's personality and become a completely new being. The basketball player openly shared the incomprehensibility of the mechanism of movement, emphasizing the incredible flexibility and accuracy of his ability to repeatedly travel between realities. At the press conference, Jacob announced his intention to warn the public, showing how dangerous and unpredictable the parallel world is from which he was barely able to return. The guy understood the inconsistency of the situation. A public figure cannot hide the presence of mechanical limbs, which automatically attracts increased attention. The hero was aware of the technological superiority of the alternative reality and therefore understood that Jacob was choosing the most radical strategy of self-defense from possible research attacks. The young man perceived the basketball player's decision as a difficult, ambiguous step that evoked conflicting emotions and made him think about the athlete's deep motivations. Chen's thoughts concentrated on the mystery of Jacob's appearance, whether it was possible that the entry point was the opposite side of the ocean space. Qing analyzed the technical limitations of interdimensional travel, realizing that transporting things was only possible through the transformation of one's own body or virtual camouflage space. Messages quickly spread on the internet about the mysterious death of the head of an internet company and the discovery of a mechanical prosthesis similar to Jacob's device. Genshin thought with sincere curiosity about the potential of interworld travel and the possibility of ordinary people bringing something incredible from parallel realities. Excitement grew among classmates, whether travelers between worlds could already be unnoticed in their school space, hiding behind their usual appearance. Observing his friend's reaction, the young man carefully hinted at a strange conversation, but the interlocutor only slightly tilted his head, promising not to reveal all the secrets yet. A sincere smile flashed in Gengshen's eyes. He assured that he would never forget about Qingchen if he himself found himself in such an incredible situation. The guy just grinned, hinting that his friend would not forget about him when he gets rich, and mentally noted the sharp change in mood, from anxiety to the dream of becoming the main character. Qingchen sighed, noticing how his classmate was already immersed in his phone, mentally wishing him sincere happiness. The young dreamer feverishly thought about the possibility of transporting high-tech products from a parallel world, but the main character decisively stopped these naive fantasies. The interlocutor excitedly pointed out the existence of people with mechanical prostheses, promising, if he became rich, to treat his friend to a sumptuous dinner, almost whispering this in his ear. An experienced traveler warned his friend against excessive greed, reminding him of the hidden dangers that await interworld adventurers. Nan suddenly interrupted the pause with a question about the upcoming meal, without thinking at all about the warnings he had heard earlier. A classmate sitting in front spoke loudly and emotionally about the imperfection of the laws of interworld travel, surprised at the lack of progress. Genshin cautiously suggested that only talented individuals are able to overcome the insurmountable barriers between parallel worlds. Qing immersed himself in detailed video footage of mechanical prosthetics, meticulously analyzing every technical detail. Travelers were subject to strict restrictions, a 6-hour report before interworld travel and a 48-hour report after their safe return. Some travelers claimed that they did not cross worlds but discovered strange timers on their hands, forming a second group of explorers. A distinctive feature of the travelers was their age, young people ranging from 10 to 35 years old. Nan sarcastically criticized the prosthetics video, and his companion linked Gengshen's absence in the second group with the reaction to Jacob's statement. There were 2 scenarios for the development of events. The first assumed a fixed number of travelers, where the death of one automatically entailed the appearance of a new one. The second scenario implied a constant increase in the number of travelers with the prospect of a further increase in their number. The friends continued to watch videos of travelers in Los Angeles who could scale buildings with lightning speed using their supernatural powers. Nan, with subtle melancholy, dreamed of the appearance of such people in their school, harboring the hope of hearing the truth about the mysterious world. The main character, slowly moving along the school corridor, caught fragments of conversations about the legendary Jacob and his amazing strength. Something started to happen, and he felt different from other people. It had once seemed obvious to study hard and get into a good university, but now his path looked completely different. At this time, he was already approaching the teacher to find out if Huang Jixian was in class today. Having received information about the student's absence, the young man quickly formulated a plausible pretext, the need to return the borrowed item in order to find out where he lived. The teacher only knew that Huang lived in the central garden of Yinrun, but did not remember the exact place. Even this meager information pleased the young man. Xingchen admitted that Huang was psychologically damaged, perhaps even mentally insane. Entering the office in the middle of the lesson, he took his place while the teacher had already begun to explain a new topic. All the students listened to the teacher somehow absent-mindedly, as if they were somewhere far away. Teacher Tian Hailong joked, "It seems like I need the robotic arm so you can listen to my lectures in peace, right?" The lesson ended, and Nan picked up the phone again when suddenly there was a loud shout about He Xiaoxiao and his new strategy. It was about a top-level gamer who published a unique gaming strategy that caused a lot of discussion and speculation about a connection with a parallel world. The hero assumed that He Xiaoxiao was also one of the travelers, continuing to study the phone with a message about the impossibility of showing the video due to the unusual nature of the game. Some called the surrounding world external, as if there was a whole multi-layered reality. The world of that game had its own name, internal, alluring with its unknownness. The main character was new to this space, and information was literally leaking out in bits and pieces. For now, the mystery of obtaining the hidden orange martial arts remained unsolved. At the moment, 3 development paths are known: the use of self-transformation technologies in a hospital where mechanical limbs are expensive, or the sale of organs, which is not recommended. The second way is to join the Forbidden Inquisition and transform through injections, but no connection with this private organization has yet been found. The third route seemed the most promising: Prison Number 18, where you can find the legendary NPC named Li Shuten, who opens up incredible career horizons. Hearing this, Qingchen's eyes widened slightly, trying to comprehend what he had just learned. Thoughts rushed feverishly between worlds. Is a return possible? What transformations await the traveler? Li Shutong's reputation in the inner world was indeed high, the hero noted to himself as he listened to his classmates' comments about mechanical limbs and how to obtain them. The topic of parallel worlds captured the imagination of the school community, becoming increasingly discussed for a long time. Unexpected news burst in the afternoon like black lightning, instantly killing all previous enthusiasm. A young traveler known for his ability to travel between worlds was found dead in his apartment. Mechanical prosthetic legs disappeared without a trace, which horrified many. A wave of fear swept through the travelers, who impulsively revealed their identities. Those who returned with mechanical limbs now lived in constant anticipation of reprisal. The media immediately picked up the scandalous news, launching a wave of speculation about the possible replacement of travelers in order to penetrate into a parallel world. The chilling news chilled the frightened Nan Gengchen's mind, turning reality into a nightmarish thriller. The main character, carefully observing his friend's reaction, strongly recommended extreme caution when potentially crossing worlds and prudence after returning. Nan literally drooped, realizing that a ghostly chance to change his own destiny had suddenly turned into a nightmare thriller with an unpredictable ending. The tough conversation touched on the painful topic of father sacrifice when one of the interlocutors recalled someone's father who risked his life while another spent time at the card table. The caustic notes in the interlocutor's voice emphasized doubts about the nobility and honor of the opponent's family. The emotional response was made with deep sadness, where the guy defended his father's memory, claiming that he sacrificed himself by playing cards. The classmates' curiosity focused on the circumstances of the arrest, to which the young man, having calmed down, laconically told about his own decision to denounce, hoping for redemption and rethinking. The expression of the interlocutor transformed with lightning speed, turning from surprise to inspired and pleading, with a thirst for a similar denunciation of the parent. Chen methodically studied the information received from the gamer, which indicated the need to move to the second page of the detailed map. Like yellow autumn leaves, a huge amount of information swirled around him, which he tried to comprehend and systematize in his head. Having caught several leaves, he carefully examined their patterns until a sudden insight illuminated his consciousness. The travelers were distributed in more than 10 cities. He clenched his fist with leaves, clearly understanding that the distribution of travelers could be so concentrated that any random movement could upset the balance of the system. At 5:40 p.m., in the middle of the school break, Nan was mopping the floor when Qing rushed past him, making it clear that he had missed another class, which could have serious consequences. The main character was racing down the street, masterfully jumping over curbs in order to reduce the time as much as possible and get there as quickly as possible. At home, he changed his clothes with incredible speed, as if his life depended on it. And within a few minutes, he was confidently walking down the street, guided by the navigator on his phone and an inexplicable premonition. He was irresistibly intrigued by Huang Jixian's inner world, a mysterious universe that simultaneously beckoned and awed with its unpredictability. To speed up his movement, he periodically started running, then stopped abruptly as if listening to invisible signals from the surrounding space. Family scandals and social restrictions, which only yesterday seemed like insurmountable fetters, gradually began to melt away, opening up new horizons of freedom. Evening descended on the city, the stars slowly lit up in the darkening sky when Qing approached the entrance of the Yinrun residential complex. It was a fairly high-end apartment complex, and to get in or out, you had to swipe your card as the resident in front of you did. Unbridled curiosity pushed the guy to the back door of the complex. He persistently wanted to understand whether a special access card would be required here. But the picture he saw plunged him into real shock. Hysterical cries about prison and incomprehensible mechanisms tore apart the evening silence, creating an atmosphere of tension. Huang Jixian looked like a man who had completely lost touch with reality, so two unfamiliar men held him tightly. Qing instantly hid behind a tree, becoming an observer of a frightening scene, a person being stuffed into a car that could be taken anywhere. One of the strangers noticed the guy's silhouette, but it seemed to be a passing interest. At the same moment, the car drove away, leaving Chen standing, intensely digesting what he saw and trying to find a logical explanation for what was happening. The guy, looking carefully at the phone, wondered what it could be, another kidnapping of a traveler between parallel worlds or something completely different. Heading back, he passed places filled with people, where the bustle of the city absorbed the space around him, creating the illusion of everyday life. A strange premonition grew with every step, making him intuitively sense the invisible presence of a persistent pursuer. 5 blocks ago, he had noticed surveillance, and every moment now turned into a sophisticated game of strategy between hunter and prey. Stopping in the middle of the street, the young man masterfully played out the scenario of a telephone conversation, masking his wariness. The stranger overtook him, and the hero instinctively pulled his cap deeper, hiding his face from prying eyes. Once he was safe, Chen continued moving, blending into the rhythm of the city crowd. A dense crowd of people had gathered at the pedestrian crossing, impatiently waiting for the traffic light to turn green. The young man's attentive gaze caught the silhouette that he had already seen at the entrance to the residential complex. Too obvious a coincidence to be considered an accident. What kind of organization is this? So professional, so interested in travelers between worlds, the young man thought, closely watching the flashing numbers of the traffic light. He understood that he was part of, if not the second, then certainly the third wave of researchers, where every step could be the last. Returning to reality, the hero found himself in a whirlpool of city noise. People were shouting, fussing, and constantly communicating on the phone. Finally, the long-awaited green signal came on, and the stream of people rushed forward, obeying the unspoken rhythm of the metropolis. At the decisive moment, the main character suddenly turned around and walked in the opposite direction, using the chance to maneuver. The officer following him immediately reported to his partner about the object, which did not cross the road, but abruptly changed direction. The man who was confused turned around in fear, trying to see the missing suspect. However, his gaze came across an empty space. The object seemed to have disappeared into the city crowd. Realizing the shame of missed surveillance, the partners frantically searched for a student whose incredible abilities clearly exceeded their professional skills. During the search, they continuously discussed the naturalness of the object's behavior, even after that temporary stop for conversation. Slightly out of breath, the man stopped and started talking about his strange interest in an ordinary schoolboy in the midst of many important work tasks. The interlocutor explained that interest arose after observing object number 009 and his dive into the car, which was also observed by this guy and pointedly avoided the captain's direct gaze. Meanwhile, the young man, hiding at the bus stop, planned to sit there for half an hour to make sure there was no surveillance and go home. After checking his phone and discovering that the streamer was not online, he began to wonder about the number of mystical organizations that might be hunting him. Suddenly, a police car rushed past the stop with its flashing lights on, cutting through the city silence. The man with glasses watched with bated breath, trying to understand the essence. An anxious crowd gathered around, discussing the tragic story of domestic violence, the constant beating of a woman. The old man, listening carefully to the story, clarified the details. What happened this time in the ill-fated family? The story was shocking. The husband, returning drunk, attacked his wife, but the woman, who had survived years of humiliation, finally found the strength to resist many years of oppression. One lightning strike turned the aggressor into a helpless victim of his own cruelty, destroying a long-standing model of family terrorism. It was especially sad to watch a child who had to become an unwitting witness to a family tragedy. Qingchen approached the little girl who was sitting on the floor near the door, looking down and embodying childish grief. Feeling the presence of a familiar person, ready to protect her from the cruelty of the world around her, she raised her tear-stained eyes and quietly whispered, "Brother." The girl literally fell into her arms, continuing to sob. Over the course of 2 years, he more than once witnessed these hugs between mother and daughter, filled with pain, despair, but also with unquenchable hope for a better future. The little girl's name is Lee Tong-yoon, who took refuge in the main character's house every time her parents plunged into another scandal. He clearly remembered the first time he cooked her fried rice with fragrant soy sauce. Mentally celebrating justice, the guy continued to hug the girl, knowing that the cruel husband had finally received what he deserved for his violence. Pulling back a little, she raised her tear-stained eyes and whispered, "Brother, Mom told me to stay with you. I knocked, but you weren't at home." The hero leaned over with a slight smile and sympathetically asked the girl about her condition, offering to prepare hot fried rice if she had not eaten yet. A sudden, inexplicable premonition of danger alerted the young man when he was about to enter the apartment. Having crossed the threshold and carefully leading the girl in, he quickly locked the heavy door with a key, acting with extreme caution. The sharpness of his actions clearly frightened the girl, who watched in bewilderment as the guy closed the curtains. Noticing her fear, he turned around with a reassuring smile and said, "It's okay, just be quiet." The police car continued to park outside the window, creating a tense atmosphere. The hero carefully pulled back the edge of the curtain, carefully observing what was happening outside and expecting possible changes. And indeed, soon a car pulled up and people in dark uniforms got out. These were the same people in SUVs that he had previously seen in Central Park. They appeared incredibly quickly. One of the pursuers began to look around warily, as if sensing an invisible threat. His attention was drawn to a curtained window on the first floor, which did not move at all and did not show any activity. The partner, noticing the strange behavior, asked about the reasons, to which he received a vague answer about nervousness and a vague feeling of being watched. The main character continued observation, realizing that the disappearance of the girl's mother could lead to serious complications. The father was in the hospital, the mother was taken away by a mysterious organization. There was only one way out: to improvise. The girl watched her brother's every move with hidden fear, trying not to make any sounds. She was especially surprised when he leaned his ear against the door and began to listen carefully. A few minutes of absolute silence, no sounds of struggle or resistance. Returning to the window, he saw how the uninvited guests were leaving empty-handed, which absolutely did not fit into his logic of hunting for travelers. Suddenly, they began to knock persistently on the door of the apartment, but this did not cause fear in either Chen or Lee Tong-yoon. The main character opened the front door with a creak and greeted a woman with iron hands with a smile. It was Lee Tong-yoon's beaten mother, who apologized for causing trouble. The woman demonstratively ran her prosthetic hand through her hair, involuntarily attracting the young man's attention. The guy calmed her down, saying that he planned to cook rice for the girl since she was not causing any inconvenience at all. The mother asked her daughter to be obedient and not create problems for the young man by persistently trying to take the child home. The girl objected that she was very hungry, and given the destruction of the house, there was nothing to eat there, to which the hero invited everyone to dine with him. The mother was wary. Although this guy had helped them before, he had never shown such initiative. Chen, showing sincere interest in the interlocutor, extended his hand in greeting and asked her name. The woman, who identified herself as Jiang Shui, maintained a wary posture as Qing walked into the apartment with the intention of asking about the inner world. The little daughter, not sharing her mother's anxiety, grabbed her tense hand and pulled her deeper into the room with childish spontaneity. Jiang, softened by her daughter's behavior, apologized for her wariness and expressed her readiness to talk at any convenient time. The guest's gaze filled with compassion at the thought of the survival of such a fragile creature in the cruel inner world. The luxurious table set by the young man caused genuine amazement and delight in the little girl. The child greedily pounced on the treats, simultaneously filling his mother's plate with choice pieces. The young man, without interrupting the meal with words, watched with interest the family scene taking place in front of him. The young man began a serious conversation about the police, to which the woman spoke about the help of neighbors in explaining the situation and mitigating the sentence due to the presence of a daughter. Jiang Zhue spoke about a visit from 2 strangers who took photographs of her documents and asked her not to leave the city without explaining the reasons for their interest. Chen, chewing rice, noted to himself that the pursuers of the travelers had official documents, which gave the situation a more serious turn. The young man's gaze settled on the mechanical prosthetic hands of his interlocutor, and he carefully inquired about her role in the inner world. The story of the mechanical hospital in City 18 and the mysterious appearance of prosthetics after returning from another world made Chen wary. The woman's story about the famous top-level federal prison on the outskirts of the City 18 attracted special attention from her interlocutor. Hearing the mention of the Federation, the guy warily began asking Aunt Jiangxue for additional details. The woman's memories of her 2 days there turned out to be blurry and uninformative. The little girl's curiosity about the name of her mother's hospital caused surprise among those present, but she heard in response Jiangxue Mechanical Hospital. The daughter's calm tone, saying that it was just interest and a return to food, created a moment of thoughtful silence. The woman warned the curious Chen about the dangers of the inner world, mentioning security only for members of certain corporations, Li, Chen, Qing, Kashimiro, and Kashima. The young man continued his meal, skillfully hiding his reaction to the warning he had heard. After eating, the woman began to clear the table, wiping it with a clean napkin. Helping to collect the dirty dishes, Chen began to simultaneously ask about Jiangshue's future plans. The woman turned away abruptly and announced her intention to take her daughter and live at her grandmother's house in Zheng City for a while, planning to leave tomorrow. Additionally, she mentioned plans to return to meet Xiaoyun with her father. Aware of the difficulties in obtaining tickets to the popular city of Zheng, Chen suggested purchasing them immediately. An attempt to issue tickets turned into an unpleasant surprise, causing shock to the woman. This turned out to be more than a simple warning. She was actually banned from leaving the city, ruining the family's plans to escape. Jiangxue tried unsuccessfully to buy a train ticket, suffering one failure after another, and yet decided to start washing the dishes while the young man diligently swept the floor. The guy mentally analyzed the powerful organization, realizing that they probably had influential connections in the highest echelons of power, and decided not to reveal himself yet. Having completed the cleaning, he sat down next to the girl, who was enthusiastically watching a cartoon, and noticed her curious gaze, full of a silent question about the reasons for his close attention to his mother. The childish curiosity of the girl, who was trying to hint at a possible rapprochement, only caused Chen to have a bewildered expression on his face and a desire to stop speculation about a non-existent relationship. The woman, entering the room, found several dirty things and decided to wash them, demonstrating the selected items. She caringly reminded the young man of possible everyday difficulties after his parents' divorce and offered her help with the laundry. Qingchen wanted to object, but the woman, gently holding her daughter's hand, was already heading towards the exit, simultaneously reminding her of the need to repeat her lessons. Taken by surprise, he only heard the dull thud of the door closing, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Thoughtfully fingering the phone in his hands, the guy plunged into deep thoughts about the events taking place. Classmates continued to discuss events related to the travelers, and the story of Jiang Shui became the main topic of conversation for the residents of Luo City. The young man again cast an absent-minded glance at the phone, waiting in vain for any news. As soon as I thought about it, the phone suddenly enlivened the silence with a sudden call from my mother. She said that she sent her father money for living expenses, but her youngest son fell ill, which is why she will not be able to come for the weekend. Advising her son to go to bed early so as not to fall behind in his studies, she received his upset consent. Having finished the conversation, he felt a strange bitterness. His mother seemed to have completely forgotten about his previous absenteeism. Qing casually threw the phone on the bed, trying to collect scattered thoughts into a single picture. After sitting for a while, he fell onto the bed, realizing that nothing mattered now. The morning clock showed 7:20, and the countdown insistently said 20:40:00. Looking at the balcony, he found washed clothes neatly hung, surprised by Aunt Jiang's hard work. The woman looked out the window and invited him to go up and have breakfast with rice porridge, picking up clean clothes at the same time. The young man politely refused, sincerely surprised by the rare manifestation of such warmth addressed to him. After changing, he headed to school, eating a delicious, crunchy candy bar along the way. The grounds of the foreign language school were buzzing with the energy of young students running in all directions. With a sudden movement, he grabbed the wrist of a classmate who was running past, who clearly did not expect this. Nan, scared, did not appreciate the joke about high-tech nanosocks, since there was a mysterious traveler from a parallel class in the office. The young man asked with interest about the appearance of the traveler at their school, having learned that he had been hiding this information all day, but in the evening he could not resist and told everything to his friends. The strange concentration of travelers in one school forced him to mentally make complex calculations. More than 20,000 students, 4 famous travelers in one institution. The Qing began to make complex assumptions about the possible spread of travelers across the country, unwittingly calculating the potential scale of the phenomenon. Internal anxiety grew along with the whispers of students watching the mysterious detention of a classmate by the school director. Heading together to that office, classmates saw the director, head teacher, and teachers along the way, sadly realizing that they had probably already detained that guy. Agents of a secret organization could suddenly invade the school space, threatening Aunt Jiangshue's freedom of movement and instilling uncontrollable fear in the hero's soul. Nan, who was sitting next to him, burst into a deafening scream, notifying everyone of Xiaoxiao's new strategy, which needed to be reviewed immediately. The read text contained an apologetic greeting, revealing the reasons for the lack of video content yesterday and the intrigue of what was happening. Today's strategy was a profound addition to the inner world, revealing the intricacies of confronting the powerful shadow of the Qing Corporation. This corporation occupied an unshakable position among the 5 largest companies in parallel reality, inspiring silent awe among the initiates. The mysterious figure of the shadow personified absolute power in the behind-the-scenes space of the shadow world, where every movement was filled with sacred meaning. The ancient Qing clan sacredly preserved the 1,000-year tradition of choosing the shadow, turning this process into an exciting competition of outstanding heirs. The choice of a new shadow could excite the entire inner world, turning political intrigue into a truly exciting action. At the moment, there are 8 candidates with unique talents, each of whom claimed this honorable place. However, there was another mysterious contender whose identity remained an absolute mystery to everyone. The young man continued to study the information on his phone, gradually realizing the true reason for his appearance in prison number 18. The countdown was inexorably approaching the 062000 mark, and the excitement on his classmate's face became more and more obvious. Qingchen understood that if his comrade ended up in prison, he was ready to help, regardless of the risk of being discovered. Warnings about the unsafe transition between worlds sounded more and more insistently, forcing Nan Gengchen to be extremely careful. The protagonist's inner intuition suggested that his friend's silence concealed something more than simple prudence. Upon returning home, the worried Aunt Jiang paid a visit to the young man. Shu's arrival became a turning point in the guy's measured life, reminding him that the countdown would soon end. The female traveler spoke candidly about the dangers of the inner world, where human life is valued extremely little, and shared fears about the uncertainty of a safe return. She continued speaking to express the main purpose of the visit, to take care of Xiaoyun if she did not return the next day. Qingchen tried his best to support his auntie, assuring her that she would be fine, but the sadness on her face remained, because she knew that the guy did not understand all the dangers of that world to give such consolations. She briefly said that without experience in difficult situations, human life loses its value, and tears began to slowly flow down her cheeks. The woman managed to agree to look after her daughter for a short time because her grandmother was supposed to arrive from Zheng City tomorrow. She offered to leave the key to her house with him so that, if necessary, it would be convenient to open the door. Leaving the key in the palm of her interlocutor, as a symbol of the trust shown, she began to carefully close the door, giving this moment special meaning. The guy looked closely at the key, realizing that for the first time, such a responsible assignment was entrusted to him. The countdown showed 10 minutes, and the young man had already begun to prepare for the upcoming event, placing the flash drive on his tongue. He spent the remaining 5 seconds pressing on the already bruised area. Until the last moment, the hero maintained his previous position on the bed, waiting to be moved as the first time, immersed in his thoughts. Chen was already prepared for reality to shatter like glass when the countdown time expired. A blinding light filled the familiar room, causing the young man to instinctively cover his eyes with his palm while his vision adjusted to the brightness. A happy smile appeared on his face because he again got to where he wanted, and all the previous efforts and the sympathy Li Shutong received were not in vain. Sitting up on the bed, he thought that his position in this strategy is not important because, as He Xiaoxiao argued, he is the key figure here. The memorized notes of the canon could be useful, although most travelers are still confused and do not know how to get what they need from this world. Taking out a flash drive covered in saliva from his mouth, Chen realized that if you can carry things in your body, you will be able to cross the border between worlds. The slight pain from the bruise reminded him of the outside world, confirming the safety of the physical shell when crossing the dimensional boundary. A methodical plan for studying the mechanism of transitions was formed in his head, mixed with an unexpected longing for a noise that he had not heard for 2 days. The guy was interested in time restrictions, whether the duration of the countdown in 2 days would change and whether it would increase or decrease in the future. 2 prisoners walked past the young man, talking to each other, when the door swung wide open. Approaching the railing to view the dining room, the young man noticed the greeting gesture of the blonde guy below. Everyone who passed by noticed this gesture and opened their mouths in surprise, experiencing a mixture of envy and bewilderment. The young man looked around and noticed a crowd of people behind him with the same surprised faces, which gave him a feeling of superiority. Continuing his way, Chen made a casual hand gesture over his shoulder, calling on the crowd to part, but everyone interpreted this in their own way, taking his actions as a greeting. Thoughts about the second group of travelers and the need to remain incognito swarmed in my head as my gaze slid along the floors. Noticing the strange movement, he saw how the new student from the parallel class, Liu Dezhu, was surrounded by prisoners, but Qing was aware of the impossibility of intervening due to the risk of being recognized. The excited cries of experienced prisoners spoke of anticipation of fun, while for newcomers it caused fear. Shaolu's mocking greeting echoed throughout the prison premises. "Welcome to prison number 18. Lu Guangyi, whom the young man had previously only considered annoying, now suddenly gave him warm feelings as he observed his behavior. Hearing this greeting, the newcomer immediately turned pale with fear, barely repeating to himself the words about the 18th prison. Trying not to attract attention, the student turned to a passing prisoner with a question where he could find Li Shuten. The unfriendly-looking prisoner suddenly pointed down with his hand, announcing that the desired person was sitting at the far table below. The recent arrival's expression showed complex emotions as he realized that he, Xiaoxiao, really wasn't lying. Observing the high-ranking figure closely, he noted that Li Shutong's character reminded him of the boss. As usual, next to the high-ranking personality were his two assistants and a white cat who were sitting playing xiangqi. A roar that came nearby distracted the blonde's attention, causing him to turn in surprise at the source of the noise. It was a new guy running away from a group of prisoners and desperately shouting that he was looking for Li Shutong. His scream was cut off when he suddenly received a strong click from the blonde, who blocked his way with lightning-fast reactions. With an expression of slight irritation, Xiaoxiao loudly stated that the newcomers become increasingly strange if they look for his boss from the doorstep. Liu Dezhu desperately grabbed Xiaoxiao's leg, shouting that he was one of us and had arrived on an important mission, but a crowd of mocking prisoners was already lined up behind him. The blonde looked at the stranger in bewilderment, not understanding who he was if he was not in the organization and where all this strange talk about a conspiracy came from. The newcomer's inappropriate behavior infuriated Xiaoxiao, and he hit him to force him to remove his hands, while the crowd mockingly waited for him to continue. Falling to his knees, Liu Dezhu began to scream even louder, begging for a meeting with Li Shutong, claiming that he had come for a promotion mission. The boss continued to sit calmly at his desk, not showing the slightest interest in what was happening around him. Realizing that the leader would not interfere, the prisoners behind the newcomer began to prepare for brutal reprisals. The blonde waved his hand, lazily saying that this was just another eccentric who decided to invent a mission for himself. Taking this as a signal, the crowd attacked Liu Dezhu, roughly grabbing his clothes and pushing him in different directions as if he were a toy. Finding himself on the floor and being beaten, the new guy began to realize that this place was completely unsuitable for his promotion mission. His desperate cries of "Let me go" only caught the attention of the blonde, who turned to take another look at what was happening. Liu Dezhu, in desperation to defend himself, bit one of the attackers, broke free of the grip and began to run in chaotic fear, not making out the way. In a panic, he ran to the iron door number 4, desperately knocking on it with his hands and screaming for help, hoping that someone would open it for him. Despite his screams, the door did not open, and the crowd of pursuers was already approaching with loud, threatening laughter. The laughter became louder and clearer, causing Liu Dezhu a feeling of hopelessness and fear of inevitable punishment because he should not expect mercy from these people. Suddenly, a robot intervened in what was happening, appearing in the path of the pursuers, which brought a new round of tension. Turning around, the robot pointed the camera directly at the newcomer's face and laughed mockingly, bringing him to a hysterical scream. These sounds were heard several floors up, attracting the attention of the protagonist, who wondered if his classmate was really that stupid. The blonde, returning to Li Shuten's table, thoughtfully asked if he had noticed that lately everything was happening somehow strangely. The boss agreed calmly, noting that there was something unusual about recent events, as if everything was not going according to plan. Xiaoxiao reached out to pet the cat when it suddenly opened its eyes and glared at him with a terrifying look. He immediately removed his hand, trying not to show fear, and moved the conversation, clarifying why Qing Chen was not seen in the dining room today. Meanwhile, the prisoners crowded around Liu Dezhu, watching cheerfully as the guards led him away, mocking his desperate cries. The main character, passing by, abruptly turned to Xiaolu with instructions after the meal to check all the new arrivals, collecting information about their identity and origin. He reflected that only locals could clearly explain their status, while travelers would likely be confused about the details. Going down to the dining room, the young man took food and continued to think that, most likely, his classmate Nangengchen had not yet crossed the border of this world. Lu Guanyi had already begun to follow the instructions, meeting the young man as if by chance and quietly whispering that no new arrivals had appeared yet. Qingchen carefully approached Li Shutong's desk, placing his hands so that they creaked lightly on the surface, attracting his attention. Sitting down opposite him, he asked if the boss was going to play Shanqi again, but heard that he had to think about recent events. The chief also mentioned the uninvited guest, his tone changed, and his face acquired a serious expression, hinting at something important. The cat calmly moved into his owner's arms while the protagonist cautiously asked a question, mentioning the recent commotion downstairs and wondering what happened there. The young man thought that the one whom Li Shutong called an intruder was clearly not an ordinary person and decided not to interfere with something that he could not control yet. The boss, frowning slightly, briefly replied that he himself did not know what it was, adding that the situation seemed strange. The hero assumed that Liu Dezhu, having read He Xiaoxiao's manual, mistakenly perceived it as instructions for the game NPC, thereby causing such a reaction. During the conversation, the guy's gaze lingered on the transparent fabric of his sweater, through which he could see, on his counter, there were 37 hours left until his return. An unexpectedly loud sound, like the grinding of metal, made everyone in the room turn towards the gate. As the gates rose, the legs of a giant prisoner appeared, causing fearful exclamations to be heard among the prisoners. Through the open passage, accompanied by robots, a huge prisoner emerged, whose presence literally weighed on everyone. As he moved forward slowly, he was closely watched by drones and robots, silently recording his every movement. This figure seemed to embody fear itself. Its size and confidence hypnotized those around him. The main character glanced at the scene, realizing that this was the first time he had seen a single prisoner being escorted by security forces during the day. Before this, he believed that Ye Wang was one of the most dangerous in the prison, but this man was superior to him in many ways. The heavy chains on his legs did not prevent him from moving forward with frightening confidence, as if he was accustomed to restrictions. Suddenly, he reached out and effortlessly grabbed one of the prisoners by the face, easily lifting him high above his head. While holding the victim, he sternly asked where Li Shutong was, not paying attention to the general confusion of those around him. Ye Wang and Lin Xiaoxiao instantly stood in front of the boss's desk, taking a defensive stance and closely monitoring the situation. The stranger, noticing their determination, threw his victim aside and confidently walked forward towards his goal. Li Shutong stood up calmly, glancing at the approaching prisoner, and made it clear that it was Guo Huchan, a figure known for his actions. Getting up from the table, Li Shutong carefully transferred the cat to his other hand, instructing the assistants to stay behind with the main character to ensure his safety. Ye Wang cast a dissatisfied glance at the young man, realizing that he and Lin Xiaoxiao had clearly underestimated his importance in the eyes of the boss. The huge prisoner, continuing to walk with terrifying confidence, focused all his attention on approaching his goal. Watching all this, Xiaolu realized his boss's rather cunning plan, not to specifically look for evidence, but simply play Shanqi and read books with Li Shutong while waiting for Guo Huchan's arrival. The giant stopped, loudly declaring that he did not intend to beat around the bush, and demanded to know the location of the forbidden item ACE-005. Realizing the importance of the moment, Li Shutong lightly patted the cat on the back, waking him up a little, and gently lowered him to the floor to free his hands. The boss calmly quoted the unspoken rule of the relationship between the parties, emphasizing the importance of politeness in communication. The guest explained his intentions, emphasizing the similarity of goals between the knights and his team, insisting on mutual understanding and the need for cooperation. Shuten asked with interest about the reasons for breaking into the 18th prison, listening carefully to the strange rumors about the Chen Consortium and the incredible terms of the agreement. The high-ranking person easily brushed aside the intrusive rumors, smiling contemptuously and categorically denying any connection with the Chen clan. The main character listened carefully to the conversation because he had already heard something similar from He Xiaoxiao, so he was thinking about the mysterious Inquisition and the possible connection of the forbidden item with the task in the Battle of Shadows. The guest was clearly angry when he heard his interlocutor's evasive answer. His body tensed and his gaze became threatening and cold. The high-ranking person remained adamantly silent, hinting at knowledge but pointedly refusing to reveal any details. The man, losing his composure, began to advance with increasing fury, his steps thundering with a threatening echo, instilling incredible terror in the prisoners. In a moment of extreme tension, the drones suddenly turned on, emitting a shrill warning signal, ending the impending confrontation. the drones persistently broadcast a warning while his interlocutor casually commented on the situation, showing interest in the object ACE-005, which he himself possessed. The metal storm struck with lightning speed, allowing Guo Huchan to quickly level up and no longer loom with his huge body over Li Shutong. 72 metal storms, of which 36 were already in motion, forced the guy to instinctively step back. Li Shutong's phrase further inflamed the anger of his interlocutor, who, with the last remnants of his strength, rushed forward, aiming to capture the boss. The attacker's impulse was interrupted by an invisible barrier that prevented the hand from reaching the desired target. The metal storm, initiated by the security service, struck everyone present, sparing no one. 36 storms released rubber bullets for suppression, while the other 36 provided lethal weapons, creating a dense killing rain. Despite the attack, Guo Huchan again tried to reach Li Shutong, but his faithful assistant immediately reacted and created a protective dome. His actions were exceptionally timely, demonstrating the response of a seasoned professional at a critical moment in the confrontation. Li Shutong legendarily stopped the blow with 2 fingers, meeting the attacker with a look full of indescribable surprise. A huge yellow dome, shimmering with a mystical light, protected those present, leaving them unharmed among the fallen others. The protective field gradually dissipated as security fire ceased. Looking around, the high-ranking personality suddenly focused her attention on one object that struck her astonishment. The main character sat extremely calmly, being in the only blind spot of all firing trajectories. The only shooting blind spot that existed in the 18th prison. This Qingchen's temperament and abilities surpassed those of all his peers, causing the boss to reflect on his exceptionality. An inner voice whispered about finding the ideal successor, while the boss masterfully repelled the attack, once again proving the superiority of his skills. The giant was thrown back several meters, and this blow was accompanied by a loud cough that was heard in the silence. The defeated opponent realized that during the entire battle he had not been able to cause significant harm to his opponent, only a barely noticeable swaying of his clothes. Guo Huchan thought seriously about the legend for the first time. Is it possible that Li Shutong is really a demigod? The gap between them seemed insurmountable. Li Shutong looked at Guo Huchan with a piercing gaze, filled with cold calm and superiority, silently asking for the continuation of the confrontation. The guest rose majestically, heading towards the exit, casually throwing out a significant threat about the inevitability of the search for a forbidden item. The high-ranking person released the enemy, which plunged the main character into deep bewilderment. The sudden change in tactics looked completely unnatural. Baldi moved away, harboring an insidious plan to constantly monitor Li Shutong, hoping to intercept the slightest random information. The boss sat down at the table opposite the guy, carefully studying the finest details of his incredible strategic position. The young man modestly admitted to the limitations of his computing abilities, hinting at the randomness of the ideal location. The interlocutor sarcastically pointed out the insufficiency of simple guesses, glaring piercingly at his interlocutor. Chen very succinctly explained the mathematical precision of his calculations, identifying 4 points in the boss's daily presence where other options do not matter. The bald prisoner sat in deep meditation, with his back to everyone, ignoring the irritated looks of the prisoners forced to clean up the consequences of his confrontation. Celestials fight, and mere mortals pay for their ambitions. A throne replica hangs in the air along with a thrown rubber bullet. The blond man approached Guo Huchan with ostentatious friendliness, hinting at his dubious reputation as a protector and lack of compassion. The short answer came without the slightest hint of emotion. There were no innocents among those present, which finally put an end to the useless dialogue. An irritated accusation of hypocrisy came out of Lin Shaoxiao's tongue, but the meditator did not even move, only quoting his own life principle. The prisoner continued his meditation, internally burning from the red-hot pain from the battle and accumulated emotions. Approaching the table, the blonde met Yewan's gaze as if giving a silent signal to carry out the plan. The familiar yellow dome of protection once again spread over them, becoming the last bastion of safety. Xiaoxiao winked meaningfully, promising complete confidentiality of the conversation, his gaze literally burning through the main character. The boss directly inquired about the morning's events with Lu Guanyi, where he interrogated people during the welcoming ceremony, whether it was Chen's order. Having received an affirmative answer, the boss narrowed his eyes, continuing to methodically learn the details, persistently finding out the true reason for such strange interrogations. The answer sounded extremely serious, the desire to see forces capable of resisting him, while the inner voice was feverishly looking for a worthy justification for its actions. The young man's frankness impressed the boss, but he immediately noticed a barely hidden mockery of the newcomers, which he did not even try to hide. The guy's integrity was ironclad. If he cannot protect himself, he will not help others, calmly watching as those around him die. Harsh life long ago taught Qingchen merciless selfishness, which became the only survival mechanism that left no room for doubt and hesitation. The assistants listened attentively to the conversation, but a sudden movement in the periphery of their vision caused the blonde to turn around warily. The bald prisoner, balancing on 2 fingers, moved slowly, creating the illusion of immobility. The huge figure seemed completely unaware of the obviousness of his actions, continuing to stubbornly approach the invisible perimeter of the conversation. Trying to catch at least a fragment of information, he continued to move until he suddenly realized that both subordinates had noticed his maneuver. Immediately assessing the situation, the prisoner also quickly began to retreat, using the same fingers to move. The boss casually announced the end of the meeting, regretting the missed opportunity to play Shanki, and the dome gradually began to dissolve. The exhausted prisoners, having received painful electrical shocks from the robots, slowly came to their senses, gathering their remaining strength to continue cleaning. Xiao crouched down next to the man, throwing out a phrase that sounded both a warning and a hint of the existing unspoken agreement between their forces. A threat escaped the lips of the bold prisoner, thrown into the face of his interlocutor, who looked at his shiny crown in amazement. Lunchtime came, and the main character slowly began to fill his plate with synthetic food. The prison food, despite its artificial origin, surprisingly resembled real meat, which was much more pleasant than his daily diet, pressed cookies. Sitting at the table and devouring another portion, he suddenly felt an inexplicable insight. The realization that a quarter of the cameras were pointed specifically at him caused internal tension. Had his ability to find the blind spot of the shooting attracted someone's close attention? Lin Xiaoxiao came up with news from the boss. The cook was ordered to replace synthetics with real meat and in any quantity. The caustic look of the interlocutor and his mysterious phrase that everything would soon become clear, but not necessarily good, plunged the young man into slight confusion. Returning to the cell, the guy immediately went to the restroom, hastily rinsing his mouth, as if washing away more than just the taste of food. Fatigue was literally imprinted on his face. Huge bruises under his eyes screamed about the trials he had endured. Lying down on the bed, he felt a strange premonition that he had already felt, but was impossible to explain in simple words. Closing his eyes in the vain hope of rest, the young man plunged into an alarming half-oblivion. Opening his eyes, Qingchen materialized as a desert mirage next to the sitting guy, destroying the line between reality and hallucination. The strangers showed all the signs of critical dehydration. Their bodies were on the verge of complete exhaustion. With a lightning-quick movement, the hero took off his backpack from his shoulders, taking out his last hope, a bottle of water. The stranger fell to his knees, pleadingly asking for a breath of life, insisting on calling any price for salvation. The death of his companions loomed over them, and his voice sounded urgent as he continued to watch what was happening. Chen knew that he would first make the person next to him thirsty before he started discussing the price. The blonde, parched with thirst, screamed in rage, asking if there was still a drop of humanity left in his interlocutor. The coming night enveloped them in the faint light of the fire, behind which Qingchen calmly explained that from the very beginning he was aware of what was happening as a dream trap, so he did not feel any compassion for him. The blonde watched with interest as the young man drank the water, wondering why he had walked into the trap when he could have just held on for 5 minutes and rid himself of the sleep demon's influence. The hero calmly wiped the water from his lips, explaining that he came here because he thought that his interlocutor had something important that he wanted to share. The main character noticed the mysterious gaze fixed on him and calmly asked what he intended to check this time. The boss originally planned to use the nightmare as a tool to develop humanity through deep suffering, but now that Chen easily resists demonic visions, this method loses all meaning. The main character involuntarily winced, realizing that the scene in the desert clearly looked like special training from a teacher and not an ordinary test. The blonde continued to hint at the uncertainty of the status of Li Shuten, who so far only admired the young man, not daring to make him a full student. Chen succinctly parried the hint of envy, which immediately stunned his interlocutor with its unexpected harshness. Lin could not restrain himself and admitted to open envy, emphasizing the impossibility of becoming the boss's disciple due to failing the initial test. Xiaoxiao continued to retell the words of the high-ranking person about the hidden potential of Qingchen, which would have to be revealed through cruel trials. The path of cultivation was presented as a merciless journey through suffering, where the main character stood out for his boundless courage to survive despite the circumstances, in contrast to the limited helpers. The young man plunged into deep thoughts about the nature of the existence of his interlocutor's boss, intuitively grasping the fine line between the worlds and the possibilities of supernatural life extension. Hearing the answer of 52 years, he was surprised at the discrepancy between Li Shutong's stated age and appearance. The blonde laughed, hinting at the boss's potential immortality, recounting his childhood memories of no visible changes in his appearance. Lin began to reveal the painful history of their union, the roots of which went back to a cold orphan childhood full of hopelessness and despair. He explained that the main character would not understand the cruelty of their experience, born into the Qing family, who never knew how easy it was to lose everything, from not being able to pay taxes to being evicted by the bank onto the street. The hopelessness of life reached its limit when the criminal world began to prey on defenseless children, turning them into consumables for virtual speculation and shady business. At the most critical moment of despair, a mysterious savior appeared, capable of changing the tragic fate with one simple gesture. An outstretched helping hand became the only ray of hope among the impenetrable darkness of a hopeless existence. It didn't matter who this stranger was. His offer was the only chance of salvation. The young man peered carefully at his interlocutor, whose smile gradually faded, revealing the depth of unspoken suffering. The hero persistently demanded an explanation, forcing the speaker to stand up and continue his bitter story about why they were accepted into the mysterious organization. Many questions swarmed in my head: the incomprehensible goals of the knights, the mysterious pikes, and an unknown giant opposing unknown forces. Li Shutong was obviously pursuing his own benefit by accepting Lin Xiaoxiao and Ye Wan, but they seemed to be completely calm with this decision. A sudden roar brought the hero back to the bed, where he continued to feverishly think about the mysterious level of the boss and the possibility of exchanging the cannon for entrance to the new world, doubting the sufficiency of the available resources. A deafening roar echoed from the depths of the prison cell, so powerful that it seemed that the metal door was about to give way. The desperate cries of the newcomer shook the corridors, full of hopelessness and fear of the unknown of the enclosed space. The helpless prisoner continued to methodically pound on the cold door, begging for the mercy of the invisible guards. The young prisoner sobbed convulsively, reflecting on the injustice of what was happening, comparing his fate with the well-being of his peers in the outside world. Gradually, the emotion subsided, and the exhausted prisoner cowered against the gray concrete wall, realizing the futility of his previous ambitions. The merciless timer mercilessly counted down the remaining hours, turning time into the most terrible torture. The high-ranking person calmly continued her game of jiangqi, demonstrating complete calm among the prison walls. Unexpectedly, Li Shutong began to speak, noting the positive changes following the instructions of the youth Lu Guangyi, although this caused dissatisfaction from other factions. Chen, with his head slightly lowered, acknowledged the prison tradition of lightning-fast greetings for newcomers and understood that Xiao Lu's interference would inevitably cause discontent, but was confident in his ability to handle the situation on his own. The boss continued to reason that giving a small gift to a beggar is not only an act of charity, but also a way to find inner peace, symbolically pointing out the complex social dynamics around them. A short pause hung in the air, interrupted by Li Shutong's slight cough and a gesture of covering his mouth. Suddenly, behind those present, there was a loud thud of a heavy body descending onto a chair, breaking the fragile silence. The participants in the conversation turned around calmly, remaining completely calm and without uttering a single word. Chen, watching the scene unfold, internally adopted a strategy of forced alliance while the giant discussed the intricacies of hospitality and the superiority of real food. Smiling, the blonde invited the guest to fight the boss again, promising food if he won, but his words sounded mocking. Guo Huchan, sharply thrusting his chopsticks into Chen's portion of meat, began to object, sarcastically pointing at the main character, who, for unknown reasons, was also allowed to eat real meat along with the three present. The giant leaned close to the guy, eye to eye, and said coldly, "Go take another portion and give this one to me." The young man glanced indifferently at his interlocutor, without even raising his head or showing the slightest interest. The guy was told not to react, and Chen, mentally grinning, decided that this situation would test his ability to maintain control. The main character exhaled heavily, and the giant, laughing, drew everyone's attention to the fact that the refusal sounded clear and obvious. On this occasion, Guo Huchan decided not to stand on ceremony, and sitting down next to him, began to energetically absorb the food, plunging those around him into a mute scene of tense silence. Chen seemed to be deep in thought, balancing between reality and his own inner world, barely registering the sounds of fat dripping from the piece of meat that the giant was methodically devouring. It was a state of extreme concentration, immersion in a sea of memories, methodically reviewing and rewinding events in search of the desired answer. The long search was crowned with success. A sudden sigh of relief marked the triumphant moment of finding what was sought. Having abruptly emerged from the depths of his subconscious, the young man called Lu Guanyi with a deafening cry, so loud that even the prisoner sitting next to him involuntarily tensed. In a split second, Xiaolu materialized nearby, ready to carry out any order from his boss. Without deigning even a cursory glance to the arrival, the young man named 8 specific names and ordered them to be immediately delivered to him. Just a moment later, the required prisoners were already lined up around their table. Guo Huchan was clearly unhappy with this action, which was reflected on his face, while Li Shutong only faintly grinned as he watched the situation unfold. Pointing to the 8 lined up behind him, the protagonist defiantly posed a provocative question about their affiliation. The young man persistently repeated his question, fixing his interlocutor with an attentive gaze, as if trying to read his thoughts. Qingchen slowly recounted a strange incident that happened after the giant arrived. Namely, 5 strangers simultaneously extended their index fingers. The main character, not understanding the meaning of the mysterious gesture, intuitively felt that this signal was intended for Guo Huchan, who was standing nearby. The 3 other participants in the meeting exchanged meaningful glances in which wariness and hidden meaning were read. Ye Wang and Xiaoxiao froze in bewilderment, not believing that amid the growing tension and rain of bullets, the guy was completely calm and could even watch the others. The blonde cautiously turned to the head, offering to transfer the detainees to other cells, but he calmly explained that prison number 18 is a place where the destinies of a variety of personalities are intertwined. The boss rejected the idea of unjustifiably isolating 8 people, realizing that such actions would cause unwanted suspicions from the outside, and ordered Ye Wang to conduct a thorough interrogation of each suspect. Xiaolu suddenly appeared and pointed at the new group of prisoners brought in, unwittingly attracting everyone's attention. The main character carefully studied the faces of his interlocutors, internally triumphant and mentally preparing the audience for the start of his grandiose performance. The boss, with a barely noticeable smile, admired the young man's unique abilities, recognizing his phenomenal gift for instant memorization and deep analysis, surpassing the capabilities of other extraordinary personalities. Guo Huchan, continuing his meal, was surprised to note the unusual presence of a young man next to him and loudly inquired about his name. The name Qingchen came out unexpectedly, plunging the prisoner into deep confusion regarding the strange alliance between the knights and the consortium. Li Shutong irritably countered the accusation that the surname does not determine a person's membership in a particular clan, recalling famous individuals with the name Qing in the Wild Territories. Guo Huchan thoughtfully studied the young man sitting next to him out of the corner of his eye, examining his profile as carefully and discreetly as possible. As if demonstrating friendliness, the interlocutor handed over a tray of food, which he had recently taken from Chen, simultaneously inquiring about his impressions of the peaks. The main character squinted at the speaker's intentions, realizing that he had come to compete with him for a forbidden item, but his voice remained extremely neutral. Suddenly, strange sounds were heard, a slap and a dull thud, and 3 bodies collapsed to the floor without the slightest sign of life. The person who approached instantly examined the oral cavity of the victims, discovering cracks in the molars. Ye Wang professionally determined the cause of death. The poison capsules hidden in the teeth exuded a subtle smell of bitter almonds, a sure sign of cyanide. The bald prisoner indifferently glanced over the bodies, laconically stating that the dead were not from his group of peaks. The boss commented on the unexpected turn with a slight grin, taking away the playing piece for the next move. The main character carefully examined the dead. For the first time in his life, he came into such close contact with real death. He peered at the immobilized bodies, internally shuddering from the realization of the cruelty of the world around him, where human life is worth less than a thrown coin. This world of wild animals and merciless laws revealed itself in all its merciless glory, making even an observer accustomed to many things shudder. The robot slowly collected the lifeless bodies as the countdown inexorably approached the 15.5-hour mark. The boss and the main character continued to sit opposite each other, immersed in silent confrontation. Li Shutong narrowed his eyes with interest, carefully asking the young man about his first brush with death, to which he nodded barely, admitting a slight fear. The hero's internal monologue noted the paradox of his upbringing. He was taught a lot, from grammatical subtleties to everyday skills, but no one explained the essence of the finitude of human existence. Only a personal encounter with the passing of life allowed the young man to truly feel the shocking fragility of human existence. The dignitary pointedly began a philosophical monologue about 2 lives, drawing attention to the raised playing chip. With a sharp movement, placing the piece on the board, the interlocutor completed the thought of the critical moment of realizing the uniqueness of the allotted time. Li Shutong continued to reveal the depth of understanding of temporary values, while the young man's eyes reflected sincere amazement at the revealed truth. The hero internally realized a simple wisdom: the stronger the fear, the more important it is to remain absolutely calm. Making his move in Jiangqi, he mentally outlined two directions: a critical analysis of his own past and careful planning for the future. A high-ranking person had a version that the three dead could have been sent specifically for him, so assistance in discovery was regarded as a favor. Li Shuten immediately suggested that the hero choose a counter-service, intriguingly hinting at the possibility of any option. Without hesitation or the slightest hesitation, the young man demanded a list of members of the Li Consortium. The interlocutor was surprised at such a pragmatic choice, hinting at more tempting alternatives, such as a way to become a Superman. The main character firmly rejected the temptation, emphasizing that some secrets are priceless and will be voluntarily revealed at the right time. The man thoughtfully tapped the chip on the tabletop, expressing silent admiration. He acknowledged the youth's superiority in patience and restraint, hiding a subtle disappointment at his lack of bloodthirstiness. With a subtle squint, Li Shutong assessed Qing Chen's reaction, emphasizing that contempt for life would make what was happening uninteresting. The boss turned to the blonde standing next to him and, with a casual gesture, ordered him to bring the required list. An intriguing interrogation about the purpose of the list immediately followed from the interlocutor, to which the young man responded with a telling hint. The man generously retreated, leaving him to act without further explanation. After a tense meeting, the protagonist returned to his modest room, waiting for the final minutes of the countdown. He was thinking about the failed sleep demon test from Lin Zhaoxiao, which haunted him and made him assume a possible loss of interest. The vague feeling of approaching the brink of superhuman capabilities became more and more clear. The anticipation lost its previous tension, allowing the hero to calmly lie down and close his eyes. Reality, shattered after a personal brush with death, slowly dragged in, returning the guy home. The return to familiar reality greeted the young man with warmth and the soft chirping of birds, which cheerfully called to each other on the branches of the old tree outside the window. Having woken up, the hero found a timer on his hand with a countdown of 40.5 hours, noting the amazing noiselessness of the movement process, which did not disturb even the sleeping person. After 2 intense days in the outside world, he felt relieved, but his inner energy pushed him to look forward to the next journey. Getting ready for school, the young man left the apartment and unexpectedly ran into Zhang Jue and her daughter at the entrance. The warm greeting quickly turned into an invitation to a family dinner with the promise of fish and ribs, intriguingly hinting at some special event. The surprised hero tried to find out the reason for the celebration, but the woman only smiled mysteriously, promising to reveal all the details in the evening. Finally, she said meaningfully, "Come, and then you will find out everything," leaving room for the imagination. The usual way to school greeted the guy with the usual hum and the immersion of his classmates in the virtual world of smartphones. Suddenly, the hero stopped abruptly in the middle of the sidewalk, as if he had stumbled upon an invisible barrier. The news on the darknet about the death of a traveler between worlds instantly resonated with pain in the memory of recent corpses, recalling the fragility of human life. The main character continued to move towards the school entrance, disappearing into the stream of students. It was Liu Deju who attracted attention, surrounded by an enthusiastic crowd whose appearance came as a complete surprise after the supposed psychological trauma. The young man not only boasted about his status as a traveler, but also spoke openly about his time in Prison 18 and his meeting with Li Shutong. Qingchen watched carefully, but internal tension grew, forcing him to quickly leave the place. Revealing himself as a traveler in the current conditions seemed downright dangerous to the young man, especially with the mention of influential personalities. A vague premonition suggested that mysterious organizations were already watching and were ready to strike again, forcing the guy to dive a little into himself. But unexpectedly in the crowd, he noticed his classmate Nan Gengchen and called out to him. Alarmed by questions about possible injuries, the hero caught the unnaturalness of his friend's answers about simple lack of sleep, which contrasted even more with his assurances. The corridor was buzzing with enthusiastic conversations about the traveler, but their dialogue developed in a completely different direction. Hints of displacement caused Nan to have a fit of fear. His former confidence dissolved in fear, revealing hidden emotions. In an empty classroom, Chen's attempts to question his friend encountered a blank wall of silence, forcing the hero to accept the impossibility of obtaining information. Discussions about Liu Deju's incredible stories were raging around as they sat silently at their desks and prepared for the lesson. The contrast was striking, the loud noise of the schoolchildren and the depressed state of Nan, who was clearly keeping a painful secret. Finally, the red-haired student cautiously spoke about the group of travelers that he had previously told the main character about. The conversation about counterfeit socks and mysterious connections from another world turned into a real investigation, causing a range of emotions on Qing Chen's face, like a sudden thunderstorm. Nan screamed hysterically, denying being a traveler, gesticulating furiously with his hands as his friend watched closely, suspecting a connection with the mysterious rich woman. Gradually calming down, the young man fell silent, watching the restless crowd at the entrance, eager to hear the incredible stories of Liu Dezhu. A serious look and a direct question about the payment again caused a fit of irritation in Nan, who resolutely rejected any hint of involvement in travel. The bell for class cut through the school atmosphere, but the students' attention immediately turned to loud footsteps in the corridor. Through the transparent glass, the students watched the strangers, escorted by the head teacher with official solemnity. While Nan continued to convince his friend, the main character was finally convinced the organization had indeed arrived on time. The men in black are familiar silhouettes etched in my memory from the first meeting near Huang Jixian's house. Their appearance instantly attracted attention, creating an atmosphere of tension and unpredictability in the school corridors. The main character still remembered the oppressive feeling from their first meeting, which could not be compared with the usual school routine. Cautiously looking out of the office, the hero noted that the accompaniment of the head teacher inspired faint hope that what was happening was official. Those people literally dragged the screaming Liu Dezhu, holding him tightly by the arms and not giving him a chance to escape. To the hero's surprise, after the first lesson, Liu returned. The men in black demanded his contact information and forbade him to leave the city of Luo. They asked about the travelers and also reported plans to gather them for intensive training and asked to identify the people in the photographs. Suspicion was aroused by a certain person seen on video cameras within a 3-kilometer radius, in an area with an old and partially faulty surveillance system. The hero shuddered internally, realizing that they were looking for him, but realized that all the precautions were not in vain. Suddenly, the red-haired classmate burst into tears, shouting about the incredible gap between people and the possibility of becoming a Superman, leaving Chen in shock. Qing tried to reassure his friend, reminding him that there are many paths to a happy life. His desperate monologue about unfulfilled dreams was replaced by soothing words about the value of an ordinary life that does not involve travel. The red-haired student calmed down and wiped away his tears, but a residue of bitterness remained and inner sadness was still visible in his eyes. The conversation smoothly turned to everyday problems, lack of money for textbooks due to family conflicts. The young man thought about ways to earn money, and reflecting on the strategies of his inner world, he understood that even in the world of treasures, he needed to be smart. It is impossible to endlessly return empty-handed next to a mountain of potential opportunities. This is the final conclusion he made. The main character, cutting through the flow of people in a noisy market, listened to the hysterical voices of traders praising their goods and involuntarily thought about how absenteeism became his obsessive daily routine. Warm pictures emerged in the young man's childhood memories. His father buying a bowl of rice noodles for 1.5 yuan, a carefree time before the collapse of family relationships, and cooling off with relatives. Rice noodles that had once cost pennies now cost 10 times as much, a bitter metaphor for the irreversible changes that were inexorably sweeping his life. Approaching his home, he noticed 2 suspicious smokers but decided to maintain ostentatious equanimity. Suddenly, someone's firm hand blocked his path, forcing him to stop in the middle of the yard in bewilderment. Xiaoyun, smiling, asked her brother to go home, meaningfully hinting that evening self-study had long been left out of his school life. Firmly grabbing the young man's hand, the girl persistently dragged him into the apartment, leaving no room for objections. The first thing that struck the newcomer was the impeccable cleanliness of the room, shiny surfaces, a set table, and a complete absence of traces of previous family rifts. Aunt Zhang greeted the guest cordially, bustling around the kitchen and hurriedly taking out the last prepared dishes. The aroma of the food wafting through the room reminded the young man of the contrast between this feast and the tasteless prison food, causing him to swallow his saliva convulsively. Chen's curiosity was immediately piqued by the question of the reasons for today's celebration, to which Aunt Zhang calmly reminded him of the recently opened mechanical clinic in the inner world. The woman enthusiastically spoke about the difficulties of the past, problems with memory when moving, and fear of patients with mechanical limbs in an unsafe city. An unexpected turn of fate brought representatives of the Li Consortium to her clinic, offering a partnership that radically changed her existence. The consortium ruling the inner world not only provided financial support, but also replaced the sign, guaranteeing the safety and prosperity of the clinic. Hearing the mention of the Lee family, the main character was internally wary, carefully studying his interlocutor. He tried to carry on the conversation, hiding the internal tension behind the ostentatious joy, to which the aunt continued, saying that now she is not afraid for her life and there is no need to bother anyone to look after Xiaoyun. The woman mysteriously hinted at the possibility of a future meeting in City 18, promising protection and support to the traveler. To himself, the hero realized that he was already in the City of 18 and ordinary people would not be able to understand the complexity of his situation with the legacy of the knightly organization. In between, he inquired about the mysterious people in black, but heard an unexpected answer about his own search for his aunt. The woman shared that she tried to contact the new organization before moving to another world, but was rejected due to their recent founding. After the meal, Aunt Zhang began to carefully wash the dishes, creating a homely atmosphere. Realizing his own powerlessness, the young man sat down next to the girl and affirmatively declared her involvement with the travelers, intriguingly disrupting the flow of their conversation. Li Tongyun, taken by surprise, froze with food clutched in her hands, peering piercingly at her interlocutor and trying to understand the meaning of his words. Staring at her intently, Chen reminded her of her past curiosity about the name of the clinic and the involvement of the Li Consortium, pointedly hinting at the possible consequences of exposure. Hearing this, the girl screamed in panic, begging her not to tell her mother. Her face turned pale and the remains of half-eaten food fell out of her fingers. Qingchen, who watched her reaction, realized that his version was confirmed, especially after receiving the Li Consortium list, which included the name Li Tongyun. The girl, lowering her head, admitted that in their world, rarely does anyone dare to contradict their mother, who will certainly intervene in any situation. In an attempt to prevent discovery, she offered the boy money, insisting on remaining silent and continuing to question his true identity. Now the girl persistently interrogated her interlocutor, carefully peering into his face and trying to unravel the true nature of his interest. There was silence during which they avoided direct eye contact, the tension between them becoming almost palpable. When Qing innocently asked about the pocket money, the girl was scared, thinking that he intended to take it away, which revealed her inner vulnerability. Xiaoyun, burying her face in a soft toy, admitted to the lack of money in the outside world but was unshakably confident that the young man would not dare to tell her mother. The guy, gently rising from the sofa, advised her to take care of Jiang Shui in the inner world, hinting at the complexity and unpredictability of local relationships. With sincere care and tenderness, she promised that he too would be protected if he went to the inner world, accompanying the promise with an encouraging gesture. The guy looked tenderly at the girl and breathed out a sigh of relief, as if relieving an invisible burden of tension. On the way home, he reflected on the productivity of the previous evening, especially noting the confirmation of Li Tongyun's identity as a traveler. Sitting on the bed in a quiet room, the young man understood that in the battle for the shadow of the Qing, the presence of even one ally was much preferable to complete loneliness. While studying the newsfeed, he came across information about unknown drugs that cannot be studied using traditional methods and that require a unique method of transportation between worlds. The thought involuntarily crept in about how many fortunes could be spent by terminally ill rich people for the sake of a chance at salvation. What is the true value of human life? This question echoed in his mind, making him wonder about the moral limits of human aspirations. While he was dreaming of superpowers, others were already turning interworld exchange into a profitable business, realizing the risks of revealing their own identities. In Prison 18, even obtaining outside information seemed difficult, so maintaining a good relationship with Li Shuten became a top priority. Suddenly, something caught his attention in the newsfeed, causing him to freeze and reread it carefully. The organization bought mechanical limbs at exorbitant prices, which could provoke a new wave of heinous crimes against travelers. Suddenly, his memory flashed back to the two mysterious smokers he had noticed the night before returning home. Curiosity forced him to carefully approach the window and open the curtain, trying to see something. The courtyard was empty, no sign of strangers, as if the people had disappeared. The young man dialed the emergency number, reporting suspicious characters on Jingshu Street. When suddenly, a sudden heartbreaking scream made him flinch. It was Li Tongyun's voice. The young man quickly reacted and shouted into the phone, asking for the police to immediately arrive, realizing that Jiang Shui was in danger. Grabbing the first tool he came across, a shovel, the main character was ready to act. Fear constrained his movements. There could be several dangerous adults in the apartment, and he was just a teenager. Doubt tormented him. Could he resist the unknown threat? Squeezing the handle of the shovel tighter, the young man tried to gain inner strength. Realizing his own selfishness and indifference to what was happening in Prison 18, he decisively headed to his neighbors. The inability to remain indifferent to little Xiaoyun's suffering filled him with confidence and determination to act. Confidently climbing the stairs, the young man suddenly froze when he saw an unknown man rapidly falling from above right on top of him. The stranger stopped in the middle of the stairs, his broken fingers strangely bent in unimaginable directions, and a woman stood motionless at the top. The torn jacket did not bother her. She radiated hatred for the defeated enemy, literally piercing him with a chilling gaze. Noticing Aunt Jiangxue, the hero straightened up, still clutching the shovel, and looked in silent amazement. Seeing her neighbor, his determination and weapon in his hands, the woman simply whispered a grateful "thank you." During the conversation, she said that one of the attackers had escaped, but her daughter fortunately was safe, although scared. Chen briefly said that he called the police and asked them to take care of the child while rushing down the stairs. Jumping out into the street, he rushed with lightning speed around the corner of the house, where he noticed a man running away. Unexpectedly, the main character not only did not accelerate to catch up with the runner, but also ran in the opposite direction. It was a thoughtful, strategic move. Knowing the exact location of the exit, he planned to intercept the fugitive. Without letting go of the shovel, he deftly jumped over fences with incredible speed and accuracy. Having reached the intended point first, he carefully approached the edge of the building and hid in anticipation. Listening intently to the surrounding sounds, the young man wondered what he would do next. Raising the shovel above his head and holding it in combat readiness, Chen continued observing. Sounds began to be heard from afar. This made the guy mentally start counting down. 3, 2, and the hand squeezed the handle of the shovel even tighter, realizing that it would have to act very quickly. 1, and with a sharp movement, he put the shovel out from around the corner of the building, and the blow fell squarely on the legs of the runner. The enemy collapsed screaming on the floor, but the young man didn't care. He was already quickly running back. Returning to the entrance, the first thing he did was go to Aunt Jiang and Xiaoyun. A woman and her daughter stood at the open door, the child sobbing, reporting that the second attacker had escaped. Words of capture made the woman notice blood on her neighbor's hand, after which she decided to bring a bandage and iodine. The hero examined the shallow wound with interest because there were no other injuries. This made him realize the gap between his intellect and physical capabilities. While reassuring Aunt Jiangxue, he assured that the police would arrive soon and planned to return home. In parting with a smile, he said meaningfully, "I didn't do anything tonight." The woman looked at him in confusion, nodded slightly, and stammered a barely audible, "Okay." Returning home, the young man plunged into deep thoughts about the need to accelerate the process of acquiring abilities in the inner world, mentally analyzing every detail of his plan. The sun's rays persistently filtered through the window, filling the room with soft morning light and promising the beginning of a new busy day. The silence of the bedroom was suddenly broken by a deafening knock on the door and a desperate cry, causing the young man to instantly wake up from a sound sleep. A frightened Xiaoyun stood on the threshold, asking for help for her mother with pleading eyes. Arriving at the house, the hero learned the details from the woman. Her mechanical limbs were completely discharged. The young man inquired with sincere surprise about the reliability of technological implants, to which the woman spoke in detail about the latest improvements in the inner world. Each resident received a personal account and the opportunity for a trouble-free existence, subject to regular payment for energy services, turning technological progress into everyday reality. Zhengzhu spoke in detail about the concentrator towers that generate energy and the cloud towers that can transmit electricity even in the most remote areas. Military vehicles with diesel engines remained indispensable due to their high energy output and ability to operate in extreme off-road conditions. Traveling outside the city turned into a real challenge due to the strict customs system and powerful financial control of the inner world. The gold exchange standard became the cornerstone of the economy, where the largest banks issued currency based on solid gold reserves. The main character internally triumphed, realizing the opening opportunities for making money in this technological world. Xingchen explained his presence as a request for little Xiaoyun's help and asked how he could help. The woman, lowering her head in embarrassment, asked for help in preparing food, explaining her own powerlessness due to non-functioning mechanical limbs. The girl, looking pleadingly at the guest, admitted her hunger, reinforcing her words with the expressive rumbling of her stomach. Qingchen agreed without hesitation and began preparing to cook, but a sudden knock on the door broke the silence. Wary, the guy began to listen carefully. At the same time, through the window, he noticed an SUV of a mysterious organization. Without revealing his concern, the hero asked the girl to open the door, continuing to concentrate on preparing the food. The mother moved closer to the entrance, carefully peering at the unexpected guests and holding her breath. Introducing himself as Lu Yuan, a man from the Kunlun organization, he looked around the room with a wary, professional look. The young man, continuing to cook, listened carefully to the conversation, mentally analyzing every word spoken. The woman succinctly explained to the guest the reason for the breakdown of her mechanical limbs, without going into details. Lu Yuan calmly told his companion to write down the information he heard, demonstrating a professional approach. From the conversation he overheard, the hero realized that the organization of guests was relatively new and had little experience in the intricacies of the inner world, which gave him a certain advantage. The girl carefully brought 2 glasses of water for the unexpected visitors, showing good manners. The guest began to talk about the strange events of the previous night, mentioning the attack and injury of an unknown person in the block, trying to find out if Jiang had any information about it. Chen, upon hearing the details, experienced a complex range of emotions: surprise, fear, and timid hope of remaining unnoticed. There was a significant pause, which Lu Yuan broke with a vague statement about the true purpose of their visit. The girl carefully settled down next to her mother, and the silence that hung between them seemed like a thick curtain hiding many unspoken secrets. The woman broke the silence, expressing doubts about the mysterious organization and its true intentions, realizing that they should not find Qing Chen, who did this for the sake of her daughter. Representatives of the organization carefully explained their intentions, emphasizing the unusualness of the chosen moment for the attack and the desire to unravel the mystery of the identity of the mysterious hero. A girl suddenly intervened in the conversation, theatrically raising her finger up as if remembering an important detail and assured that she and her mother had not gone out anywhere the day before. The main character, carefully eavesdropping on the conversation, noted to himself the persuasiveness of the explanation, knowing that most people subconsciously trust childish sincerity. His intuition told him of a deep inner kinship with the girl, whose fragile appearance hid a real storm of emotions. The young interlocutor, full of curiosity with childish spontaneity, demanded explanations from strangers, trying to understand their true intentions. Lu Yuan smiled indulgently, gently dispelling the suspicions of the wary little girl. A representative of the Kunlun organization kindly explained their mission: to find talented, like-minded people, putting sincerity and hope into their words. The man revealed information about the knowledge of the outside world about the inside, causing amazement on the faces of the mother and daughter. He told about the tragic fate of the travelers, involuntarily bringing sadness and awareness of the hidden danger to the face of his interlocutor. Lu Yuan continued his monologue, hinting at the risks of revealing his identity in the inner world, which made the woman realize the seriousness of what was happening. Lu Yuan's partner suddenly appeared and started talking about He Xiaoxiao's appearance, showing off his phone as if presenting irrefutable evidence. The curious girl began to ask about the mysterious stranger, but Lu Yuan himself knew almost nothing about him, so he simply said that they were persistently looking for him. Representatives of the organization, realizing that they had said too much, decided to end the visit delicately without arousing unnecessary suspicion. Already approaching the exit, Lu Yuan noticed an object on the floor that attracted his attention. Men's sneakers became an unexpected object of their interest, but the woman quickly explained that these were her husband's shoes, and the girl happily confirmed her words. Having heard a plausible version, the men abandoned this thought and, saying goodbye, left the apartment. As soon as the door closed behind them, the woman and her daughter tiredly collapsed on the sofa, exhaling with relief that they were able to keep their secret. The main character, looking out of the kitchen, apologized for the inconvenience, but the woman gently stopped him, understanding the depth of his participation in what was happening. Chen inquired about the groceries, mentioning the need to buy meat for the growing Xiaoyun, while continuing to chop vegetables. Taking money for groceries, the young man headed to the store, having previously decided to drop by home. Fearing possible surveillance, he decided to change his shoes, being cautious. Walking out onto a busy street, he immediately noticed a familiar car parked. From inside the car, 2 representatives of the organization closely watched everyone, trying to see at least some evidence or clues. The first thing they noticed was the shoes of the guy who had just left the entrance, hoping that these were the same black sneakers. Lu Yuan succinctly commented that this was not the one they were looking for and casually lit a cigarette while continuing to observe. The partner insisted on more aggressive actions, but Lu Yuan explained the instructions from the management to act as gently as possible. They decided to wait, talking philosophically about a new era and the possibility of naturally attracting allies without haste. Walking through the supermarket, the main character analyzed the information he had heard from Kunlun, especially regarding He Xiaoxiao. Reading the news and thinking about modern technologies, he suggested that the streamer had some kind of supernatural abilities, thanks to which he was able to delete all information about himself on the internet. He Xiaoxiao described travelers between worlds where time stops when moving, both from this world and from that. Such people were known to appear in 19 cities within the country, with minimal likelihood in other regions. He also suggested that would-be travelers team up to explore the inner world, increasing their chances of survival. His Xiaoxiao issued a warning about maintaining anonymity, which led the main character to worry about the possible serious consequences of revealing his identity, especially in the cruel conditions of prison number 18. The young man thought about the streamer's strategy, realizing that his actions would inevitably attract attention and could speed up the process of forming a community in all cities. The incident with the inner worlds gave rise to many scammers, who also fell for his friend Nan, who was planning to purchase the elixir of immortality in bulk. The hero continued to be puzzled by his classmate, not understanding whether Nan Gengchen was really so naive or skillfully pretending to be so. The countdown timer showed 13 o'clock when Chen arrived at the house and was alerted to find that the Kunlun people's car had disappeared without a trace. Having quickly and methodically fulfilled his promise, he set the table with exquisite, deliciously smelling dishes. The girl, with tender care and joy, fed her helpless mother, whose hands were lifelessly immobilized. Jiang Xue, initially soft, decided to become tougher in order to protect her daughter, which did not escape the attentive gaze of the young man. Li Tongyun was confident that she could organize advanced mechanical limbs for her mother, while the main character with quiet sadness realized the need to rely only on his own strength. The woman inquired with sincere interest about Qingchen's parents, to which the young man vaguely and a little tensely replied that they were very busy. She warmly and sympathetically invited him to wash his clothes and come after school to eat, which caused sincere, almost childish surprise in his eyes. Jiang Xue explained in a friendly and slightly sly manner that she was still cooking for her daughter, so she could easily add some food for him as well. Qingchen thanked him, bowing his head slightly, hiding his inner sadness behind his ostentatious enthusiasm for food. Outside the window, deep midnight was approaching, and the huge moon beautifully and lingeringly illuminated the quiet room. Lying on the bed, the young man thought about his experience of travel and the possibility of choosing between parallel worlds. He thought that perhaps he would prefer the inner world instead of the outer one, and reality cracked again like fragile glass. In the parallel world, the newcomer continued to tensely hysteria with demands to be immediately released. Waking up in a familiar, painfully familiar room, he lay warily for some time, carefully listening to the hysterical protests. Smiling quietly and meaningfully, Qingchen barely whispered, "Welcome to prison 18." He lay there for a little longer, slowly collecting his thoughts, after which he smoothly rose up when noon came in his inner world and the clock showed 12 o'clock. Following a long-formed habit, he glanced at the wrist timer, but now his face was distorted with genuine amazement. This time the report lasted an unusually long time, 7 whole days, which raised many unclear questions. Squinting his eyes and straining his mental faculties, he began to carefully reflect on the strange patterns of movement, realizing that the rules required deep study. The glass door opened, as it always did, letting in the noise of a crowd of prisoners who were loudly shouting and jostling. Coming out of his cell, he instantly became the object of universal worship, with some prisoners bowing involuntarily, pushed by more experienced comrades. At first, the young man did not understand what was happening, but suddenly he looked down and saw a joyful Xiaolu, who was gesturing that everything was fine. Although Lu Guanyi's behavior might anger the other two forces, it was not certain that it would inevitably cause conflict. Xiaolu went to prison 18 to lead the way, understanding the deep meaning of chess strategy, to become a pawn in front of a knight, realizing that retreating after crossing the river is tantamount to defeat. Today, 7 new prisoners arrived at the prison, and 6 of them, like experienced prisoners, decided to accept their fate, realizing that resistance would only make the situation worse. When Lu Guangyi tried to catch the 7th, he constantly evaded, although the physical capabilities of the prisoner could not be compared with the mechanical capabilities of his pursuers. The rookie shouted threats in panic as the seasoned prisoner reached his face with a mechanical limb, demanding submission. The cries for slaps and insults grew louder, but none of those around understood the meaning of the hysterical screams. The main character immediately identified that this was the dialect of Chuan province and the stranger was a traveler. A reasonable question arose: how could a guy who speaks exclusively the Chuan dialect end up in prison 18 if, according to previously derived rules, travelers from one place end up in a certain location? The young man continued to think about possible violations of the established rules, suspecting that transition points could not be random and must obey special circumstances. The boss, sitting in front of the Jiangqi board as usual, ordered his assistants to carefully interrogate the new prisoner and the 2 earlier arrivals. This was all for a reason, because Li Shutong suggested that the new arrivals might be from the same place. The hero understood that the boss was smart enough to notice the strange sequences of what was happening, and sooner or later, the inhabitants of the inner world would learn about the outside due to the abundance of travelers. It seemed as if the dialect-speaking newcomer had unwittingly forced the high-ranking personage to connect together all the oddities of the last period. The blonde, trying to complete the boss's order as quickly as possible, approached the newcomer and activated his superpowers, causing his eyes to light up bright orange. Involuntarily meeting the eyes of the assistant chief, the newcomer instantly lost consciousness. Lin Xiaoxiao resolutely moved closer and closer to the newcomer, offering his help and convincing him to hand over the prisoner to him. Lu Guanyi succinctly replied that this was only possible with the boss's permission, clearly pointing to the main character. The young man continued to watch from the top floor, hearing the puzzled conversations of passers-by who did not understand the true hierarchy and status of those present. The blonde, in turn, defiantly reminded who his boss was, to which the blue-eyed prisoner could not answer. Lu Xiao carefully watched the boss's reaction, eager to gain his approval, and as soon as he nodded, Lin slowly walked towards the motionless newcomer. Easily picking up the hem of the detainee's clothing, the blonde persistently dragged him through the newly opened iron door. The young man wondered in surprise about the strange ability of Li Shutong and his team to move freely between prison walls. The guy could not understand the logic of their free movement. If there is an opportunity to leave, why don't they use this chance? The main character approached the gaming table where the boss was sitting, and next to him, a snow-white kitten was stretching sweetly, comfortably sitting on the tabletop. The high-ranking official vaguely hinted at Lin Xiaoxiao's absence, explaining that something unusual had happened that was beyond his understanding. Continuing to leisurely stroke the cat, Li Shutong talked about the strange events that were happening around him, feeling the growing tension and mystery of the moment. The young man realized that time was running out, understanding the complexity of the upcoming interrogation and the special abilities of Liu Dezhu, capable of revealing any secrets. Thoughts about the inevitable exposure of the outside world crowded into the hero's head, but the annoying sound of a prisoner chewing nearby constantly confused him. Ye Wang chatted casually with his interlocutor, inquiring about the origins and asking tricky questions about the wild lands and strange languages that were still preserved there. The mighty giant subtly hinted at the unusualness of the newcomer, drawing attention to the tenderness of his skin and the difference from typical people from remote areas. The prisoner laughed loudly, announcing the appearance of his men and giving the protagonist a friendly slap on the back like an old friend. It seemed like something had happened. He abruptly changed the topic of conversation, turning to Ye Wan with a request to get meat for his 3 comrades. The prisoner explained in detail the harsh realities of the wilderness, describing constant raids by consortiums and extremely limited options for survival. Guo Huchan continued to persistently try to win over his interlocutor, hinting at the ease of obtaining food in the wild if Qing Chen went there. Hearing the new term, forbidden place, the hero was barely noticeably wary, although outwardly he remained absolutely indifferent. The persistent interlocutor did not give up trying to persuade the main character, hugging him by the shoulders in a friendly manner and drawing tempting prospects of an unknown land. The boss, continuing to pet the cat, interrupted their conversation, sarcastically comparing the possibilities of the wasteland with the prospect of becoming the shadow of the Qing clan. The giant slammed the table in anger, arguing furiously about the risks and possible consequences of choosing between a shadow existence and a quiet life where Chen would be protected. Li Shutong was skeptical about the prospects of traveling into the wasteland, questioning all the arguments of his interlocutor. The main character suddenly mentioned the cakes drawn by Guo Huchan, which instantly confused him. 30 minutes had passed since the meeting began, and it was becoming clear that Lin Xiaoxiao's return was already close. The hero understood that he had to go through the most difficult tests in life without having any hidden advantages. Closing his eyes and plunging into thought, Qing admitted to himself the inevitability of future trials, realizing the impossibility of shelter. Sharply opening his eyes, he realized that in this confined space there was simply nowhere to hide. 3 hours passed, and the unconscious newcomer continued to snore peacefully in the interrogation room. The exhausted blonde sat opposite the snoring prisoner, remembering how he suddenly broke out of his nightmares, but this time without screaming. Liu Dezhu lay exhausted with his face on the worn table, being in no less depressing condition than the people around him. The prisoner spoke of a strange world where high school students travel between parallel worlds, randomly moving through the city of Luo without knowing their endpoint. One circumstance caused particular concern. Liu Dezhu claimed that someone promised him a path to development if he found Li Shutong in prison number 18, so it was necessary to find out the source of this information. Despite the apparent improbability of the movements, there were no noticeable logical contradictions or inconsistencies in the newcomer's story. Suddenly, Lin burst out with an unexpected guess, hitting the table with such force that he involuntarily frightened the interrogated person. There was a tense pause before the question about the song with the intriguing title, Farewell. Late dinner found Xiaoxia returning and indifferently passing by Qingchen, devouring another piece of meat. The young man calmly continued his meal, internally understanding that Lin, while undoubtedly smart and calculating, did not possess true cunning. Returning to the dining room, Xiaoxiao remained silent about the results of the interrogation, which in itself indicated the existence of a deep secret affecting someone present. The main character shuddered internally at the thought that he could be the center of this mystery, momentarily allowing doubts to paralyze his consciousness. Thinking about the reaction of his boss, an all-powerful person who controls every little thing, made him instantly suppress the slightest signs of uncertainty. The high-ranking person defiantly placed her chopsticks on an empty plate, creating an atmosphere of a solemn conclusion to the meal. Turning to the blonde man standing next to him, he asked him to take the respected guest from the peaks to another place. But everything was not so simple. When Lin demanded that the prisoner rise, he responded with an aggressive refusal, emphasizing his independence. Lin Xiaoxiao, who mastered the situation, chose a different tactic by simply snapping his fingers. At the same moment, a protective dome materialized and struck the prisoner harshly, throwing him back. Everyone except the high-ranking person and the main character remained outside, conducting their constructive dialogue. Guo Huchan pointedly ignored the warnings, continuing to closely watch Qingchen. Li Shuten began the interrogation by asking about the youth's involvement in recent events with the interrogation of new prisoners. The guy calmly confirmed his participation, explaining what was happening not as ambition but as a forced reaction to circumstances which surprised the boss with its maturity. The man, maintaining composure, literally glared at his interlocutor and asked a question about the finitude of human existence, which hung in the air with a heavy semantic pause. The young man silently looked around the space with an attentive gaze, as if trying to count the invisible details of the surrounding environment. A lively bustle continued around. People were talking loudly, occasionally bursting into loud laughter, creating a contrast with the tense atmosphere. His gaze slid over the security system, which seemed strangely open and ready to instantly react to the slightest movement. The young man's internal monologue was filled with the warmth of memories of a pleasant, spontaneous acquaintance, and his gaze was directed upward into the serene distance. Lowering his head a little after a frank answer, he heard the proposal of his interlocutor. He, remembering the loss in the board game, was ready to fulfill any request for the sake of honor. The guy, without flinching, asked to perform a farewell melody but was met with such a significant look that there was a pause. The man was hinting at a much more serious bargain: life. The young man calmly and decisively rejected the possibility of bargaining, demonstrating steadfastness of character and a deep understanding of the value of his own life. Li Shutong, sincerely admiring the courage of his interlocutor, asked Ye Wang for an accordion, hinting at a future gift and leaving the intrigue open. The sudden disappearance of the dome allowed melodic sounds to dissipate into every corner of the prison space, creating a cheerful atmosphere. Plunging into the melodious composition, the main character seemed to rewind frames of memories, after which he barely audibly whispered words of gratitude. Midnight enveloped the corridors in absolute silence, turning the space into a frozen picture. Several motionless figures watched the sleeping hero vigilantly, holding their breath in anticipation of something inevitable. Reacting with lightning speed, the strangers threw a black bag over the guy's head, turning the kidnapping into a carefully planned operation. Silently, like shadows, the kidnappers left the cell, carrying away the bound protagonist. The group triumphantly celebrated the successful completion of the task, dumping the immobilized prey in an unknown room. The creaking gates of the cell slowly closed, absorbing the last grains of light and plunging the space into absolute darkness. Qingchen found himself immersed not just in darkness, but in a dense, oppressive substance of complete isolation. Using his inner willpower, the young man managed to pull off the bag, gaining fragile hope of orientation in the impenetrable darkness. The closed space completely isolated him from the outside world, depriving him not only of the possibility of communication, but also of understanding the passage of time, where loneliness became almost physically tangible. Paradoxically, the young man did not feel fear, because loneliness had been his natural environment since childhood. The only real enemy was the unbearable thirst that dries up my parched lips. The countdown timer on the young man's hand became the only guide in absolute darkness. Sighing heavily, Qingchen plunged into the depths of his own inner world, using his imagination as a shield against reality. Consciousness transported him to an empty cinema hall where he found himself the only spectator. The paradoxical choice of a prison break film seemed like a mockery of the current situation, and the legendary Shawshank Redemption became the perfect companion to loneliness. 8 mentally watched films could not drown out the growing physical suffering, thirst and hunger, but the countdown continued. The memories became intermittent, and the timer inexorably counted down the remaining hours. The body succumbed to strange temperature fluctuations. From hot to cold, the skin dried out and the body was exhausted from dehydration. The deep night of the prison corridors coincided with the countdown, 74 hours of agonizing waiting. The desperate cry of the blue-eyed prisoner to save his boss crashed against the blank wall of indifference of high-ranking officials, ready to ignore any pleas. The blonde glanced at the strange timer, which squeaked shrilly at exactly 00. The official report stated, 4 days have passed since the isolation. Lin leaned over a little and reported to Li Shutong that Qingchen had not uttered a word or showed any signs of activity, proving his incredible endurance. Even experienced observers understood that not everyone could withstand 4 days of absolute isolation, and the young man looked more expectant than broken. The blonde insisted on immediate release, warning of critical dehydration and imminent danger. Summarizing his fears, the assistant stated categorically, continued isolation will lead to death. But this had no effect on Li Shuten, who was only able to notice that life and death are a personal choice, and the young man had not yet truly encountered death. The subordinates unceremoniously seated the young man on a chair, tightly blindfolded him, and began methodically pouring cold water on him, creating an atmosphere of merciless interrogation. Qingchen struggled to hold back his emotions, balancing between pain and unshakable spirit. Water flowed in a continuous stream through a damp rag, but the young man courageously pressed his lips together, not allowing the liquid to penetrate inside. The blonde watched with silent horror what was happening, realizing the incredible willpower of the young man who maintained clarity of consciousness in the most difficult circumstances. What was happening was reminiscent of a ruthless test of survival, where the guy gradually plunged into a bottomless pool of despair. The drops fell monotonously, counting down the agonizing seconds of the test, turning into an ominous ritual. A long-ago episode from childhood surfaced in the young man's memory, involuntarily comparing the current trials with bitter memories of abandonment and loneliness. A picture of a summer day appeared before my mind's eye. While walking with my mother in the park, I watched another child being bought fruit and caramel. The mother, gritting her teeth from poverty, promised to buy her son a tangola, instilling a tiny hope in the child's heart. The child's eyes literally shone with boundless faith and love when the mother held out the long-awaited treat. The woman asked her son to wait in place and enjoy the sweetness while she left for a while. The obedient child sat patiently, carefully holding the half-eaten fruit on a stick, waiting for something. There was joy all around, but the children's eyes were filled with quiet, soundless tears of unspoken sadness. The emotional shock was so strong that the sweetness literally slipped out of my numb fingers, falling straight into a puddle. The sobs turned into bitter sobs. The young man covered his face with his hands, as if trying to hide from the unbearable reality. A compassionate policeman approached the crying child, shielding him with his umbrella from the pouring rain. Suddenly, a mother appeared, all in tears, who frantically hugged her son, as if trying to protect him from invisible troubles. The rain continued to drizzle, enveloping them in a ghostly fog of loneliness, but the young hero already understood the bitter truth of betrayal. Returning to reality, he felt his own body being frozen by chilling tremors and painful spasms. A painful picture emerged in his memories. His mother pleadingly asked him to go with her, walking towards the unknown. The little hero stood adamantly with his half-eaten tangula, demonstrating incredible strength of spirit and character. The woman persistently continued to persuade, not wanting to hear a categorical refusal, but the young man harshly and firmly pronounced his final no. When the wet rag was removed from his face, the first thing he saw was the face of the blonde guy standing next to him. He gently tapped the young man on the back, helping him cope with his cough after his ordeal with water. After waiting until the hero came to his senses, the high-ranking official curiously asked why he did not ask to stop what was happening, because he had such an opportunity. "Because you don't want a weak person," the young man shouted with anger, continuing to clear his throat. After these words, a clear respect for the steadfastness of the young, already courageous man appeared in the eyes of the high-ranking personality. The boss tried to understand whether his subordinate was able to forget the cruel trials of today, peering searchingly into his face. The guy, without looking up, remained calm. His body continued to irrigate the remaining water, forcing him to confidently say, "No, but I don't mind." The boss, obviously pleased with the result, solemnly announced his intention to personally train the young man, starting tomorrow. Just before leaving, Li Shuten turned around meaningfully, hinting at his readiness to lead his ward along the most difficult and winding path, among the short ones. Having uttered this mysterious phrase, he majestically walked away along the deserted corridor, accompanied by his faithful cat. Lin Xiaoxiao, watching his departing boss, thought about his internal tension. The legacy of the Knights is on the verge of collapse, and only he knows the true cost of this path. The subordinates sitting next to the young man openly admired his fortitude, admitting that they themselves were able to withstand much less time in difficult conditions. A small skirmish began between the subordinates about the relativity of the concept of better and the degree of their own endurance. The guy curiously asked about the details of their strange tests, to which he received a laconic answer. For ordinary people, this is torture. For us, it is just a test. The blonde openly spoke about the boss's intentions. He was ready both for success and for the possible death of his ward, because his heart had long been hardened from encounters with death. He also tried to soften the boss's harshness, explaining the harshness of the era, and another comrade extended a towel with a gesture of support, admiring the incredible resilience of the young man. Almost immediately after the conversation, the main character was brought the long-awaited food, rice and deliciously smelling pieces of meat. Lin Xiaoxiao and his partner excitedly bet on the first choice of dish, clearly impressed by Qing Chen's ability to survive unimaginable trials. The guy did not hesitate to take the plate of rice, which caused obvious sadness on the blonde's face and thoughtful comments from his partner about the nature of human resilience. Continuing to leisurely eat, the young man reflected that the trials he had experienced were incomparable with the past difficulties of the outside world. His peers carefreely attend classes, fall in love and play, while he has already entered the unknown reality of adulthood with no idea of his future path. The interlocutors persistently asked about his origin, interested in the circumstances of his appearance and connection with the Qing family, to which the guy answered extremely succinctly and honestly. The blonde assumed that his superiors had deliberately accepted him, given the circumstances, but Ye Wang's partner expressed hidden concern about their shared secret. The comrades solemnly promised to remain silent and not to tell even Li Dongjie about the guy's origins, which aroused the young man's natural interest in this person. Lin Xiaoxiao explained in detail that Li Dongjie represented the Hengzhi organization controlled by the Knights and offered to fill in the knowledge gaps about the outside world. Ye Wang added about the loyalty of Lu Guangyi, who endured many trials with dignity and almost came into conflict with his superiors for the sake of Qing Chen. Questions about the newcomers revealed that the young man has a superficial understanding of Liu Deju and Huang Zixin, with whom he studies at the same school. The blonde was sincerely surprised that behind the appearance of an ordinary schoolboy, there was hidden incredible fortitude and extraordinary abilities. The main character described the outside world as a territory of calm and stability, where there are no supernatural phenomena, causing the silent envy of listeners. Abruptly, Chen changed the subject and became interested in the opportunity to talk with a foreigner in custody. Lin pointedly hinted at his newfound freedom, emphasizing that the hero could now act with virtually no restrictions, with a sly wink. The person being interrogated was in the interrogation room nearby, and Ye Wan had already begun preparations to organize the meeting. As a precaution, the main character put on a mask that hid part of his face and wrote the name of a mysterious alley on a small piece of paper. The newcomer, having read the note, was so stunned that he burst into angry insults, calling his interlocutor a derogatory nickname. An interrogation followed about the province of origin and the circumstances of the move, to which the newcomer answered extremely succinctly. Having received everything that Chen wanted, he calmly stood up and headed towards the exit amid the screams and insults of the new guy, who did not receive an answer to his question. The blonde watched in amazement at the incredible calm and composure of the young man who had just survived a grueling ordeal. The main character, accompanied by Ye Wang and Lin Xiaoxiao, walked towards the boss, immersed in deep thoughts about the current situation. The young man analyzed the latest events, understanding the logic of what was happening. Jiang Sheng's appearance in City 18 was directly related to his movements to the city of Luo, where the mysterious life of the traveler of the inner world would continue. Ye Wang explained their strategy in detail, emphasizing that the original goal was not immediate detention, but to preserve the secret identity of the protagonist. Lu Guangyi's sudden cry demanding Qing Chen's release broke the silence of the corridor, attracting the attention of the interlocutors. Lin Xiaoxiao told a story about a blue-eyed guy who was a former thug from a nursing home, highlighting the strange circumstances of his past. The mention of a nursing home caused sincere bewilderment in the young man, forcing him to listen more carefully to the story. According to Lin Xiaoxiao, in the slums of the inner world, traditional care for the elderly simply does not exist. The system was cruel. Old people over 60 were sent to specialized institutions and children squandered their pensions. Cutthroat nursing home workers turned protection into a real craft. They received payment for protection and created an artificial hierarchy between the residents. Chen was allowed to meet with Lu Guanyi, but he could not understand the logic of the Qing family sending an assistant from the nursing home in a critical matter. Xiaolu continued to scream heart-rendingly in the cell, demanding that Li Shutong immediately release his boss. The blonde man and the main character approached the camera using secret connections for unhindered entry. The metal doors swung open with a deafening roar, causing the prisoner to quickly jump up and peer at the unexpected visitors. The main character stood in front of him, the same boss whom he had begged to free all these days. Tears instantly appeared in the eyes of the blue-eyed man. He resembled a helpless child who did not believe in the long-awaited meeting. Jumping up, he sat Qingchen on the bed, fussily examining and asking about his condition, involuntarily noticing his emaciation. Xiaolu began to detail the possible reasons for his interest in the young man, hinting at his role as a potential candidate for the position of shadow, believing that the Qing clan would not make a fuss. Li Guanyi continued to insist on revenge with Li Shutong, but the main character only smiled, offering to stop this theater. The blue-eyed young man immediately began to try to justify himself, denying any pretense. Realizing that Chen saw right through him, he admitted that his behavior was just a way of survival for little people. The main character silently watched his interlocutor, understanding the true reason for his ostentatious devotion. He reassured his comrade, promising not to betray him if he remained faithful, and outlined a plan for further action. The young man gave instructions to behave more restrained, to which he received an emotional response mentioning Qing Yan. First of all, the hero demanded that the gold jewelry be removed from the mechanical hands, promising to keep them for his interlocutor. Having taken the jewelry, the guy wished his comrade a good rest and quickly left, putting them in his pocket. Mathematical calculations immediately began to sound in his head. About 30 grams of gold, density 19.23, he was only interested in what the market value was now. A blond man was waiting for him at the exit of his cell, wondering if he needed any more help. After some thought, the guy firmly stated that he had a plan to check certain circumstances. The countdown of 40.5 hours only spurred the young man to act more decisively, ignoring the whispers of those around him. Rumors spread in the prison corridor about the punishment of the main character, who allegedly lost the favor of the influential Li Shuton and was locked up for 4 days without food or water. The dining room was filled with noise and commotion, where Li Shutong and the blond man were having lunch together for the first time, and Qing Chen was sitting nearby with the blue-eyed guy. "How did you manage to anger the boss so much?" Guo Huchan asked, placing the tray next to the hero. Noticing the bold prisoner's persistent desire to join, the young man, with subtle irony, hinted at the possible consequences of such insolence, but he only laughed, saying that the spades are not afraid of anyone. Qing Chen sharply asked why he was looking for him then, which greatly angered his interlocutor, who began shouting that he respected not the Qing clan, but his abilities. Hearing this, the young man dryly replied that the proposal was not interesting, got up from the table, and headed towards the exit, not wanting to continue the conversation. Calmly walking towards the exit, he suddenly caught his foot on something, barely managed to hold onto the table and maintain his balance. This incident alerted the young man, and without turning around, he tried to carefully look around to understand what had happened. Behind him, 2 prisoners moved purposefully, as if chasing him and closing the distance with each step. Hearing that the steps were approaching, the main character turned around and calmly looked straight into the eyes of his pursuers, without a hint of fear. The pursuers froze in place in complete confusion, clearly not expecting such a reaction, and their faces showed confusion for a moment. After a second pause, their faces acquired an extremely serious expression. They exchanged meaningful glances, as if agreeing on the next step. Having received silent consent from each other, they quickly rushed forward, snatching sharp objects and swinging in a jump. Their surprise knew no bounds when the target instantly escaped the blow and the attackers themselves collapsed to the floor. There was complete confusion in the dining room. Only the blond man remained calm with glowing orange eyes. The blue-eyed boy quickly ran up to the boss, and together they approached the defeated attackers to examine their mouths. Having pulled out a molar, Xiaolu showed it to the main character, finding a capsule with poison attached to it. The young man quickly assessed the details. 2 suicide bombers arrived with Jiansheng from Chuan 5 days ago, and 3 others had already died. Suddenly the realization came. The true target of these killers was not Li Shuton at all, but himself, which added anxiety to his thoughts. "Who is trying to eliminate me? Perhaps another candidate for the shadow position," he thought as the robots headed towards the lying bodies. The hero involuntarily clenched his fists, realizing how dangerous and merciless the struggle for the place of the shadow of the clan was. The Qing Shadow Consortium, which specializes in dirty deeds, will stop at nothing to eliminate any rival. From the very beginning, the nine-man race has been a battle of survival, where only the fiercest and most determined emerge victorious. A little scared, Xiaolu ran up to the young man who was watching the bodies being removed and asked what to do next, awaiting instructions from his superiors. The young man muttered quietly, casting a significant glance at the blonde, hinting at continuing the investigation. Returning to his room, he was lying on the bed, thinking, when he suddenly heard a loud creaking opening of the cell door. The guy instantly jumped up and, going outside, saw Lin Xiaoxiao below, who was waving his hand as if beckoning him to come to him. The blonde was already waiting for him downstairs, and Li Shuten, who without ceremony offered to resolve the remaining issues before the start of training, so as not to be distracted. Realizing that this was the ideal place and time, he confidently approached Lin Xiaoxiao, asking who wanted to kill him. Li Shuten, peering piercingly at his interlocutor, demanded to know the intention of the unknown killer, tensely awaiting an answer. The blonde, maintaining an impenetrable calm, told about two elusive individuals whose mechanical modification carefully concealed the slightest traces of their origin. The boss warned of imminent danger to the younger generation of the Qing family, as if creating an atmosphere of insurmountable threat. The main character plunged into deep thoughts about the strange logic of struggle, where the risk outweighs the potential reward. Li Shutong revealed the ancient secret of the Qing family charter, according to which only a former shadow can become the true leader of the clan. The young man raised his eyebrows in disbelief, amazed at the information about the hierarchy of shadow heirs that had developed in the clan. The boss added about a centuries-old tradition where the shadow was once considered only a consumable material, doomed to be destroyed once the order was carried out. Listening attentively, the main character comprehended the complex system of inheritance of power in the clan, where now the shadow is the key link of succession. Every decade, there has been an incredible transformation of shadow candidates, where the winner gets the right to a quiet old age and the losers get guaranteed protection. The 1,000-year history of the struggle for the shadow has turned from a competition of abilities into a brutal tournament of survival where the strongest wins. The man continued to reveal the secrets of the clan, hinting at cruelty as the only way to consolidate power in the outside world. Realizing the danger of what was happening, the young man was intrigued only by the question of personal safety among 9 shadow candidates, each of whom longed to eliminate his rivals. The interlocutor frankly admitted that the current battle was developing more rapidly than ever before, and there were special reasons for this. The hero began to think about the pursuit of suicide bombers who appeared long before he met an influential patron, which excluded Li Shuten as the cause of his troubles. Chen, balancing between his desire to join the knights and remain loyal to the clan, was given ambiguous advice to keep his intentions secret no matter what he chose. But the high-ranking mentor also pointedly warned about the colossal power of the shadow, which the young man is not yet able to comprehend. The silence of the night enveloped the room where the boss, like a meditating sage, was waiting for the last questions from his ward. In the inner world, firearms remained the standard means of destruction, despite the existence of more sophisticated technological solutions. Special electromagnetic grenades and unique weapon systems for mechanical limbs existed, but military consortia preferred classic brass cartridges. The mentor and his student discussed the paradoxical simplicity of the weapon, arguing that one single bullet was enough to destroy a person. Having decided to complete the theoretical part, the teacher asked the student to complete a practical exercise that required extreme concentration. The young man unquestioningly extended his right hand, frozen in anticipation of his mentor's next instructions. The high-ranking official instantly squeezed the disciple's wrist, causing intense physical pain. Incredible spiritual energy controlled every biological process of the young man, including the rhythm of his breathing and the speed of his blood flow. The young man's veins were bound by a mysterious force that completely subjugated his internal biological mechanism. An unusual pattern gradually appeared on Li Shutong's neck, reminiscent of flames rapidly moving from the back of his head to his lips. The main character was aware of the complete contradiction of what was happening with the known laws of biology and human physiology. The energy flow penetrated the young man's blood vessels, burning them from the inside with incredible force. Attempts to escape became more and more desperate, but Ye Wang, standing nearby, urged him to maintain composure. The blonde recalled his earlier philosophical statements about overcoming suffering, trying to support his friend, and help him rise higher. The fire of internal transformation engulfed the young man, but he tried to maintain control of his breathing. Lin Xiaoxiao, worried about the student, urged him to maintain knowledge and internal stability. The blonde did not stop screaming, reminding him that accumulated pain can destroy the internal structure of a person and no one can help. For the first time in his life, the main character was left alone with his first painful memories: an accidental cut with a kitchen knife, the feeling of being cut off by fingerprints. Torture by water seemed like a monstrous ordeal, where poisonous saplings of cold memories pierced directly into the young man's lungs. The dark room became a symbol of unbearable suffering, where dehydration mixed with the first seconds of unbearable agony. The sunset sky of the day, when his mother left him forever, was etched in his memory as a lonely, departing silhouette with a suitcase. A flood of memories overwhelmed the young man with a sudden tide, returning him to a traumatic moment in the past. The darkness gradually thinned out, and a barely noticeable luminous point of hope appeared in the distance. A familiar voice called by name, making you look around in bewilderment in a completely unfamiliar space. The mother's hand stretched out to meet her, gently inviting her to follow her. The grown-up hero mechanically moved towards his parent's silhouette, like a small child. Like a defenseless baby, he stretched out his small palm, wanting to touch his mother's hand. A sudden cruel laugh destroyed the illusion. Memories of the mother's new family where another child took his place. Memories of abandonment forced the hero to lower his hand, not reaching the ghostly image. The long, lonely path strengthened his character, instilling confidence in his own abilities, which awakened his determination to move on his own. The hero decided to burn the past, rushing towards an unknown future, leaving behind all painful memories. The suffering I experienced became a source of internal transformation, allowing me to overcome the abyss of my own fears and doubts. The blonde spoke candidly about Qingchen, whose phenomenal memory was both his greatest gift and a source of endless suffering. The tension gradually subsided, allowing the young man to exhale heavily and recover from the intense ordeal. The mentor skeptically noted the relative ease of completing the technique, explaining to the student the intricacies of breathing practice as an auxiliary tool for transformation. The young man's unexpected breath instantly attracted the teacher's attention, alarming him with its unpredictability. The ability to instantly remember breathing rhythms thanks to a unique memory allowed the student to quickly master a complex technique, which surprised even an experienced mentor. Li Shutong told the legendary story of the origin of the knightly organization, revealing the secret of the genetic castle and 8 tests on the brink of life and death. The gradual disappearance of the knights was associated with the inability to pass critical tests, especially C ones, which became increasingly dangerous. The teacher methodically explained the classification of levels of the inner world using simple and intelligible examples. The mysterious boss level was discovered by Ye Wang, the S level, which caused indescribable admiration. The young man delved into a complex scientific discussion about neurochemical processes, the differences between dopamine and endorphins, and their influence on human perception. Subtle analysis of chemical processes revealed the true nature of dopamine as a mechanism for the formation of addiction and not a source of true happiness. Endorphins were a complex tool of the human body, capable of turning the bitterness of trials into a source of strength and transformation. The ancestor Qin Sheng formulated the revolutionary philosophy of chivalry. Only through painful experience can one rise to the unattainable heights of human capabilities. The main character, examining his interlocutor with an inquisitive gaze, was persistently interested in the secret connection between breathing techniques and endorphins that can unlock the gene lock. The teacher patiently explained, a special breathing technique provokes a pain impulse, instantly releasing endorphins, which becomes a unique method of body control and ultra-fast development. The young man persistently continued to explore the possibilities of technology, eager to know its hidden potential, for which he received a vague hint about future revelations. Qingchen seemed to be ahead of his own thoughts, thinking about the possibility of directly introducing endorphins into the era of technological miracles, but he ran into an insurmountable obstacle of internal laws. The teacher revealed the tragic story of ancestors who tried repeatedly to artificially stimulate endorphins but were unable to open the sacred gene lock. Despite enormous technological progress, the secret of the gene lock remained sacred and inaccessible to full understanding, even for dedicated knights. There is only the most difficult path of cultivation through pain, which is the only way to ascend to heaven. The young man listened carefully to his mentor, absorbing every word with an unshakable determination to learn the unknown. Qingchen was interested in the limits of the possible, asking about the consequences of passing the 8 tests, but the interlocutor considered this question pointless. The hero resolutely insisted on his right to explore the forbidden territories of the outside world, rejecting any restrictions. The young man's unexpected determination and the meaning of his words forced the mentor to look at him completely differently, recognizing the student's potential. The outside world, which did not know superhumans, became a potential testing ground for incredible transformations and discoveries. Thousands of years of history have kept memories of countless attempts by knights to overcome insurmountable barriers to their development. And now, for the first time in 1,000 years, a young man appeared capable of fulfilling the cherished desire of all his predecessors. Yewang answered the question about the forbidden places, explaining that their source was something extraordinary. The blonde added that the mysterious legend about the flow of superhuman blood into the environment opened up incredible prospects for new forms of life. Every drop of blood became a catalyst for evolution, from insects to microorganisms, turning the place of death into a sacred territory. While searching for a new continent, the Kashima Consortium discovered the bones of a giant whale, so large that even a wide-angle lens could not fully capture it. The ocean depths kept the secret of transformation. The place of death of the legendary creature became a forbidden space full of unsolved mysteries. Lin Xiaoxiao spoke about forbidden items that appear centuries after the death of a Superman. For example, in the wasteland near the city of 16, a black steam locomotive of 12 cars runs through the wilderness. If you throw a 50-gram gold coin through the window of the tail car, you can become its passenger and go to the ends of the world. The tail car of the train is literally overflowing with gold coins, becoming a cherished target for daredevils and smugglers, although finding the train is extremely difficult. Any attempt to steal treasure instantly turns into a death trap, where the thief becomes a prisoner of his own greed. The last carriage of the train is a real cemetery of human ambitions, literally stuffed with the bones of unlucky adventurers. There are forbidden objects that are far from ordinary understanding. They can be living beings with endless life, capable of serving or destroying. Failure to control such an object or the slightest mistake in handling them turns them into a monstrous threat. The 100 forbidden items are like wild animals in the forest. Experienced hunters know which ones they can handle and which ones they should avoid. With the increase in the number of such objects, a special inquisition appeared, hunters hostile not only to the creatures but also to those who raise them. Their mission is to contain not only dangerous artifacts, but also potential superhumans who could unleash a real apocalypse. Yewang solemnly announced the beginning of the students' preparation for the 8 sacred tests without hiding his pride in his potential. The mentor pointedly hinted at the possibility of changing the era, instilling in the student an unshakable belief in his own destiny. The boss began to rise, saying that the theoretical part of the training had ended, giving way to practical training with increasing intensity. The man watched his new student with delight, anticipating the incredible transformations to come. The main character felt a strange mixture of restrictions and unprecedented freedom filling his inner universe. The new place seemed more attractive to him than aimlessly living under the serene sun in the outside world. The training began unexpectedly, with a carefully prepared container of chopped beef and insistence on a solid diet before exercise. The young man was intrigued by the unknown energy generated when using the breathing technique. It seemed controlled, but not obviously useful. The morning conversation between the boss and 2 wards revealed the incredible endurance of the student, who managed to train at full load without a break from 11 in the evening until 3 in the morning. The blonde was indignant at the intensity of the training, but Yewang explained that breathing techniques and a nutritious diet make it possible to withstand such stress without harm to health. Lin Xiaoxiao was surprised, not believing that even with the breathing technique one could not get tired, but Yewang noted the rare willpower of the young man which could awaken superpowers in him. What he heard made the blonde express his thought that previously awakened abilities would prevent him from following the chosen path. Despite the nightly training, they adhered to the agreed legend, and Chen, looking surprisingly cheerful, walked past his comrades without even looking at them. Lin tried to persuade the boss to let him try the breathing technique again, but Li Shutong snapped that he had missed his chance, and now he was too old for such training. The interlocutor delved into philosophical reflections on human suffering, drawing parallels between age and internal pain, thoughtfully stroking the cat lying on the table. The man wisely noted that youth deceptively represents suffering, but true bitterness is revealed only with the accumulation of life experience. The boss, with subtle irony, mentioned the end of the long-standing game of Xiangqi, meaningfully hinting at changes associated with the main character. The unexpected announcement over the loudspeaker made the prisoners wary, and Qing Chen was filled with surprise. After a long stay in the inner world, they were going to visit him for the first time. The prisoners, whose numbers were called, followed the robot in an orderly manner, creating an atmosphere of submission. The door slowly opened, attracting the close attention of the main character, who internally tensed in anticipation of the unknown. Entering inside, Chen saw a young and fragile girl sitting at the table, personifying the mystery and surprise of the moment. Her look was impressive, an elegant green suit, a cascade of long hair and deep emerald eyes that could hypnotize with a look. At the sight of Qingchen, the girl became embarrassed, nervously biting her lower lip and lowering her gaze, which betrayed her inner excitement. The young man took a seat opposite, involuntarily provoking his interlocutor to make the first contact, which was given to her with obvious difficulty. The protagonist's internal monologue was filled with suspicion and anxiety. Has he really been discovered? Who really is this mysterious girl? She introduced herself to Kashimiro Saran, solemnly calling herself his fiancée, and at the same time plunging her interlocutor into an atmosphere of complete uncertainty. The girl's deep green eyes literally burned right through the main character, creating a tense pause. The silence became more and more eloquent while the young man, literally scanning his interlocutor with his gaze, tried to understand the true reason for her visit. The internal intrigue grew. Why is she here? They clearly did not know each other well enough for such a meeting to seem natural. The official voice of the loudspeaker interrupted their silent confrontation, announcing the end of the date's time. A slight sadness instantly appeared on the girl's face. The meeting did not take place as planned. Despite internal resistance, she still revealed a small part of the information in Japanese, carefully balancing between silence and frankness. The hero tried to ask about the details, but the interlocutor only laughed mysteriously, leaving him bewildered. The time expired, and the young man headed to the robot, which was supposed to escort him back. Thoughts about the mysterious marriage contract haunted her, creating a tangle of conflicting emotions. Kashimiro continued to sit motionless, immersed in her own impenetrable thoughts. The hero slowly entered the spacious dining room, filled with gloomy prisoners, immersed in deep, secret thoughts about their fate. Lost in his own thoughts, the young man shuddered at the unexpected voice of his comrade, who was persistently interested in the details of the recent meeting with Qing Yan. The interlocutor shook his head slightly, making it clear that it was not him, and the plan remained unchanged and continued to move in a smooth, careful half-step. Persistent curiosity crowded the eyes of the blue-eyed young man, who intended to clarify the foggy circumstances of his recent breakup with Li Shutong. Firm determination colored the protagonist's intonation when he categorically rejected the very possibility of outside interference in their thoughtful strategic plan. Loyalty was evident in every movement of Xiaolu, who slowly followed his boss, ready to support him at any moment. The city clock silently counted down the remaining hours until the decisive moment, creating an atmosphere of unpredictable tension. The holographic whale glided majestically across the night sky, resembling a ghostly creature emerging from the sea. Multicolored fireworks exploded in the darkness, creating a kaleidoscope of fiery flashes that involuntarily attracted the fascinated glances of random passers-by. The mechanical voice of the advertisement proclaimed the superiority of holographic communication, echoing through the evening city space. A girl with a luxurious appearance and mechanical limbs moved gracefully through city blocks. A strange combination of beauty and the evolution of technology attracted the wary glances of random witnesses, provoking a wave of silent amazement. Absorbed in her own goal, the girl calmly continued moving, ignoring the drizzling rain and the indifference of the urban environment. Suddenly, her path was blocked by two guards who greeted Sister Jiang Shui with courtesy and deep respect. Carefully holding the newest mechanical limbs of the Li Consortium in her hands, the unknown people expressed gratitude for her work and warned her of the arrival of an expert who would teach her how to install these prostheses. The woman could not believe the reality of what was happening, reflecting on the unexpected favor of a powerful consortium, whose generosity extended far beyond standard corporate obligations. The stranger vividly explained the background of the gift, talking about a mysterious middle-aged woman who had been looking for Jiang Shui for 2 years with the intention of expressing her deep gratitude. Carefully studying the mechanical hands that had been presented to her, the aunt listened to an enthusiastic description of the technical characteristics, which plunged one into amazement with its advanced functionality. The messenger conveyed the touching words of an unknown woman, in which sincere gratitude and gentle parting words filled with deep human sympathy were evident. Confusion enveloped the face of the aunt, who, with increasing bewilderment, absorbed every detail of the strange message about delicious scrambled eggs and that she would be a good mother. The countdown was inexorably approaching, but the main character continued training with incredible persistence, not paying attention to the remaining minutes. Ye Wang mentally analyzed the student's potential, realizing that every minute of training could be decisive in his fateful movement between worlds. The boss suddenly interrupted the young man's intense activity, carefully observing how the energy flow gradually faded away in his veins. Li Shuten, with subtle curiosity, expressed a desire to witness the crossing of interworld boundaries, hoping for the possible revelation of secrets. The breathing technique, despite its apparent simplicity, incredibly depleted the body's physical resources, which the young man eloquently stated as he took the next portion of meat. The young student, quickly devouring his food, voiced a question to his mentor, who unexpectedly asked for help in a special task related to the Xiangqi games. Without hesitation for a second, the guy immediately emptied the container from the remains of the meal, demonstrating his readiness to carry out any assignment. The last piece of meat disappeared under the gaze of Ye Wan, who was carefully watching what was happening. The hero, immersed in thoughts about his achievements, mechanically reached into his pocket, as if obeying an unknown impulse. A golden ornament emerged from the depths of the clothing and was carefully removed from Li Guanyi's mechanical hand. The young man tightly grasped the precious metal when there were only a few seconds left before the fateful transfer. The last moments before the transition counted down with increasing tension. Li Shuten closely watched what was happening, catching every micro-movement. At the moment of transition, reality literally shattered into pieces, and the young man's body was engulfed in unimaginable flames, while the golden object continued to be securely held in the convulsively clenched palm. A sharp awakening in his own bed found Qing Chen jumping up like a spring, preparing for lightning-fast actions. Without wasting precious moments, he masterfully removed the flash drive from his mouth, continuing to tightly clutch the precious gold in his hand. The 7-day travel intervals gradually lengthened, giving rise to disturbing thoughts about the possibility of being irreversibly stuck between worlds, but the successful transfer of the golden object gave a tiny hope of control. Internal energy currents still pulsated in the veins, reminiscent of the recent painful transition between worlds. Deciding to make the most of his post-transit state, the young man rushed to the floor for an intense training session. The morning sun's rays flooded the room, but the hero remained motionless, completely immersed in meditative breathing practice. Having completed his workout, he smoothly stood up, took a bottle of water, went into the shower, and automatically grabbed his phone. Taking sip after sip, the young man remembered a recent date and a mysterious girl, whose image did not leave his mind. Thanks to his phenomenal memory, the guy was able to reconstruct the phrases he heard, which Sorain uttered in Japanese, involuntarily immersing himself in the atmosphere of that moment. Thoughts about the girl's origins haunted her. Why did she speak Japanese if Kashimiro's family was clearly connected to Chinese culture? Many possibilities swirled in my head. Perhaps she was a traveler or a carrier of a rare cultural tradition, able to freely switch between languages. A sudden message from classmate Nan Gengchen interrupted his deep thoughts, intriguingly asking about the reputation of Liu Deju from the parallel class. Slight confusion colored the face of the hero, who perplexedly accepted the mysterious call to urgently report to school. In the school corridor, the main character moved slowly, not surprised by the usual noise and commotion that surrounded him with a dense ring of carefree teenagers. Among the many-voiced crowd, he noticed a classmate who was energetically waving his hand, insistently urging him to come closer and pay attention. The red-haired friend excitedly showed the phone screen, hinting at something supernatural and hitherto unknown. A popular news portal reported shocking details about the mysterious traveler Zhang, a resident of Chuan province who was imprisoned in a hidden solitary confinement cell. The main character plunged into deep thoughts about the tragic fate of travelers, contrasting with the bright and eventful life of the cyber inhabitants of urban spaces. Memories of Liu Deju's previous return from travel surfaced when he vaguely hinted at a meeting with the influential Li Shutong. Confused, Deju slowly scanned the school corridor with a wary gaze, carefully peeking out, trying to comprehend what was happening. Suddenly, his classmates noticed him and began to advance in a crowd, persistently pointing to the hot news on the phone. Liu Deju began to read the message while listening to the excited comments of those around him about the strange incident with Jian Sheng. The guy's internal monologue revealed the suspicion of the existence of a mysterious boss and a third traveler. A mental rescue plan arose in the student's head. He imagined himself begging the mysterious boss for release along with Jian Sheng. Realizing that he had lied, Liu Deju finally decided to reveal the truth, which plunged his classmates into sincere amazement with his contradictory statements. Watching all this, the main character laughed, realizing that his stupid classmate was able to attract attention, although not in the way he wanted. Many journalists flocked to the educational institution, eager to capture the traveler who filled the internet space. The panicked teachers called for the students to immediately take their seats, and the hero obediently followed the instructions, taking Nan Gengchen with him. A suspicious stranger appeared on the school grounds, climbing over the fence, violating all established boundaries. Two classmates froze in a shocked daze, unable to move or do anything. The trembling hand of one of the girls pointed to the building that the mysterious alien was looking for. The man quickly ran up to the floor, loudly calling Li Buju, unwittingly causing confusion with names. Liu Deju heard his name called when the stranger burst into the classroom with fury and determination to discuss everything that interested him. The stranger unleashed a stream of accusations on the frightened schoolboy, hinting at his involvement in prison secrets. The quickly reacting teachers tried to pull the aggressive man away, but his pressure seemed unstoppable. Even after being removed from the office, the man did not stop insisting that he needed help, promising financial reward. Nan Genshin was excited about the potential uses of the information he had heard, but also added that if he had stayed in the corridor, he could have heard much more. Qingchen remained indifferent to his comrade's statements, showing immersion in the world of his phone. The red-haired friend's fervent imagination painted an exciting picture of a journey into the inner world where they would become superhumans with mechanical limbs. The main character reacted warily to the sudden appearance of a book on programming, noticing the strange behavior of his classmate. Deciding to change the topic, he offered to become friends with Liu Deju in order to find out more information about that world in case they moved, but Qingchen rejected this with cold indifference, as well as any hints of involvement in the world of travelers. The hero's internal monologue rushed between the awareness of the authenticity of Liu Deju and the possible consequences of his appearance in the city of Luo. The mysterious silence of Kunlun hung in the air, causing the hero to suspect hidden reasons for what was happening among the many journalists taking photographs. Having finished his evening meeting with friends, Liu Deju carefreely rode his bicycle through the evening streets, unaware of the impending threat. The usual route home ran past busy neighborhoods, where late-arriving townspeople were finishing their workday, without warning of any danger. A sudden feeling of anxiety gripped the young man when he noticed a suspicious car monotonously following him for several blocks. Turning sharply, the guy came across the harsh gaze of two strangers, instantly realizing the seriousness of the impending threat. Adrenaline surged in the blood when Liu began to pedal as hard as he could, trying to break away from his pursuers, but the car inexorably increased its speed. Each movement of the bicycle became more desperate, but the car continued to inevitably reduce the distance, instilling chilling horror. A deafening blow cut through the evening silence. The car rammed the bicycle with monstrous force, throwing the young man onto the cold asphalt. The strangers did not seem to be planning a murder, slowly getting out of the car with the clear intention of picking up the defeated victim. As they approached the body, the pursuers revealed their mechanical limbs, the shine of their metal contrasting with the surrounding darkness. Overwhelming fear gripped the young man. Tears and sobs became the only means of defense, begging for salvation in this desolate darkness. The villains, feeling complete impunity, continued their inexorable approach, unaware of the sudden change in the situation. An unknown car, like an angry predator, rushed towards them, crashing into their car with such force that it flew into the air amid the cries of the numb young man. The kidnappers immediately switched their attention, taking a fighting stance against a new, unexpected enemy, preparing for a fierce battle. The mysterious vehicle continued to approach, emitting an ominous signal that cut through the evening silence, creating an atmosphere of imminent threat. The strangers, emerging from under the bridge, unwittingly exposed their vulnerability, turning into easy prey for the suddenly appearing defender. With a lightning-fast leap from the bridge, the man attacked his mechanical pursuers, throwing them to the ground with powerful blows. The metal limbs of the villains hit the asphalt with a deafening roar, and the frightened student continued to sob, not understanding whether this was salvation or a new threat. The man, who made an incredible jump without turning around, inquired in a casual tone about the state of the frightened young man, showing his calmness. The prosthetic arm flashed in the light of the street lamps as the stranger introduced himself as the leader of Kunlun, Zheng Yuandong. A rapid flow of fear did not let go of the young man, who continued to sit in a daze, uttering heart-rending screams that echoed along the deserted street. The leader of the organization, calm and decisive, was not going to change his intentions by removing weapons from the mysterious subspace. The sword that appeared in his hands exuded an ominous red and black aura that instantly filled the surrounding space with chilling fear. Zheng, without even straining, with the ease and precision of a surgeon, cut the opponent's car in half with one careless stroke. Convinced of completing the task, the warrior instantly hid the weapon back into subspace, watching as the terrified student literally pressed himself into the wall, looking on in absolute horror. The Kunlun leader's motionless figure stood watching until suddenly another shadow appeared from the second car, causing him to turn around. Lu Yuan, approaching the boss, noted the attacks in such an inconspicuous place with an impenetrable expression, hinting at the depth of what was happening. The leader of the organization ordered the immediate evacuation of the ill-fated trailer, candidly sharing how the morning news of the disappearance of the travelers instantly put them on the trail of the daring Liu Deju. The inner world that gives rise to chaos and madness creates a special category of daredevils who must be severely suppressed so that they do not challenge the existing world order, Zheng Yuandong concluded with unshakable determination. The assistant's cautious proposal to expand the number of travelers was immediately stopped because the purity of the organization is more important than blind, quantitative growth. Kunlun is not just an organization of force, but an ideological system where principles stand incomparably above the mechanical expansion of influence. Behind Liu Deju, there is now an influential leader of the knightly organization, known as the invincible boss of the inner world, which significantly complicates any hostile intentions. The strategic plan was built flawlessly. People were placed around the school and along the route of the goal, which made it possible to intercept the pursuers, the leader concluded, observing Yuan's actions. A quick examination of the victim revealed minor injuries, scratches on the arm, leg, and face, which did not pose a serious threat to health. Firm words of support and the promise of round-the-clock protection calmed the frightened student a little, who gratefully whispered the only thing, "Thank you." The loud slam of the car doors symbolized the end of the dramatic rescue scene. Literally, a moment later, police cars with flashing lights turned on appeared on the scene. The young man, still under the impression, was perplexed as to why his pursuers retreated so easily, without even trying to win him over to their side. The boss, looking meaningfully at the road, hinted to his ward about the strangeness of what had happened, involuntarily whipping up the intrigue. Doubts about the student's abilities grew. Lack of courage and initiative could become an insurmountable barrier to recognition by the influential Li Shutong. Lu Yuan cautiously suggested the possibility of non-recognition, but Zheng instantly refuted this version, citing the authoritative opinion of Jian Sheng. The unexpected suggestion of a third traveler hiding in prison number 18 hung in the air with significant intrigue. Zheng, unaware of the true scale of what was happening, continued to methodically collect information without even realizing about the main character, who continued to train, leaving not the slightest chance for chance. The heavy sigh of the ward sounded like a question about the fate of Liu Dezu, but the stern boss cut off all hopes of joining with a single laconic sentence. The monotonous movement of the car was accompanied by a quiet conversation where Lu Yuan reminded of the upcoming meeting, which the leader postponed without the slightest hesitation. The dead of night found the protagonist in an incessant training routine where every movement was subject to iron discipline. The internal monologue was mixed with physical efforts. The need for survival dictated the harsh conditions of existence where every calorie counted. A sudden knock on the door interrupted the meditative state of training, revealing young Xiao Yun with a hot plate of home-cooked food. Gratitude flashed a sincere smile when the girl hurriedly handed over the treat and quickly ran to the stairs. The protagonist's gaze followed the fleeing figure, which concealed an as yet unexpressed thought. A catching voice found the girl on the threshold of the stairs, throwing a meaningful phrase about her childish intelligence. Frozen motionless with her back to her interlocutor, the girl was silent, creating unbearable tension in the space between them. The slow turn of the head was accompanied by a meaningful smile and the statement that brother Qingchen was also a traveler. But the protagonist's quick answer spoke for itself that this was fictitious information and evidence was needed. The girl reminded him of the day he brought her into the house after a family conflict, hiding behind a curtain and watching strangers from the organization. Despite her young age, she pointed out the details that exposed Chen with surprising accuracy, which made him wonder about her insight. A deep understanding came suddenly. In front of him was the same crippled child who had gone through the same difficult trials that formed her ability to read people. It was obvious that her thinking was far ahead of her age, because no one would suspect a child without good reason. The awareness of her role in the inner world was strengthened in his head, but he understood that even she would have a hard time finding him. The morning light illuminated the entrance where workers were bustling about, turning the neighboring apartment into a site of total transformation. The entrance was in full swing with work. Someone was laying tiles, someone was painting the walls, and it looked like they were preparing to move. Having tried to find out from the workers who would be his new neighbor, Qingchen was faced with their indifference and lack of information. The apartment opposite, empty for a long time, suddenly came to life, and this made him think about the reasons for such activity, which looked more than strange. Walking quietly up the stairs, he saw a similar picture, another renovation, a lot of tools and no sign of the owners. Expensive items already unloaded by the workers indicated that the new residents were probably people of high status. Logic dictated that the appearance of wealthy people in a dilapidated quarter could only mean one thing, a connection with a mysterious inner world. The first thought that came to his mind when entering the yard was that this could be connected with Jiang Shui, whom he noticed in the yard playing with her daughter. The protagonist's warning smile was thrown like a silent warning, which was instantly understood by the interlocutor. Mutual understanding was expressed in a slight nod and an answering smile that spoke more than 1,000 words. Walking past a school class, he noticed Liu Deju, who was writing something with a depressed look and a trembling hand. The sudden surge of information on the internet, the mysterious appearance of a wounded young man in the top news, looked more than suspicious. The photographs taken from the bushes opposite the school seemed commonplace in the era of travelers, eclipsing the fame of celebrities. The new notification froze in the eyes of the main character, like a hologram from a parallel reality. This was He Xiaoxiao's latest publication, in which he planned to reveal details about his acquaintance with the instance called Forbidden Place. With growing concern, the young man activated the video, carefully turning the phone over for maximum viewing comfort. According to He Xiaoxiao, the inner world consisted of 139 forbidden territories, full of technological and human mysteries, and their successful passage promised a generous reward from the consortium. Immersed in studying the mysterious video, the young man was startled by the unexpected voice of Nan Gengchen calling for attention. Two girls gracefully stood in the corridor, enthusiastically maintaining a casual conversation. The teacher solemnly introduced the new students, kindly asking them to tell about themselves in front of the curious class. The first to voice the performance was Wang Yun, who introduced herself as a native of Hai City with an open smile. Following her friend, Bai Wanner, also from Hai, introduced herself and expressed hope for a friendly understanding. The male half of the class burst into applause. Admiration was clearly visible in the eyes of the young men, with the exception of the main character, who pointedly ignored what was happening. The teacher kindly showed the newcomers a place in front of Qingchen, describing him as one of the best students, which caused outright envy among the others. The teacher's unexpected call to bring chairs immediately shook up the class, where everyone tried to take the initiative, which took the teacher by surprise. The ambitious young man defiantly moved his desk, loudly lowering it to the floor, deliberately attracting the attention of the new students. Trying to look as attractive as possible, the guy literally squeezed his desk in front of the protagonist's seat, pointedly pointing to the vacant seat. Wang Yun inquired with slight curiosity about the fate of her partner, to which he lightheartedly replied about his intention to independently resolve the issue with the place. The newly arrived students took their places in front of the main character and his red-haired friend, who openly demonstrated genuine interest in one of the girls. Suddenly, Wang Yun turned around, showing genuine friendliness, asking if they knew the mysterious person Liu Deju from the parallel class. Nan Gengchen, initially at a loss, quickly pulled himself together and kindly offered the opportunity to get acquainted if necessary. With the teacher's return, the audience was immediately plunged into an atmosphere of concentration and academic attention. Qingchen carefully observed the new arrivals, intuitively understanding that Wang Yun and Bai Wanner were most likely travelers, and the true reason for their transfer was related to Liu Deju. Notably, Nan Gengchen also constantly looked at his hands, which was remarkable for travelers. The bell signaled a change, and the class gradually came to life. The students scattered about their business. The newly arrived girls went out into the street, where they purposefully moved towards two guys who were enthusiastically arguing about something. The strange scene attracted attention. Four strangers stood apart, creating the impression of a theatrical performance. The emotions of the interlocutors were eloquent. One of the guys gesticulated energetically. Surprise, a smile, and slight bewilderment were present on their faces. The main character watched what was happening through the window, noting that he did not know any of the participants in the mysterious scene. A red-haired classmate shared intriguing information about the transfer of 4 students, hinting at a hidden subtext to what was happening. He also added that Hu Xiaoniu, who was wearing golden glasses, delivered 3 comrades in a luxury car in the morning, the dream of all men. Chen, with undisguised surprise, asked his friend about the machine, who calmly continued to study the complex pages of the programming book. Throughout the day, the girls hardly communicated with their classmates, preferring to go out after class to talk with their friends. Their intellectual level exceeded all expectations. In English class, Bai Wanner methodically studied last year's international tests, and Wang Yun studied the most difficult Olympiad tasks in physics. Passing by, the main character overheard their conversations in English, in which words like travelers, movement, and the names of 2 cities flashed. Having energetically collected his backpack, the hero loudly announced his departure, simultaneously instructing his friend to promptly report any school incidents. Wang Yun, following her departing classmate with her gaze, was surprised to be interested in the reasons for such atypical behavior for a diligent student. After completing classes, the girls, getting ready to go about their business, casually said goodbye to the guy with a friendly wave of the hand. Amazed by this gesture, Nan Gengchen remained in place, pondering what had happened as if it were something incredible. The main character, pondering the need to sell gold and improve his diet due to his energy-consuming breathing technique, stood poised in his apartment, preparing to carry out his plan. Silently leaving his home, the hero, literally a few centimeters from the closed door, came across an unexpected presence. The sudden discovery of neighbors, girls on the second floor and guys opposite, was no less surprising for him than for them. The guys, taken by surprise by the unexpected acquaintance, were eager to immediately obtain information about their mysterious classmate. Hu Xiaonu came closer and extended his hand with an expensive watch, revealing his desire to impress with an elegant performance. The protagonist coldly and succinctly rejected the handshake attempt, emphasizing his reluctance to establish close contact. Without stopping for a moment, the young man quickly left the courtyard, focused exclusively on urgent personal matters. Hu Xiaonu, who was watching through the window, suddenly caught a strange feeling of unconscious familiarity with a stranger. Intuition suggested that it was not a matter of direct acquaintance or external similarity, but of a special, elusive manner of staying away from everyone. The inner wariness immediately transformed into a clear understanding. Everyday politeness hides deep-seated arrogance. Hu Xiaonu, going out to his friends with barely noticeable curiosity, asked their opinion about the strangeness of the character he had just seen. The friends settled comfortably in the house of Wang Yun and Bai Waner, where they began to discuss the oddities of their classmate Qing Chen, who seemed to care nothing. A diligent student from the provinces is unlikely to be able to rise above the circumstances, Wang Yun believed, emphasizing the insignificance of their new neighbor. She casually offered to stay at a hotel, explaining that their only goal was to meet with Liu Dezu, and Jiang Xue was not of particular interest. Hu Xiaonu abruptly interrupted her reasoning, urging her to be more far-sighted and reminding her of the strategy for establishing connections in the city of 18, where every acquaintance can become a key one. Tired Wang Yun talked about the need to gradually establish contacts with Liu Deju, allowing for the costs of information and resources, but Zhang recalled the readiness to overcome possible difficulties. The guy in gold-rimmed glasses put forward the philosophical idea that money is not the main thing and called on his comrades to be open to new acquaintances, overcoming their own ambitions. He emphasized that friendship would be the main advantage in his relationship with Liu Dezu, greatly improving his points. Wang Yun inquired about the curriculum, mentioning overcrowded classes, and asked for information about a mysterious traveler who seemed like an impenetrable mystery. She suddenly mentioned the name of Yang Yang, who might be planning to transfer, causing puzzled looks among those present. Tianzhen reacted with alarm to this news, and Hu Xiaonu tried to calm the company by slowly getting up from the table. The young man interrupted the discussion with a proposal to meet the neighbors and took a beautiful box, hinting at further actions. The company headed to the neighbors, decisively knocking on the first door they came across. Xiaoyun was running happily in the apartment, assuming that her brother Qing Chen was knocking, and exclaimed for him to wait a minute because she was already running. Having opened the door with an enthusiastic exclamation of "Brother," the girl froze, realizing that in front of her was not at all the one she expected to see. The first among the guests was Wang Yun, who smiled happily and waved, saying a friendly, "Hello, baby." The girl, not appreciating the courtesy, did not respond to the greeting in any way, only slammed the door sharply and loudly, demonstrating instant antipathy. Xiaoyun firmly stated that this was not her brother, and in response to her mother's questions, she replied that it did not matter, leaving the intrigue hanging in the air. Hearing Qing Chen's name from behind the door, the guests froze, surprised by his mention in such an unexpected context. Meanwhile, the main character walked through the rainy night city, passing by destroyed houses and streets. He stopped at a small shop that sold Chinese herbs and gifts and asked if they accepted gold. The old man, sitting with his back to the counter and weaving baskets, heard the proposal out of the corner of his ear and dryly inquired about the availability of receipts for the goods. Having heard about the lack of documents, the man offered a deal, 220 per gram without any questions about the origin of the gold. 8,580 yuan seemed to the hero a colossal sum that could solve many pressing problems, and he confidently said to the seller, "Deal, 39 grams, cash only." The old man approvingly noted the young man's caution, which was unusual for his age, especially in such transactions, and added that this was the right approach. The seller generously promised to increase the price by 5 yuan per gram on the next transaction, while the protagonist scrupulously checked the authenticity of the bills. While checking the banknotes, the main character carefully studied the watermarks, security threads, hidden ornaments, and dark letters at an angle, without missing a single detail. After a thorough inspection, he asked for replacement 50 and 20 yuan bills, handing them to the seller. The old man noticed the rarity of such meticulous clients who usually just take the money and leave, and with slight bewilderment, he reached for the bills. The main character seriously warned the seller against deception, taking away new bills and emphasizing the importance of honest business. Having completed the deal, he calmly headed home with a leisurely, measured step. Inwardly, Chen decided to make several circles along the alleys just in case, ruling out the possibility of surveillance. Going to the store on the way, he purchased the necessary products, eggs and meat, and as he approached the house, he noticed a little neighbor in the window. The little girl, seeing him, happily waved her hand, joyfully shouting, "Hello!" enlivening the monochrome picture of the evening city landscape. The hero's busy hands responded by slightly lifting the package, which was tantamount to a friendly greeting. Lowering his hand, he used an eloquent gesture of his index finger towards his windows, inviting her to visit for a conversation. Xiao Yun, standing in the kitchen and watching her brother prepare dinner, curiously asked about the new neighbors, showing typical childish curiosity. Chen shared information about the migrants from High City, mentioning an overheard conversation in English and hinting at a connection to the mysterious inner world of City 7. The girl persistently inquired about the reasons for the new residents' move, emphasizing the special status of City 18 as the territory of the Li Consortium. The young hero lightheartedly proposed a plan to secretly observe the new neighbors, to which his sister skeptically noted their obvious carelessness. "Because they are not as smart as you," he said, affectionately patting his sister on the head. Having instantly received praise, the girl quickly turned around and ran away somewhere, beaming with joy. Along the way, she reminded him that her mother had instructed her to pick up his dirty clothes for washing, and slyly sticking her tongue out at him, she hurried to complete her task. Running out of the apartment, she left behind an echo of care and obedience, which her older brother tenderly followed with his gaze. Left alone, the hero drew attention to the trash can near the table, which increasingly attracted his attention. An inner voice encouraged the hero to continue moving forward, recalling the philosophical truth about independent individuals, like gods and animals. "If I can't become a god yet, I'll start by becoming a beast," the young man thought, finishing his water after a grueling workout. The morning bustle filled the school office with the energetic voices of students discussing unexpected changes. Nan, beaming with delight, could hardly believe in his friend's unexpected initiative, dreaming of an earlier change of place. The friend's assumptions infuriated the protagonist, like invisible irritation frozen on his face with a sharp grimace of dissatisfaction. Nan, sitting down in his new place, told the story of a professional fortune teller from the inner world who, for an insignificant sum, revealed to him a vague prophecy about future wealth. Suddenly the conversation was interrupted. The girls who entered were calmly heading to their seats, but suddenly stopped in mute amazement when they saw the changes. The friends began to talk quietly in English, perplexedly discussing the change of place, while the main character seemed serenely indifferent to what was happening and went about his business. Wang Yun's wary gaze glanced at the rapidly writing Chen, who seemed to be completely absorbed in mathematical notes and certainly did not overhear them. She also supported her guesses with a memory. A city teacher once said that students in provincial schools, despite excellent grades, are often unable to understand free conversation in a foreign language. Relaxed, they sat down in their seats, continuing to discuss the possibility of hiding from Chen Leiyu in the inner city, to which her friend vaguely hinted at the need to act spontaneously. Qingchen, putting his pen on his desk, mentally noted that simultaneously solving problems and analyzing someone else's conversation is a real art, which was difficult for him. But some sounds were forever etched into his subconscious, becoming part of the internal melody of memories. He could not relive the past, but in an amazing way he could reproduce it, every smallest detail, every subtle nuance. Unexpectedly, Hu Xiaonu looked into the office, instantly meeting the gaze of his acquaintances, making it clear what was waiting for them in the courtyard. On the street, the group exchanged impressions, especially highlighting the strange behavior of a classmate who suddenly moved closer to Wang Yun. The young man in gold glasses pondered with intrigue about the possible motives for such a movement, intuitively sensing the hidden subtext. The girls, exchanging worried glances, tried to remain calm, fearing that they had accidentally given out very important information. The city of Lo, known for its status as a gathering place for travelers, dictated special rules of secrecy and caution in communication, requiring extreme vigilance from its inhabitants. Hu Xiaonu explained the intricacies of surveillance, advising to pay attention to the smallest details of the suspicious character's behavior, including the slightest eye movements on the hand. Returning to class, Wang Yun, showing rare tenacity, kept an eye on her classmate, using every opportunity to observe unnoticed. A cunning maneuver with a deliberate drop of the eraser allowed the girl to quietly study the object of surveillance without attracting unnecessary attention. Motionless and focused, Qingchen remained perfectly calm, continuing to look at the teacher without showing the slightest sign of concern. After the lesson, the participants in the investigation exchanged observations. The suspicious classmate never looked at his hand, as if anticipating possible surveillance and carefully monitoring his every movement. Hu Xiaonu skeptically doubted the traveler's version, emphasizing the impossibility of such extreme endurance for an ordinary teenager. The second guy hesitantly suggested that Chen might just like Wang Yuan, but the girl was embarrassed and quickly turned the conversation, inquiring about their current affairs. Liu Deju was too skillful at pretending, therefore, they had not yet managed to find an approach. They needed to carefully and gradually build relationships. Back then, Zhang suggested first getting close to Jiang Shui to find out the situation in City 18 before arriving, but it would also be difficult to negotiate with her. The young man carefully suggested to his girlfriend an alternative plan: to begin reconnaissance with Qingchen as a potential source of important information. The girl agreed, looking at him carefully through the window, and suggested that she first get closer to him and then contact Jiang Shui. The main character calmly sat in his office, completely absorbed in the virtual world of his phone screen, ignoring the surrounding bustle. Suddenly, the office was filled with the voices of new students who hurriedly reported that they had brought water from the school store, breaking the usual silence. Nan, with childish spontaneity, reached for the bottle, happily clarifying the purpose of the gift, to which he received an affirmative answer from the girl. Absorbed in himself, Chen continued to study the phone, completely ignoring the fussy movements of his friend, who was thrilled with gratitude to the new ones. Finally, Wang Yun took the initiative, which was perceived by the guy with slight condescension and a hint of future restraint in showing politeness. The girl continued to smile, insisting on the need for mutual understanding between neighbors, but her strained smile betrayed internal tension. His classmates looked at Qingchen with hostile glances, causing him internal discomfort, aggravated by the gaze of his interlocutor. The young man mentally noted the sharp change in attitude towards him, suspecting the false straightforwardness of the smiling girls who suddenly appeared. Wang Yun quickly approached the hero, demandingly inquiring about the reasons for his silence and unceremoniously looking at the phone screen. The unexpected behavior caused a complex range of emotions in the guy himself and in Bai Waner, who watched what was happening with sad bewilderment. Shocking news about the rescue of 12 travelers from an illegal den in China immediately spread on the internet. The criminals brutally held the kidnapped people in an abandoned factory, using sophisticated methods of intimidation and violence to obtain information. The guy calmly read the chilling details of the abduction, while horror and disgust clearly appeared on the girl's face. Law enforcement agencies discovered a significant number of genetic drugs that can correct congenital diseases, including 4 suspects and 9 fugitives. The incredible crimes that occurred within the country shocked the public, forcing travelers to remain silent for reasons of personal safety. The hero was aware of the mortal danger of carelessness, realizing that the slightest mistake could turn him into an object of manipulation or a means of transportation. It was speculated that Jiang Shui's attacker may have had similar anxious thoughts about survival. The crime news quickly spread throughout the country, affecting every traveler involved. A respectable man in an elegant raincoat and formal glasses walked confidently down the street, radiating unshakable determination in every movement. Approaching the massive door of the imposing building, the stranger confidently knocked with a metal piece. The young guard looked out warily, looking at the stranger with the quick, inquisitive gaze of a young sentry. Taking off his sunglasses in one smooth motion, the man confidently introduced himself, He Jingqiu from the 9 Realms. The boy announced the arrival of an important person with an enthusiastic squeal, blocking the entire surrounding yard with his scream. The massive gates silently opened, allowing He Jingqiu into the Kunlun territory, where all the members of the organization came to the shouts. The contemptuous glances of those around him literally bored into the guest's back, not hiding their bewilderment at his sudden visit. In an authoritative tone that brooked no argument, the stranger demanded a meeting with the boss, instantly attracting the attention of assistant Lu Yuan. A cordial representative of the organization kindly invited the guest to sit down, offering tea while awaiting the return of his superiors. The weary wanderer gratefully accepted the invitation, settling down on a hard seat in traditional Chinese style. Having assessed the uncomfortable furniture with a critical eye, the guest imperiously demanded that the tea be replaced with wine. The guest unceremoniously sat down in the boss's place, ignoring his partner Lu Yuan's attempt to whisper something in his ear, which he instantly stopped. The mysterious silhouette, opening the door slightly, began to reason philosophically that wine is served to guests, meat is eaten when meeting, and guns are eaten when jackals appear. He-Jin-Kyu, straightening his collar, explained that the day before he invited Boss Zheng to a meeting, but was refused, which is why he specially flew from the capital. The head of the organization, leaning back in the chair opposite the visitor, did not even spare him a glance, demanding an extremely clear explanation of the reasons for the sudden invasion. The guest pointedly hinted at today's news, expecting to hear an assessment of the rescue of 12 travelers, but was met with the cold indifference of his interlocutor. He-Jin-Kyu, without losing his presence of mind, persistently clarified the true purpose of the visit to find out the fate of his previously abandoned proposal. The guest noted that the number of people in the organization not only is not growing but is also decreasing, and the chaotic nature of what is happening requires large labor resources to maintain order. Boss Kunlun objected, considering the concept of controlling travelers in the Nine Realms to be incorrect and not seeing the need to mix dubious people in one organization. While the tense conversation lasted, the silent assistant had already prepared an exquisite cup of tea for the leader, becoming an almost invisible shadow. Getting heated, the guest began to insist on the need to control travelers, citing a recent incident as an example and emphasizing the importance of being informed about the inner world and its dangers. Yuandong, demonstrating complete indifference to the ongoing conversation, took a loud sip of hot tea. Zheng inquisitively inquired about the hinted details, receiving only a sarcastic grin and meaningful silence in response. The head of the organization displeasedly put the cup on the table with such force that the dishes clinked loudly, revealing his irritation and internal tension. The piercing gaze literally burned through the opponent, demanding an extremely honest answer about the true motives and hidden intentions. Realizing that the answer would not be what He-Jin-Kyu wanted to hear, he slowly stood up from his seat, preparing to leave this place without a word. The meaningful phrase thrown near the exit hung as an intriguing hint of future events that would become known only after noon. Boss Zheng's motionless face remained completely impassive, as if carved from stone, not betraying the slightest emotion. The last words about military camaraderie sounded unexpectedly softly, forcing the interlocutor to stop a few steps from the exit. The guest slowly turned around, confirming his readiness to follow the old commandments of the commander and remain faithful to the word once given. Quickly leaving the territory, the uninvited guest quickly walked back along the familiar route. After the midday break in the school hallway, students tensely read an emergency warning about traveler safety. The developers have introduced a revolutionary group chat system for travelers, which allows them to share important information between researchers of parallel worlds. 12 dynamic data fortresses guaranteed absolute protection of each traveler's identity from external interference. Strategic materials will also from now on be published exclusively in a closed group space. The main character was surprised to analyze the personality of He Xiaoxiao, who obviously owned unique technologies of the inner world and managed to completely erase information about himself. The young man thought in bewilderment at the incredible speed of technology development. How was He Xiaoxiao able to move such massive equipment so quickly to create data fortresses? An unexpected hypothesis arose in his head. Perhaps there is not one person behind this, but a whole group that can transport components in parts. Having finished reading and locking his phone, Qingchen realized that he would dare to join the group only under the condition of complete anonymity of his identity. The constant thought that He Xiaoxiao himself would be able to obtain information from most of the participants did not leave him even on his way home. The group chat system began to feel like an elaborate trap, reminiscent of a crab cage. The metaphor of a fishing boat in northern waters perfectly described the creator's strategy: patiently lay out the nets and wait for the crabs to swim into the trap. A sudden knock and the assumption that it was her brother who had come filled the room with the joyful cry of a little girl who ran to the door with delight. Qingchen actually came holding a bag of cakes and fresh fruits, which he immediately gave to his neighbor for their kindness. The young girl curiously inquired about the whereabouts of her brother's classmates, but he casually brushed off the questions. The energetic little girl wasted no time in dragging her brother into the kitchen to show off her mother's incredible new mechanical limbs. A fleeting glance at the elegant mechanical hand fascinated the young man with its technology and perfection. The woman told the story about her unique prosthetics, which she received as gratitude for saving an important person from the Li Consortium 2 years ago. The protagonist instantly realized the true source of the gift as he cast a meaningful glance at Xiaoyun standing next to him. Anticipating possible exposure, the young girl quickly pulled her brother into another room, loudly calling on her mother to prepare dinner. Having settled down on the sofa, the young man immersed himself in his phone while his curious sister bombarded him with many questions. In response to persistent questions about his personality in the inner world, the young man only mysteriously invited her to guess for herself. Realizing that guessing could take a very long time, Xiaoyun happily suggested exchanging secrets, but Chen categorically rejected this idea. The offended girl tried to hurt her brother, hinting at his secrecy, but he only smiled mysteriously. A sudden persistent knock on the door interrupted their conversation, disturbing the fragile calm of the room. Wang Yun, appearing on the threshold, introduced herself as Qing Chen's classmate and good friend, which instantly changed the atmosphere of the room. Not believing the girl's words, Xiaoyun turned to her brother sitting on the sofa with a silent question about his acquaintance with the guests. The girl, perceiving Chen's confusion, only looked at the unexpected visitors with a furious glance. Yesterday's situation repeated itself. A sharp slam of the door left confused classmates standing in front of the closed entrance. The speed of what was happening caused the guests' emotions to instantly change, from surprise to complete misunderstanding. The guy in the gold-rimmed glasses was especially acutely worried about the incomprehensible situation, unable to explain the privileged position of his classmate. In the midst of bewildered silence, the door swung open in front of them, revealing Jiang Shui, who apologized for the naughty child and invited the new neighbors to enter. Looking at the mechanical arm with an appraising glance, Hu Xiaoyu mentally noted its considerable cost. Involuntarily, his mouth gaped in surprise. The girl pointedly stuck out her tongue, dissatisfied with the appearance of unexpected guests and forced to pour tea for them at her mother's request. Dusk fell on the city, enveloping the houses in a mysterious twilight glow, when 4 friends left the apartment of the aunt and her daughter. Classmates sat comfortably on the sofa, a fragrant cup of hot drink hovered in front of each one, filling the room with warmth. Hu Xiaoyu began a frank monologue about social differences, contrasting expensive leather sofas with the simple fabric decoration of the apartment, which caused astonished looks from his interlocutors. Paying attention to Jiang Shui's detailed mechanical arms, the young man pointedly noted their similarity with the consortium's technologies, emphasizing the inner wealth of the interlocutor. The guy insistently spoke about the need to overcome social barriers, but Baiwaner was skeptical of his words, stubbornly insisting on her own superiority. When the interlocutor noticed her comrade's face filled with anger, she, slightly moderating her ardor, carefully inquired about further joint actions. Hu Xiaoyu decisively outlined a plan for transformation, replacing school uniforms, getting rid of signs of luxury, calling for simplicity and the search for mutual understanding. Wang Yun expressed skepticism about the ugly uniform of the foreign language school, dreaming of wearing the clothes she brought from home. Zhang Tenjin sharply stopped attempts to deviate from the rules, although he internally recognized the reasonableness of the objections. There were 4 days left before the return journey, and the main character continued to improve his breathing technique. Opposite the mirror in the bathroom, the young man observed dramatic changes in his body. Sculpted abs and an athletic figure were a direct result of intense training. He pulled on his t-shirt with satisfaction, remembering Li Shutong's instructions on a magical breathing technique that could achieve the results of 5 years of training in 3 months. He walked briskly down the school corridor, ready to face the new day with unwavering determination. The first thing that caught your eye when entering the classroom was the new students, blending into the crowd in identical school uniforms. Nan continued to stealthily observe the strangers, pretending to be enthusiastic about programming, but his gaze showed real interest. The main character became aware of the girl's change in strategy when one of the new students asked for help with a math problem for the first time. As a joke, he directed Wang Yun to his red-haired classmate, not expecting further developments. But Nan Gingchen seemed to be in 7th heaven, taking every passing attention as a sign of special favor. The young man, with barely concealed irony, inquired about his friend's involvement in the hacker circles of the inner world, to which he received an evasive answer about a simple hobby. Mentally grinning, the hero reflected on the need to learn a new skill, remembering how Xiangqi became a saving springboard within the prison walls. A sudden insight came to him, making his eyes widen. Japanese. After all, the mysterious bride from the inner world spoke a language that could only be understood with the help of an electronic translator. Taking the phone, the main character plunged into thought about ways to solve the mysterious circumstances of his incomprehensible situation. Entering the bride's name into the search bar, Chen was struck by an unexpected discovery. The girl not only existed, but was also a rising screen star. Wang Yun, quickly glancing at the screen of her interlocutor's phone, sarcastically commented on his obvious interest in the mysterious Japanese woman. The hero tried to hide his inner turmoil with a laconic denial, but his uncertain look eloquently revealed his true emotions. The initial goal of searching for information about Kashimiro Soran unexpectedly transformed into a fascinating immersion in the girl's biography. The mixture of Chinese and Japanese roots explained the linguistic versatility of Kashimiro, who was fluent in several languages. Serene's brilliant film career was impressive. A prestigious Japanese Academy Award and a leading role in a promising project promised her a dizzying rise in the world of cinema. According to the information received, the Kashimiro family was not isolated, which suggested that Chen could move freely between different territories. The mysteries of the inner world haunted the young man, who dreamed of receiving a detailed map of the inner world from Lin Xiaoxiao during the next transition. The bell signaled a change, and 4 newcomers met in the corridor, exchanging impressions and the first results of adaptation. Wang Yun characterized her classmates with open contempt, especially Qing Chen, who, in her opinion, gave the impression of a complete idiot. The girl sarcastically talked about the potential risks of a decline in academic performance, recalling sad examples of talented students who had lost their way. These conversations infuriated the guy with gold-rimmed glasses, who urged his friends to overcome their arrogance, insisting on the importance of mutual understanding and friendship between them. Suddenly, the dialogue was interrupted. The company heard the student telling the main character about the arrival of a foreign teacher and his desire to meet him. Hu Xiaonu asked the messenger with undisguised curiosity about the details of the meeting, but he could only vaguely hint at the long-standing friendly relationship between the teacher and Chen. The story of friendship with a foreign teacher was revealed through small details, joint language practices, and even foreign gifts. Suspicions grew, and the interlocutor sharply turned to Baiwana, trying to get confirmation or refutation of his thoughts about Qing Chen's possible eavesdropping on their conversation. Internal tension grew, expressed in the tightly clenched fist of the guy in gold glasses, who could barely restrain his emotional outburst. The need to establish the truth became increasingly obvious, causing Hu Xiaonu to frantically search for ways to confirm her suspicions. A caring aunt was fussily preparing a family dinner, occasionally glancing at her daughter, who was enthusiastically watching a cartoon in the next room. Affectionate Wang Yun tried to gently start an educational conversation with the baby, offering sweet treats in exchange for information. The girl generously handed over a whole handful of chocolates, hoping for a mutually beneficial dialogue with the curious little girl. The interlocutor carefully asked about brother Qing Chen, secretly dreaming of learning more about the mysterious travelers. Wang Yun's attentive gaze slid over the child's facial expressions, analyzing the slightest nuances of the reaction and realizing that its uncertainty contained more information than a direct answer. Baiwana smiled softly and asked if the girl had ever raised this exciting topic about travelers directly with her brother. Along the way, unwrapping another candy, Xiaoyun only said that Chen persistently advised her to focus on education and not fantasize about incredible movements. Wang Yun continued the questioning, persistently finding out the details of what she heard, while the girl enthusiastically devoured sweets, talking about her brother's skeptical attitude towards travelers. The interlocutor's internal monologue was filled with doubts. The strange statement about the travelers was more reminiscent of veiled envy, admiration, and carefully hidden self-consolation. One of the girls enthusiastically praised Xiaoyun's childish charm, gently stroking her head as a sign of sincere sympathy. Leaving the apartment, the guests warmly said goodbye to the hostess, and her daughter happily waved to them at the end, personifying childish spontaneity and openness. At the entrance, the friends exchanged glances, discussing the veracity of what they had heard and coming to a unanimous opinion about the innocence of the baby. The conversation between the friends tended towards the idea that his brother had no connections with travel, allowing Hu Xian to feel calm, unaware of Xiao Yun standing quietly outside the door. Suddenly, painful memories of her own father, who once also plied her with sweets before his cruel treatment of her mother, surfaced in the girl's memory. Without thinking for a second, she mercilessly threw the chocolate candy into the trash can, as if getting rid of bitter memories and false flattery. Xiaoyun stared into the void for another moment, allowing the painful memories of the past to slowly dissolve into the silence of the surrounding space. The main character was immersed in his usual activities when a sudden knock on the door disrupted the usual flow of a quiet evening. Creaking the door, he found a smiling Xiaoyun on the threshold, intuitively feeling that there was something more hidden behind this visit than simple childish curiosity. Passing by the kitchen, she offered to try the beef cooked by her mother in a pressure cooker, but the main character coldly rejected the hospitable offer. Holding out the only chocolate candy in her palm, the girl looked with hidden hope and intrigue in her eyes. Having informed her brother about the sisters' visit and their questions, she handed over the candy with a warning to be careful and vigilant. The young man carefully examined the candy, suspecting that the interest might be related to his relationship with the foreign teacher. Suddenly interested in the origin of the sweet, he persistently asked his sister about buying chocolate, to which she carefreely sat down on the sofa and began to dangle her legs. The girl's sincerity melted his heart, causing him to smile warmly in gratitude for the thoughtful gift. Lost in thought, the main character shared observations about the enemy of his new neighbors named Chen Liu from City 7, intriguing his sister with questions about the possible motives for the persecution. The girl's smile instantly turned into an impenetrable mask. She folded her hands in front of her, making her brother interested in the true reason for her sudden change. An internal conflict grew between the characters, where the girl persistently sought to reveal the secret of Chen's identity, and he adamantly remained silent, protecting his secret. Changing tactics, she resorted to cunning, pleadingly asking for help with her homework, but Qing remained unmoved, even despite the pleading look of her large, expressive eyes. Irritated, Xiaoyun began to talk about ways to get rid of annoying neighbors, while the young man methodically rearranged everything in the kitchen. The internal monologue turned into a plan. Hiding attracts attention, so the best strategy is to redirect the focus to Liu Deju, using him as a cover. Realizing the criticality of the financial situation, Qing Chen mentally planned a detailed conversation with Liu Deju, realizing that supplies of food and money were catastrophically depleted. The girl, trying to dispel the tension, suggested a family trip on the eve of the national holiday, hinting at a desire for a joint holiday. The guy postponed the discussion with slight disappointment, citing the need for additional consideration, to which the girl happily agreed, carefreely opening the door. As soon as she closed it, the main character quickly took out his phone, preparing for the next manipulations. A specially downloaded application for learning Japanese became his temporary refuge from the problems that had befallen him. 10 seconds before the transition, Qing Chen methodically stuffed the flash drive into his mouth and gripped the handle of a sharp knife, preparing for another transformation of reality. The space was distorted again, and the hero found himself in an unfamiliar place. The first thing that caught his eye was the familiar legs of the boss. Incredibly, the young man materialized in exactly the same place from which he had disappeared, as if time had frozen. The boss and subordinate froze in identical poses, as if only 1 second had passed. The high-ranking personality, with undisguised tension in his voice, muttered the only question about the return of the traveler. The young man nodded affirmatively, pulling out from behind his cheek a tarnished flash drive with a characteristic metallic sheen. He looked carefully at his own hand. Instead of a knife in another world, only its handle remained, which made it possible to conduct a successful experiment to determine the boundaries of the transfer of objects. Chen also remembered to look at the timer counting down the remaining 2 days until the countdown, which made him think about the intricacies of interdimensional travel. The familiar prison 18 greeted him completely differently. Instead of cold loneliness, there was now a feeling of expectation and presence which caused a barely noticeable smile. The space seemed a little gloomy and empty, but he liked it quite well, especially since Yewan had already prepared another container of food. Chen handed the teacher a flash drive, accompanied by information that, as he promised, he recorded several games in Xiangqi. The main character inquired about possible changes in the moving process, noting to himself the fundamental difference. Now, he is being watched by professionals. Li Shutan developed a detailed explanation of the nature of interdimensional transition, describing the smallest nuances of force field changes lasting less than a second. The hero's internal monologue was filled with deep reflection about fate in the inner world and the possible consequences of his disappearance. Having begun a story about the energy of his own body, the young man was interrupted by his boss, who vaguely hinted at the prematureness of a full revelation. Qing Chen continued to talk about his desire to continue training, but the mentor suggested something more interesting, to go beyond the known world. The young man's curiosity knew no bounds, which was expressed in persistent questions about the purpose of the upcoming journey. The iron gates slowly opened, letting in sunlight and opening the way to an unknown space. The desire to understand the teacher's motives forced the hero to ask a direct question about the reasons for such a sudden decision. But the boss's cryptic answer, filled with a rhetorical question about the nature of human curiosity, made Chen freeze in a tense stupor. The young man's inner voice passionately screamed about the desire to learn the unknown, but his body continued to remain motionless. The city in the clouds resembled a steel forest with holographic projections representing a world of travelers far from the cramped iron box of the prison. The mentor subtly hinted at the need to develop adolescent spontaneity, emphasizing the importance of emotional flexibility before setting out on one's own. The intrigued young man received an explanation that the landscape seen by other travelers must certainly be seen by Li Shutong's student. A mysterious smile slid across the lips of the interlocutor, promising that in the evening he would reveal the greatest secrets and show the best city landscape. Yuang approached quietly and held out a mysterious box, telling Chen that what was inside should hide the young man's true identity. The lid of the box opened, revealing an elegant cat mask, a symbol of reincarnation and hidden essence. the massive gate began to slowly rise, creating a ceremonial pause before the release of 4 figures, frozen in anticipation of its full opening. The hero looked around the area outside the prison, feeling the first breath of freedom and understanding of the coming changes. The long-awaited freedom that he had been striving for so long now seemed very close and tangible. City 18, First District, a huge tower in the middle of an endless space, where the pouring rain created a mysterious atmosphere of change. The restaurant manager informed diners about the exclusive reservation for the Sunshine Pavilion, offering compensation coupons as a courtesy. The outraged visitor attempted to challenge the decision, suspecting influential interference by the Li or Qing families. The restaurant representative decided to resolve the conflict by presenting the business card of the mysterious booking organizer, Li Dongjie. The couple quickly left without causing a scandal, although the girl was clearly perplexed about the reasons for the sudden departure, but the young man insisted on calm and postponed plans. The vehicle stopped, releasing the boss and the main character, who were solemnly greeted by representatives of the restaurant. The waiter bowed and announced that the place was ready, emphasizing that the surveillance cameras were turned off and presented the signature stew in a special sauce. The second waiter approached the main character, offering the same thing as the boss, but Chen politely refused. Li Shuten, flashing a mysterious smile, meaningfully dropped a hint about the inevitable adaptation to the cruel reality of a world where money and power decide absolutely everything. The main character, having caught the deep implications of what he heard, could not resist looking back one last time, as if trying to see something. A perplexed question about the reasons for staying in prison when you can freely leave hung in the air when the interlocutor laconically answered about unfinished business there. The young man's persistent questions about the time of day and the restaurant's operating hours did not stop as they continued their wanderings around the tower. A high-ranking personality succinctly outlined the truth. This city never plunges into calm, its life flows in a continuous stream. The scientific revelation about the revolutionary technology of neural connection plunged the hero into shock. Just 3 hours of sleep can completely restore the human body. The dark side of the innovative technology was revealed in a warning about irreversible consequences, a complete loss of the ability to fall asleep after a month of use. Bitter examples of technological experiments, from genetically modified plants to infertile cattle, revealed to the hero the true price of scientific progress. The young man, hidden by an impenetrable mask, peered into the urban landscape, trying to catch the slightest detail of the panoramic view. The dizzying height of the restaurant offered a breathtaking view, where the cruise ship, cutting through the sky, shimmered with incredible colors. A chilling revelation about the transport of a mechanical cult has exposed the monstrous truth about the methods of obtaining energy through the blood of followers. A plate with an exquisite meat dish, decorated with herbs, stood majestically on the table. The waiters, like inanimate statues, stood silently observing the ceremonial action taking place. Li Shutong wasted no time in starting his meal, masterfully wielding chopsticks under the gaze of a guy who was inquiring about his cutlery. The caustic remark about the impossibility of eating while wearing a mask sounded like a mockery of the young man's helplessness. The main character's hunger pangs became more and more obvious when juicy pieces of meat with a delicious sauce disappeared in the interlocutor's mouth. The man motioned to the waiter and ordered him to bring a large bowl of noodles with thick bean paste for the main character. In an instant, an impressive plate appeared in front of Chen, emitting an appetizing aroma, and wooden chopsticks were carefully laid out next to it. The high-ranking official, with one movement of his hand, ordered the waiters to leave the premises immediately. Left alone, Li Shuton quietly suggested that the main character take off his mask and start eating. The young man absent-mindedly looked around the surroundings, noting to himself that this building was undoubtedly one of the tallest in the city. And only 2 buildings in the distance compete with him in his aspiration to heaven. He mentally noted that they could belong to the Li and Qing families. The man remained silent, carefully watching his interlocutor's every move. When asked about the beauty of the local landscape, the boss sarcastically remarked that the eternal tower, which once supported 6 buildings, is now just a ghost of its former grandeur, despite traces of vandalism and dirt. "Today I showed you beauty," he said. "And at the next opportunity, I will introduce you to the most disgusting side of the city." The man pointed to the binoculars hanging next to the window and explained that they were specially designed for admiring panoramic views, inviting the young man to look at the other side behind him. With lively curiosity, Chen grabbed the massive binoculars and began to look closely at everything, eager not to miss the slightest detail. The first thing that attracted his attention was a huge aircraft, from which a continuous stream of people in uniform came out. Dozens of soldiers quickly climbed ropes onto the building, creating the impression of an impending large-scale assault. The main character looked questioningly at his interlocutor, but he turned away, calmly advising him to eat first. The young man returned to the table, and the interlocutor immediately asked if he was scared. The hero calmly replied that a real teacher would never allow a student to die halfway, continuing to leisurely eat noodles. The interlocutor laughed sincerely, clearly admiring the young man's intelligence and equanimity. Meanwhile, the soldiers continued to methodically storm the high-rise building, turning what was happening into a semblance of a military performance. The helicopters circled over the building, their engines thundering deafeningly, carefully shooting through every centimeter of space so as not to miss possible fugitives. The soldiers furiously moved deeper into the room, methodically combing every corridor and room. There was also a feverish commotion at the remote military base. An entire squadron of aircraft took to the skies. Among the many aircraft, a massive Qing Corporation vessel stood out, adorned with their trademark. One of the commanders sharply ordered to stop and check the technical parameters of the mechanical limbs in order to avoid danger. The military immediately reported their readiness through miniature headsets, simultaneously transmitting additional information. Chen warned the commander, if they want to survive this evening, they must refrain from shooting and not involve outsiders. The confused subordinate tried to object, but the commander only pointedly said that he would explain everything later. Suddenly, a stranger appeared on the landing to meet them, taking the entire squad by surprise. The commander feverishly raised his weapon, looking at the mysterious guest in black clothes with a cap pulled down over his face. Instinctively holding his weapon forward, he was ready for immediate defense if necessary. However, the stranger dealt with all the attackers with lightning speed, leaving them lying on the stairs, and continued to descend, casually throwing out, "Don't stop others from eating." At that moment, a respectable man in a suit appeared in the restaurant, clearly heading to a high-ranking official. His surprise knew no bounds when he discovered that it was not only Li Shutong sitting at the table. The boss stopped the stranger with a gesture, ordering him to wait until the main character finished his meal. The man in the suit began to approach cautiously, looking at the boy in confusion, not believing his eyes. The strangeness of the situation lay in the absolute calm of the main character, who calmly continued his meal as if no chaos was happening around him. Having finished the last bite, the young man put on a cat mask and joyfully announced the end of the meal. This exclamation became an unspoken signal. The stranger approached the table where Li Shutong greeted Chen Yehu, the eldest grandson of the powerful Chen family. The guest was laconic, firmly stating that they had no intention of starting a war with the knights and hensha, so he asked to immediately return to prison. The boss calmly assured the interlocutor they would sit for a while, talk, and leave. The guest agreed, promising not to interfere and to follow them. The helicopters that were circling outside suddenly froze in the air, turning off their flashing lights, but continuing to watch intently through the glass. Li Shutong explained with a bitter smile that his release from Prison 18 would be a major shock to many influential people. To the remark about semi-divine power, the guest objected that even a demigod is not invincible and should not be underestimated. Looking meaningfully at the burning candle, he mysteriously spoke about the fear of fire and suggested going home. They left the restaurant as quietly as they entered. The young man watched the helicopters with curiosity, intuitively understanding that someday he would certainly return. The vehicle, along with the visitors from the prison, left the territory of the restaurant, gradually moving away into the distance, which was very reassuring Yahoo. Without looking up from observation, the eldest grandson asked the girl who approached whether the operational detachment had been found. She replied that yes, but people are unconscious, and perhaps there was an ambush at the emergency exit. With slight sadness, Chen Yehu admitted that their security network was too weak and decided to retreat, returning home to rest. News of Li Shutong's return spread throughout the city faster than he could move. People wondered about hidden plans, realizing that upcoming events could have disastrous consequences for the Federation. The boss asked the young man if he understood the reasons for wearing a mask, to which the hero suggested a reluctance to reveal the nature of their relationship to outsiders. The high-ranking official continued the intriguing interrogation, hinting at some hidden imbalance between them, closely observing the reaction of the interlocutor. The hero responded with sincere gratitude that he understood the complexities of his own shackles, demonstrating incredible wisdom and kindness that even the mask could not hide. The mentor recognized his unlimited potential, emphasizing that the young man must be as prepared as possible before entering the battlefield. The teacher saw his role only as guiding Qingchen part of the way and seeing how far he could go. The hero asked with undisguised interest about the possibility of new exits, to which the boss responded meaningfully with a question about his desire to play. The young man answered sharply in the affirmative, not noticing that his huge brown eyes betrayed personal interest and excitement for the upcoming adventures. The mentor laughed and promised to find an opportunity for a new game in a few days. Qingchen glanced at the countdown, which read 45 hours, and carefully lowered his shirt sleeve. As he continued his journey, he reflected on the past 3 hours, noting that they had been simply magnificent. In the parallel world, Lu Yuan and Zheng Yuandong discussed the latest news, realizing the need to negotiate with Liu Dezhu. The assistant explained that this particular high school student had an affinity for a high-ranking person, noting Li Shutong's importance in the inner world. Yuandong said that he trusted his intuition and believed Liu Dezhu could not please a person like Li Shutong. There should be a third traveler in prison 18. The boss of the Kunlun organization firmly stated that their only task was to find the mysterious traveler. The 9th district of the second city contrasted sharply with the beautiful high-rise buildings. Devastation, garbage cans, and dilapidated buildings reigned here. But at 3 o'clock in the morning, people wandered through such areas with special interest who were not afraid of either rats or swamps that could stain expensive shoes. One such person is He Jinkyu, who entered the boutique where the saleswoman was immersed in her phone, listening to the news. The woman didn't even notice the man entering until he tapped his prosthetic hand on the table. She immediately apologized, but the visitor demanded calm and reported 2 urgent orders. He ordered to interrupt communication with Dong Suyue and Tian Xiaomiao, who were discovered by the consortium as travelers, and to collect as much information as possible about Li Shutong. He Jinkyu threateningly stressed the need to get Liu Dezhu before Kunlun did, hinting at a possible replacement at the slightest mistake. He also ordered the saleswoman, after returning, to undergo additional training from instructor Zhang Zongyu, to which the interlocutor unquestioningly agreed. The squalid slums became the perfect haven for shady characters, where security cameras lost all power and anonymity became an absolute reality. The inner world seemed motionless, but behind the glass barrier, the hysteria of the newcomers was growing, begging for release with incredible intensity. The hero, immersed in a deep sleep, could barely distinguish desperate cries, realizing the strange feature of the past night, the absence of new prisoners. The deafening roar and furious screams did not disturb the peace of the exhausted prisoner, who only turned on the other side, continuing to quietly snore. Li Shutong, the picture of equanimity, glanced at his tablet, studying the news as a faint smile lit up his face. The blonde, watching the boss, caught his amazing calm in the face of the sudden uproar outside, as if what was happening did not concern him at all. Guo Huchan, rushing in unceremoniously, demanded information from Lin Xiaoxiao about the night's events, begging him to take him with him in case of any troubles. The ward asked with curiosity how the prisoner knew about what was happening, given the lack of means of communication. The caustic taunt about the potential threat from the consortium sounded provocative, but the giant continued to insist on his exclusivity and innocence. The simple desire to taste the stew caused a skeptical grin from the blonde, who understood that the whole world would never believe in the carefree walk of a dangerous demigod. Leaning back in his chair, he fixed his gaze on the ceiling, reflecting on the equanimity of his boss and the strange carelessness of an 18-year-old prisoner who continued to sleep in the middle of the day. A sudden voice on the loudspeaker, announcing the number and the visitor, forced the prisoner to barely open one eye, disturbing his usual serene state. The giant, full of bewilderment, began to ask about the unusual nature of the visit, but the blonde warned against excessive curiosity, hinting at the boss's dislike for the boy. Having quickly gathered himself, the hero, under the watchful supervision of robotic guards, headed to the cell for a meeting. The creaking door slowly opened, letting in a guy whose gaze was losing its former vigilance. An incredible shock gripped the young man. Sitting opposite him was a girl whom he had not expected to see at all. Kashimiro Sorane, his fiancée, sat in her prison cell with the equanimity of a seasoned diplomat. The first question escaped his lips about the purpose of the visit, but the girl's gentle smile instantly dispelled the tension. She brought home-cooked food. Having carefully opened the container, Kashimiro demonstrated a culinary masterpiece, making excuses for the low quality of prison food. The young man, overcoming the awkwardness of unfamiliarity, reached for the treat, internally surprised at such frequent visits from an unfamiliar person. Sorain began with a frank story about her arrival in the city of 18 with the elders who entrusted her with taking care of the guy. But soon, she admitted that she felt uncomfortable next to them, and her voice trembled a little, but the hero continued to watch with an impenetrable gaze, without betraying the slightest emotion. With the excitement of a researcher, the young man opened the container, instantly putting a piece of food into his mouth, causing the girl's eyes to widen in surprise. Each piece eaten was accompanied by mental admiration for the culinary talent of the interlocutor. The silent scene continued. Chen slowly devoured his food, and his bride did not look away from her gaze. Suddenly, yesterday's situation repeated itself. Kashimiro briefly lowered her head and barely audibly said something in Japanese. When asked directly what she had just said, the girl calmly replied that she had not said anything, hinting only at some special language that only their family could understand. Rising quickly, she said goodbye, and heading towards the exit, she promised to meet again soon. Lin Xiaoxiao was completely at a loss, his eyes widening in confusion. The prison deprived him of any fun, although the blonde dreamed of communicating with Qing Chen, but was forced to maintain ostentatious indifference. He thought about his interlocutors. The conversation with Ye Wang was not going well. He wanted to stay away from the giant, so the young man rocked on his chair, immersed in his thoughts. Suddenly, the massive gate behind the blonde began to creak open, attracting his attention. The security robot carried Liu Deju in front of him like a limp doll, but the main concern was that contact with Qing Chen was inadmissible. In a whisper of warning, the blonde turned to Li Shutong, saying that this man should not be released, but the boss, without taking his eyes off the news, only said, "We'll sort it out in the evening." The security robot continued on its way to the liberation site, unaware of the impending changes. Having received a brief message from his subordinate, the robotic guard instantly turned around and headed in the opposite direction to lock up the violent prisoner again. Liu Deju, shuddering with despair, screamed loudly about the incomprehensible movements, why every time after the countdown he was forcibly pulled into the inner world and sent to a prison cell. The door to his cell suddenly swung open, and a mysterious masked prisoner appeared on the threshold. The stranger deliberately hid his identity, slowly approaching Liu Deju, who was sitting on the floor, who began to scream heart-rendingly in horror, demanding to know his name. Continuing to strain himself with fear and covered in cold sweat, the high school student suddenly realized that in front of him was the third traveler of Prison 18. "What are you going to do?" the frightened young man cried, backing along the floor while the masked stranger with a tablet continued to approach inexorably. After writing a short message, the traveler unfolded the tablet so that the frightened Liu Deju could read, "I saw the news. You were mistaken for me." In a pleading voice, the student began to swear his innocence, promising to immediately admit his mistake. Turning the tablet toward the prisoner again, the hero wrote a laconic "don't," which immediately raised a counter-logical question from the high school student about the stranger's intentions. The demand for open confession that flashed on the screen instantly paralyzed the high school student, who burst into hysterical screams, fearing persecution. Choking with tears, he began frantically talking about strange circumstances, about surveillance from the top floor of the building across the street, about a paparazzi on the bike path who insisted on riding fast for filming. The masked hero coldly inquired about the term of imprisonment, to which he received an honest answer about ignorance of such information. The tablet brutally exposed the truth. Robbery, theft, attempted murder, the combined sentence was an incredible 99 years and 7 months. The high school student cursed in shock, but suddenly insight illuminated his frightened mind, forcing him to quiet down. Having calmed down a little, Liu Deju suspected his interlocutor of secrecy, suggesting that he used only written communication, avoiding oral communication for fear of being recognized. Qing Chen brought his head as close to his opponent's face as possible, and in a sharp voice revealed the monstrous truth. The club deliberately framed the young man so that he would take the blame upon himself. The student, shuddering with fear, realized that the stranger's voice did not evoke any memories. Realizing his mistake, he hastened to apologize. Now that the voice was heard, the masked prisoner was able to begin a calm conversation about the primary purpose of his visit. It was a deal whose plan was very clear. The high school student continues to play the role of Li Shutong's acquaintance, and the guy helps to drop all charges against him. The high school student was suspicious of the possibility of dropping the charges, but the masked hero confidently promised to find the true criminals and get them to confess. The student carefully clarified the last details of the deal, realizing his own vulnerability and the complete lack of alternatives. A heavy awareness of the hopelessness of the situation put pressure on the teenager's psyche, forcing him to make risky decisions. Quickly assessing the circumstances, he agreed to the deal, demanding immediate details, while the mysterious stranger stood motionless in the cell opposite. The masked interlocutor calmly explained a cunning plan: to use the identity of a high school student as bait to establish contacts in the outside world. Taking his time to shake hands in agreement, the pragmatic schoolboy carefully demanded guarantees of personal gain. Tempting prospects for reward, improved nutrition, access to news, virtual entertainment instantly widened the interlocutor's eyes. The young man carefully studied the mysterious prisoner, intuitively recognizing him as a third traveler, but not believing in his real influence in the prison world. The student emotionally showed fresh wounds, talking about the dire consequences of possible betrayal and the risks to his safety. The main character demanded a detailed story about the origin of the injuries because he had been interested in these circumstances for a long time. The story of the assassination attempt related to Li Shutong sounded like a complex, intriguing puzzle that made Qing Chen seriously think about the risks. The guy casually continued to mentally analyze the situation, realizing that the found star sample was too valuable to allow it to die mediocrely. The stranger calmly clarified the details of the defense, to which the student sitting on the floor immediately blurted out, "Gene injection." Qing Chen pointedly turned away, briefly closing his eyes, plunging his interlocutor into a panicky fear of missing out on his only chance. In an instant, the third traveler vaguely hinted at the possibility of obtaining the drug, instantly highlighting a ray of hope on the high school student's face. Turning halfway, the interlocutor significantly emphasized the terms of cooperation, demanding evidence of complete loyalty. With incredible intensity, Liu Deju began to describe his potential capabilities, practically spewing out a passionate monologue about 4 people ready to get closer. He enthusiastically described the incredible wealth of his potential contacts, mentioning legendary watches worth hundreds of thousands. The student enthusiastically proposed to mine gold bars, focusing entirely on material gain for the mysterious interlocutor. Continuing his unrestrained story, the high school student mentioned a strange student from a neighboring class, instantly making Chen realize that he was talking about Nan Gengcheng. The prisoner cautiously inquired about the communication channel in the outside world, but received a laconic answer that the mysterious interlocutor himself would establish contact. The stranger quickly left the cell, leaving the student in a tense daze. The young man soberly assessed the situation. Without becoming close to Li Shuten, he may have found an equally interesting alternative in the person of his successor. Realizing his own inferiority in this world, he assumed that the real main character was the owner of the mask. After closing the door, Qing Chen stood in the corridor, gradually recovering from such a tense conversation. The changing voice and effects of the breathing technique flowed through his veins like a dying fire as he removed the mask. Li Shuten unceremoniously greeted the young man with a question about his classmate, to which he succinctly replied, "We need a gene injection." The news of the genetic injection for Liu Deju caused sincere surprise among the boss and his subordinates. The main character explained the need for the drug as a way to prove his worth and create a self-defense mechanism in the outside world. The hero soberly but sadly assessed the student as a convenient tool, a weak-willed but useful firewall for his own purposes. The internal monologue suggested, since the guy is inclined to confess when caught, it means that he needs to be made invulnerable. The countdown was approaching the end when Qing Chen showed up to Liu Deju's cell empty-handed. A high school student sitting on the floor looked at the mysterious case incredulously, not believing in the reality of what was happening. The third traveler instructed his interlocutor very clearly, demanding absolute attention to every detail. In a small case, 2 syringes and 1 ampule neatly lay ready to change someone's fate. The intricacies of introducing genetic drugs were explained to the interlocutor in detail, with a warning about the mortal danger of an error. Gene injection had unique advantages: low probability of rejection, quick effect, and complete safety for internal organs. The masked man persistently instructed the student on the intricacies of the injection, emphasizing its value through the ability to endure pain. As soon as the main character left, the young man immediately began to follow the instructions, without wasting precious moments. As soon as Qing Chen took a few steps away, heartbreaking cries of unbearable pain were heard from the cell. The guy curiously asked his comrades in the corridor about the likelihood of the student continuing the gene injection, hoping to hear a positive answer. The blonde eloquently described the unbearable pain that stops most applicants. Next, Ye Wang philosophically noted that any strengthening requires inevitable suffering and colossal inner strength. The main character asked with interest about the phenomenon of the awakened, to which he received a frank explanation about the nature of their superpowers. The sudden silence after prolonged shouting made everyone look at each other with a silent question. With slight sadness, the hero admitted that he overestimated the willpower of Liu Deju, who did not complete the full course of injections. He bitterly stated that many dream of becoming stronger, but the true price of transformation is revealed only at the moment of real physical tests, which only a few are ready to undergo. Yewang handed the young man a gold bar from his boss, causing the young man to be puzzled, but then explained its symbolic meaning as a sign of recognition and teacher's care. The blonde then handed over a communication device with unique encryption capabilities and independent modeling of channels for secret communication. Qing Chen carefully examined the device, wondering how the blonde knew about its needs, to which he received an answer about the will of the boss. Continuing to observe his confused friend, Lin Xiaoxiao retold Li Shutong's words that the device would help hide the identity in the outside world, taking into account the personality characteristics of the recipient. The main character asked in surprise about his character, closely examining the mysterious device he had received. Not wanting to quarrel, Yewan cautiously suggested that the high-ranking official saw the many facets of the young man's personality, partly in a dark light. Having dealt with all this, the guy looked at his hand. The countdown timer showed 1 minute, which made him sadly realize that Liu Dezhu had refused to administer the drug. But the boss's subordinates had a backup plan of action in case of such an outcome, and it was this that they decided to turn to. They quickly approached the cell, where Liu Dezhu lay in extreme exhaustion from unbearable pain, barely raising his head to look at the guests. Realizing the shortness of time, his subordinates quickly tied him up, preparing to give him a forced injection. Liu Dezhu began to desperately beg for mercy, but it was too late. The injection was given a second before the transfer. Returning home, the hero turned on the translator, trying to understand the girl's mysterious phrase about the cruelty of people in the inner world, comparable to themselves. He tiredly collapsed on the bed, thinking about the need to return to the outside world, analyzing information about the composition of the Federation and migration processes. Studying the available information about Serene on the internet, Qin Chen wondered why no one had noticed that the famous girl was a traveler. Remembering their meeting, the guy's inner feelings told him that Kashimiro was unhappy and perhaps seeking refuge from the real world. In the quiet moments of the meeting, he realized the special value of this short truce, an opportunity to take a break from the exhausting struggle for existence, to forget about the intrigues and dangers of the inner world. Filled with interest, the main character did not forget to pay attention to the timer, inexorably counting down 48 hours until the return trip. The sudden sound of multiple alerts broke the silence of the bedroom, causing the hero to tense up. The news feeds exploded with information about the return of Liu Dezhu and his prolonged heart-rending screams in the middle of the night. In the morning, the depressed schoolboy slowly made his way to the educational institution, trying to ignore the annoying paparazzi who besieged him from all sides. Journalists surrounded him, trying to be the first to get exclusive information about the mysterious events of the past night, directly from the first person. Whispers and sidelong glances followed him. Conversations about the night cry, legends of the inner world became louder, causing even greater oppression. The sudden fall of the journalist created an eerie atmosphere. It seemed that something impossible had happened. The magical nature of what was happening hung in the air. The distance between the cyclist and the fallen man was too great for a natural explanation. A fleeting guess appeared in the head of Liu Dezhu, who sharply looked at his outstretched hand, as did everyone present, as if seeking an explanation for the inexplicable. Quickly apologizing, the high school student disappeared around the corner, leaving behind many unanswered questions. Feverish thoughts rushed between amazement at the speed of receiving gene injections and an understanding of the incredible possibilities of the inner world. The young traveler's excitement grew. The realization that even an inexperienced player can achieve success by clinging to a strong one filled him with delight and faith in his own strength. Liu Dezhu crossed the threshold of the school, but complete indifference hung in the air. The students, immersed in their smartphones, did not even glance in his direction. The internet newsfeed captured everyone's attention with a sensational event. After 8 years of imprisonment, Li Shutong went out to have dinner with a mysterious man in a cat mask on the top floor of the Eternal Tower. The main character read with horror the mention of Chen Yehu, who personally went to persuade Li Shutong, while military bases watched the Qing land cruiser airship take off into the sky. It was known that the Qing clan was using the airship to transport the forbidden item ACE-009 and was even willing to use it to neutralize Li Shutong, who had suddenly appeared. The identity of the man in the cat mask remained a mystery, as did the reasons for the appearance of a high-ranking person, but the event caused widespread resonance throughout the Federation. After rereading the news in amazement, Qin Chen finally realized the lack of a clear understanding of his boss and everything that was happening. Prince Important, obviously, had even more information than expected about the launch of the land cruiser airship and about the intention of the Qing clan to deal with the unwanted guest. Comparing his Xiaoxiao and the Important Prince, the young man thought that the latter was more like a war correspondent and was incomparably more effective at working in real time. The one who comes forward either has strong organizational support like Kunlun or has a unique technology for hiding his tracks like He Xiaoxiao. He understood that the number of travelers would increase, and the new generation would be distinguished by mastered technologies to counter the outside world and hidden skills. Finally, having collected his thoughts and thought over a plan for further action, the guy left the office, heading along the intended route. What a surprise he felt when he saw Liu Deju with an expensive watch on his wrist, chatting with two new guys as if they were best friends. Slamming the door to the toilet stall, Qing Chen cursed furiously. He made it very clear that he did not need a watch, but the high school student completely ignored his warning. Taking out a device for communication, the hero began a secret correspondence, directly interested in progress, to which Liu Deju pointedly hinted that rich people are surprisingly stingy and there is no need to rush. Cursing the scoundrel to himself, the young man realized that he clearly intended to appropriate the watch for himself, having first deceived Hu Xiaonu around his finger and then tried to snatch the maximum benefit, including the gene injection. Incredible, but true, this newcomer managed to turn wealthy patrons into his own instruments of profit, and his intelligence suddenly soared to unattainable heights. Hidden in a cramped booth, the guy talked with a high school student who literally begged for advice on how to quickly gain a foothold in the City 18. Just the mention of the watch shocked Liu Deju so much that the device literally jumped out of his trembling hands. Huddled in the next booth, the student feverishly tried to calm his nerves. Did the boss really already know everything? Maybe even one of your classmates is involved in this story? Realizing the possible punishment, the high school student immediately wrote a letter of recognition, admitting his guilt and begging him not to spread it around. Depressed and lost, he trudged out of the toilet, when suddenly Hu Xiaonu suggested that he shake things up in a bar in the evening, because since his arrival he had never been to such establishments. Rebuffing his interlocutor, Liu Deju rejected the idea of a bar, saying that there was only business cooperation between them, and that from now on payments would be made exclusively in gold bars. Then he held out the watch. Bursting out with absurd New Year's wishes, he began to spout sentimental nonsense about the well-being of the family, frantically squeezing the hand with the watch to Hu Xiaon. Having waited for complete privacy, the main character got out of the booth when suddenly the phone beeped with an incoming notification. A message appeared on the screen that Li Tongyun had added him as a friend, news that plunged the hero into sincere bewilderment because before the girl did not have a mobile phone. The caring sister, tightly clutching the phone, immediately scribbled an alarming message to her brother. Kunlun warned her mother about 9 escaped suspects who, most likely, had already appeared in the city. The crime statistics were terrifying because over the past 24 hours, 2 travelers had disappeared without a trace, and the young man gloomily thought that the appearance of these 9 fugitives could turn into a real disaster for the city. The girl continued her methodical correspondence, reassuring her brother that she and her mother were completely safe. Without stopping, Xiaoyun wrote another message that worried Qingchen. She asked that she and her mother be allowed to live with him, adding that they were ready to sleep even on the floor. Returning to the booth, he reread the news about 3 missing travelers who had revealed information about themselves in the city of Luo, where there were already more than 200 travelers and almost a fifth were in danger. The hero was perplexed, realizing that the number of registered world explorers was probably underestimated, and they arrived in the city without haste, unable to obtain detailed information. Realizing the situation, he warned his neighbors about returning home early, promising to first scout out the situation and make sure there were no suspicious characters, stopping at the grocery store along the way. On his way back, he spoke with a high school student who talked about his potential breakthrough, his willingness to receive some gold bars as an advance, and his desire to improve his prison conditions. This time, the 9 suspects were distinguished by their organization and the presence of a clear plan, and in the intervening time, none of them had been caught. The young man mentally summarized that such a criminal organization poses the greatest danger when approaching the gates of the agreed meeting. He went inside, making sure that the surrounding space was familiar and there were no strangers. The furniture was in its place, the morning layout of the curtains had not changed, there were no signs of an ambush. Entering the entrance, he wrote to his sister that he was waiting for them at his place and the door would be open for their arrival. A few minutes later, the door gently opened and the aunt and her daughter cautiously looked inside. Seeing the young man, the little girl happily jumped onto the sofa, clearly feeling safe, while her mother and Chen discussed how, as a non-traveler, he was not suspicious. Putting on an apron and heading to the kitchen, the aunt left the young man to reflect on her softness and tenderness despite the prevailing circumstances. Following her advice, he sat down on the sofa next to Xiaoyun, patted her on the head, and carefully asked her about Li Shutong's case and the position of the consortium. Due to the lack of interesting cartoons, the girl watched her brother and talked about rumors from her inner world that the sudden appearance of a man after a long silence caused a real shock. Qingchen prepared a sleeping place, spreading out a narrow sofa for himself, giving up a room with a soft bed to his aunt and daughter. When the child inquired about the whereabouts of the young man during Li Shuten's dinner, he answered without hesitation that he was traveling on a light rail train and had only seen an aircraft near the Eternal Tower. Continuing the game of ignorance, the hero tried to ask his interlocutor about the reasons for the imprisonment of a high-ranking person, to which the girl rolled her eyes, considering the question inappropriate. She stated that she had shared enough information and now it was Brother Ching Chen's turn to share his information. But he could only talk about the outside world, planning to join a group chat, having previously received a data protection program from the inside in order to hide from potential persecution. With a piercing gaze, the interlocutor clarified the boundaries of the information exchange, hinting at the secrecy of awareness and the intention to reveal true motives. A sudden deafening roar broke the silence of the confidential conversation, causing the girl to cower in fear. Xiaoyun frantically glared at the guy, instinctively seeking protection from the sudden noise that echoed from the top floor. Nightmarish news about cruel kidnappers capable of unimaginable atrocities swirled in his head while the young man intensely peered at the ceiling, realizing that there should be no one up there. The child again shuddered with fear, but the main character with a calming gesture urged her to hide and listen carefully. Xiaowen reached for the remote control, intending to turn off the TV and create the illusion of an empty apartment, but the guy decisively stopped it. The logic was simple. They definitely saw the lights on in the hero's apartment, so pretending to be absent now would be fraught with unpredictable consequences. Realizing the fragility of the frightened girl, the young man turned around and barely audibly whispered, "Don't be afraid, I'm near," patting her hand encouragingly. Xiaoyun was still shaking with fear, but after his encouragement, she nodded gently and began to wipe away her tears. Not forgetting about his aunt, who was busy in the kitchen, the guy carefully handed her a note warning her about the bandits upstairs and urging her to remain calm. But it was difficult to do. The woman was literally choking with fear, tears slowly filling her eyes with clouded horror. Continuing to cook, she tried to make as little noise as possible, but every extraneous sound, from the ticking of a clock to dripping juice on the table, plunged her into panic. Having completed the preparation, the aunt carefully placed the pan on the table, with minimal noise, while the clock continued to methodically count down the time, building tension. She quietly approached the main character, looking into his eyes with confusion, as if asking what they should do now. A sudden, deafening crash and heavy footsteps interrupted the attempt to pass the note, causing the adults to go cold with growing horror. It became obvious that these were the steps of a mechanical prosthesis, far from the natural human gait. The footsteps were followed by a chilling grinding sound, forcing the hero to instinctively close his eyes to catch all the noise, the sound of the zipper of his clothes rubbing against the floor. A sharp insight pierced my consciousness. Someone was already in the room, hiding on the floor and carefully listening to the noise in the apartment below. The apocalyptic landscape outside the window, heavy rain, rumbles of thunder and blinding lightning, intensified the feeling of an impending threat. The usual evening routine turned into a tense operation to maintain confidentiality from an unseen observer. The grinding did not stop, and then there were dull thuds, signals that the stranger was heading towards the kitchen. The young man quickly composed a note with instructions for Jiang Shui to contact Kunlun exclusively in writing, avoiding conversations due to possible eavesdropping. Aunt Jiang took out the phone, but her face instantly became distorted. The signal was blocked. The hero instantly appreciated the scale of the enemy's preparation and their professionalism, realizing that there was no signal on his own telephone device. Thanks to his natural intelligence, the young man remembered a secure correspondence device with a high school student where the connection remained stable. Having composed a new note, the hero ordered the guest to remain absolutely calm and patient. The little girl gracefully tapped the bowl with chopsticks, imitating a regular dinner, which earned her brother an approving smile for her resourcefulness and cunning. But everything was not so good. An unexpected creak forced the young man to peer intensely in the direction of the front door, sensing an impending threat. The silence was cut by the voice of fellow classmates casually discussing the fresh beef they had bought and their intention to visit Jiang Shui. Fear immediately showed on the faces of those present when they realized that Hu Xiaonu was probably already going up to his aunt's apartment, where an ambush awaited him. The uninvited guest decisively went upstairs and persistently knocked on the door, inquiring about the presence of the hostess. The little girl, sobbing, hugged her mother tightly, who held back her sobs, pleadingly writing down on paper the question of saving those children. The dull thuds from the upper floor grew louder, plunging the woman and daughter into a paralyzing terror of anticipation of imminent danger. The hero critically assessed the situation, understanding the insidiousness of the shadows and their ability to deal with obstacles with lightning speed without killing potentially valuable witnesses. Feverishly turning over the smallest details in his memory, the young man tried to find a chance to prevent the impending disaster. Liu Deju was immersed in his studies when the communication device with the boss suddenly burst out with such a ringing signal that the young man flinched in surprise. The boss ordered to take a taxi at lightning speed, get to the specified address, sit down in front of the house, and convey to Hu Xiaon the news of the completed transaction demanding gold bars. The main character soberly assessed the situation. Jiang Shui has no access to the organization, but Liu Deju is an ideal intermediary whom they are probably watching. The growing roar from above, amplified by a heartbreaking female scream, escalated the atmosphere, plunging the daughter and mother into a state of primitive horror. The high school student, like lightning, rushed out into the street in search of a taxi in order to carry out the boss's instructions as quickly as possible. The protagonist's premonition was justified. The organization reacted to the target's movement, christening him with the call sign Sparrow and starting a thorough escort. The student, quickly slamming the taxi door, gave the address and pleadingly asked the driver to go as quickly as possible as if his life depended on it. Lu Yuan, having received the report, was wary of the passenger's reaction, but still ordered the employees to hurry up so that they could take a hidden position. The taxi stopped at the indicated address, the student quickly jumped out, and the driver, being curious, asked why he needed the former administrative residential complex. Hearing the answer, the undercover agent, without hesitation, contacted the boss, reporting that Sparrow had arrived for gold bars. Lu Yuan, having heard the report, noticed a hint of a possible deal with the mysterious traveler, which instantly heightened the intrigue of what was happening. As they made their way through the traffic, the staff discussed an incident in Tai where a client had almost gotten murdered by not paying for his medication, and Kunlun had been forced to guard the suspect all night. The high school student carefully began to approach the place, carefully looking out from behind the building. In short dashes from cover to cover, the young man slipped into the yard, continuing to hide and move as unnoticed as possible. Following the instructions exactly, he squatted down in front of house number 12 and just sat there, waiting. The members of the organization who were watching did not understand his actions, thinking that he might just be an idiot. Soon, a hooded man emerged from the entrance with the characteristic thud of heavy feet, clearly trying to hide his identity. The stranger glanced at the frightened young man sitting on his haunches, hiding in the corner. Intuition told the mysterious visitor that in front of him was a painfully familiar face, forcing him to slowly approach the trembling victim. An attentive gaze literally pierced the frightened student, who in panic only frantically squeezed out an indistinct "Abba," losing the ability to think coherently. Feverish attempts to explain something turned into an incoherent stream of incomprehensible syllables, while the unfortunate man looked around in the hope of salvation. As if numb with horror, Liu Deju could not move, so he simply watched as the stranger through the headset reported to his partner about a sudden problem. Having overcome paralyzing fear, the high school student broke into a hysterical run, angrily shouting the only saving grace, "Abba!" The pursuer wanted to rush after the fugitive, but noticing the surveillance, he immediately retreated and quickly disappeared into the entrance. Returning to Jiang Shui's apartment, the intruder carefully opened the curtain to keep an eye on what was happening in the courtyard, but by doing this, he only gave away his location. The members of the organization, realizing the fact of their exposure, instantly decided to surround the perimeter of the house, while Lu Yuan emphasized the exceptional danger of the enemy. A deafening sound from the back of the building broke the silence of the courtyard, accompanied by the characteristic crash of window glass flying out. Employees of the organization, quickly running to the entrance, quickly realized the true intentions of the criminals, to escape through the back window. Instantly changing the trajectory of their pursuit, they rushed towards a potential escape route, ready to intercept the intruders at the most unexpected moment. Approaching the turn, the team suddenly caught a strange, alarming sound that broke the silence of the chase. It was an uncharacteristic noise. Lu Yuan managed to loudly warn his colleagues about the danger, but it was too late. A powerful explosion threw all the pursuers back. Having come to his senses, the chief approached one of his partners, anxiously inquiring about his condition and possible injuries. But he silently pointed to the explosives lying ahead, which the bandits had cleverly hidden in a trash can, hoping to gain time to sneak into Jiang Shui's apartment. Lu Yuan analyzed the criminal's plan in detail: a broken window, an explosion, and chaos as a distraction to create a corridor for safe escape. Having made sure that everything was in order, the deputy boss enthusiastically urged the team not to let the fugitives go, citing possible casualties among the travelers. Inspecting the hole in the wall, Lu Yuan came to the conclusion that the criminal's mechanical limbs were unable to withstand a jump from the second floor with an additional load, which ruled out the possibility of kidnapping hostages. After analyzing all the details of their plan again, Lu Yuan realized the true purpose of the diversion and quickly ran towards the front door, ordering the team to follow him.